Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto used element of time? Part 2, check out first part. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 15 Matchups and Plans. The Rasengan grinded against Neji's Katen for several seconds, and it seemed as though the defense would repel the attack for a moment. However, just as the Rasengan started to destabilize, it penetrated the dome slightly, and the rotation was stopped, the chakra dispersing. Hinata's inertia carried her straight at Neji, whose eyes widened at the rapidly expanding sphere as it came apart. The Rasengan exploded a few feet from Neji's torso, blowing both Hyugas backwards, though Neji got the worst of the attack, because Hinata managed to force most of the explosion in his direction with her chakra. They both skidded quite painfully before they came to a halt, and Hinata was able to rise to her feet shakily. Neji tried to follow suit, but his legs simply would not support him. Hinata walked back up to him and said, "Neji, you need to realize that there is no such thing as a fate that cannot be changed. I will be the first to tell you that life has many hard roads and sometimes the choices you have are limited. However, all roads have forks in them somewhere down the line, and no one but the one walking them has the power to decide which path they take. The roads themselves have little say in that, even if one path seems easier or harder than the other. Only the travelers themselves can decide which course to follow. I may have been following a path of weakness and unwillingness to fight before, but I have chosen to take the less beaten path to becoming stronger," she continued as she headed back to the steps when Neji tried and failed again to rise. "I will still be kind enough to avoid hurting others when I can, but I will learn to fight, and even kill, if I must. And if you don't like the roads that fate has paved for you, then fight to make a new one. If I, a so-called failure, could do so, it should be no problem for you, because you really are a genius. Winner, Hinata Hyuga," Hate declared when Neji finally collapsed, and the medics came to retrieve him. Lee jumped down to his teammate and looked at him in concern. "Neji-san, are you?" "I will recover," Neji replied, being placed onto the stretcher. "I am sorry that I was not able to make it to the finals to face you. It is regrettable, but I forgive you. Your battle was most youthful, though I wish that I could have been your opponent instead. It was a good fight. Perhaps fate is not omnipotent after all." With that, the medics carried him away and Lee returned to the balcony, where Guy was shedding anime tears over the fact that so far both of his students had lost. "Itachi Asuma," Guy declared at both of his fellow jonin. "You had better hope that Lee is not matched up against either of your remaining students, or else he will avenge his own fallen teammates." "You are probably right," Asuma mumbled as he tried and failed to come up with a realistic scenario where Ino could beat Lee. "I'm sorry, Guy, did you say something?" Itachi asked, taking a leaf from Kakashi's book on dealing with the taijutsu specialist. "Your words were drowned out by my thoughts of 3 for 3 in the finals and 0 for 3 in the finals." A certain ANBU in a dog mask next to Minato suddenly started coughing to hide his laughter. "Darn it, Itachi, only Kakashi gets to have that attitude with me," Guy shouted angrily. "Good going, Hinata," Naruto grinned as the girl plopped down on the floor exhausted from using shadow clones. Thank you, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied. "I almost thought I would lose that fight near the end, but I remembered to have faith in myself, thanks to all that you taught me. I want to thank you, Naruto, for helping me get this far." "Nah, it's no biggie. Besides, I only nudged you in the right direction. It was all you from that point." The screen showed the next combatants before more could be said. Yoroi Akato vs Naruto Namikaze. "Alright then, Hinata, I'll be back in a jiffy," Naruto said confidently. "Itachi-sensei, get ready to boast about your entire team making it past the preliminaries. Cocky little shit, aren't you?" The veiled genin snarled when Naruto faced him. "Get ready to eat those words, brat, because I absolutely will not allow myself to let you beat me. Begin!" Yoroi immediately rushed the blonde, his hands glowing with the chakra he used to drain his opponents. The instant before he could lay a finger on Naruto, however, the young Namikaze had vanished and reappeared behind his foe, Arashikata at his neck. "I could easily slit your throat right now," the boy said casually to the terrified opponent. "And I could have already if I had chosen." "How the hell did the brat move so fast?" Yoroi demanded mentally. "I am calling the match due to a clear victor," Hate declared. "The winner is Naruto Namikaze." Naruto smirked and started to walk away, sheathing his sword as he went. Yoroi bellowed in rage and charged at him from behind, intent on sucking him dry. He did not take 3 steps before he was slammed into the ground from above by a pissed-off Uchiha. Sasuke pinned the man to the ground with his knees and held his sword at the back of Yoroi's neck. That was a move only a scumbag would attempt. The match was already over. If you even show signs of thinking of attempting that again, I will cripple you without a second thought, am I clear? Sasuke Uchiha. You should be disqualified from the finals for you less than admirable conduct. One of the proctors shouted, only to be silenced by a death glare from Minato and Kushina. If anyone should be punished for poor conduct, it is Yoroi, Minato growled at the proctor. Hate had called the match already, and he attacked Naruto when he thought his opponent's guard was down. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Sasuke's conduct. In fact, he should be commended for reacting so fast to a threat to his teammate. I second the opinion of Blondie, Zabuza stated as he flared his killing intent full force at both Yoroi and the proctor, scaring them both shitless. His hand was on the handle of Kubikura Bocho. I will be the first to admit that I myself have used such tactics to kill my enemies in the past, but I always had better reasons than foolish pride. To be completely honest, boy, he directed the killing intent full force to Yoroi now. You are extremely lucky that your opponent's teammate beat me to the punch, or you would have been fortunate to get away with a trip to the infirmary. You had better watch yourself now, because I would prefer to spare everyone here the sight of me proving why I was called the Demon of the Bloody Mist. Sasuke let Yoroi up and the latter was immediately escorted from the tower by Tui and Bu. There was no need to do that, Naruto said to Sasuke. My guard was not down in the slightest, and I could have easily taken him again. I know that, Sasuke replied. Sorry, I was not thinking there. He should have known better than to threaten one of my teammates like that. They jumped back to the rafters and turned to see the next matchup, Lee Rock vs. Ino Yamanaka. Yash! I finally get to show everyone my youthfulness, Lee declared as he cleared the railings to jump into the arena. Come on, Ino, get up already, Asuma coaxed the still crying girl. Why bother? I failed to impress my Sasuke-kun, and now he has abandoned me for Billboard Brow. Why should I continue trying to become a Chunin? She sobbed. If you manage to beat that Lee kid and prove to Sasuke that you are stronger than Sakura, he might just dump her for you, Asuma pleaded in a desperate attempt to motivate her. Let me at him, Ino shouted, having materialized in the arena in the same manner Choji had when Asuma had tempted him with the barbecue. The rest of Team 10's sweat dropped. Did I really look that foolish when it was my turn to fight? Choji asked. Do you want a lie or the truth to that? Shikamaru deadpanned. Begin. Ino threw her shuriken at Lee, who dodged so fast he practically disappeared. He reappeared right behind her and kicked her in the back so hard, she was thrown into the wall from the opposite side of the arena. She was out cold before she even landed. That was unyouthfully quick, Lee declared as he shed anime tears and hate called the match. Did I look that weak when I fought? Choji asked. Do you want a lie or the truth? Shikamaru deadpanned again. At least one of my students passed, Asuma thought as he watched the two final combatants step onto the floor. Temari and Zaku were staring at each other with intensity when Hate shouted for the final match to begin. Decapitating airwaves, Zaku shouted as he blasted at Temari with everything he had from those tubes on his arms, determined to finish it quick. Temari leapt right at the attack and unfurled her fan fully and swung at the approaching gale. To the surprise of Zaku, she caught the full force of the airwaves in the fan. Wind-style sickle weasel technique. And she flung the air right back at him, cutting him up severely, and slamming him forcefully into the wall. Winner by knockout, Temari. Very well done, all of you. Minato praised the 10 victors as they stood before him. Now, before we continue with explaining the third exams, I would like to ask you all to take numbers from this box, one at a time. Once they had all done so, the numbers selected stood as thus: 1 Gaara, 2 Lee, 3 Hinata, 4 Kankuro, 5 Kiba, 6 Temari, 7 Shikamaru, 8 Shino, 9 Naruto, 10 Sasuke. Alright then, now we would now like for Sakura and Tenten to come forward, Minato said, causing most of the people present to show confusion as 4 more slips of paper were put into the box and it was shaken. Guy, since Neji is still in the infirmary, we would like you to take a number in his place. Still confused, all 3 of them complied. 1 Tenten, 2 Sakura, 4 Neji. Alright, so that means Kintsuchi will be 3, Minato said. And here we are, Ibiki said as he turned the clipboard he had been writing on to the direction of the waiting genin. The matchups were as follows: Hinata vs. Lee, with the victor of that match fighting Gaara next, then Kankuro vs. Kiba, for the first bracket. The second bracket would start with Temari vs. Shikamaru and would be followed by Shino vs. Naruto, the victor of that match then fighting Sasuke. On opposite sides of the clipboard were the single matches of Sakura vs. Tenten and Neji vs. Kin. Very good, now are there any questions before I explain further? Minato asked. Yes, Shikamaru? Well, Lord Yondaime, if this is set up as a tournament, does that mean that there is only going to be one person who is going to be a Chunin? And what's the deal with those 2 extra fights between those who lost? Shikamaru asked. To answer your first question, that is not the case, Minato replied before he went on to explain that the purpose of the battles were to show judges that would be watching the battles 1 month from now your abilities, and they would be judging whether or not you were going to be a chunin or not. It did not matter whether you won or lost your fight, as long as you were able to impress the judges. The advantage to winning was to have additional chances to prove you had what it takes. As for the additional battles, Minato continued, when we last needed to do preliminaries for the 3rd exams, we noted that there were several shinobi who had the potential to gain the promotions right then, but did not have the opportunity to try in the actual exam, due to either a bad matchup of abilities, or simply them matched up against superior opponents. In fact, many who won their fights were actually weaker than those who lost other fights at times. Which is why this time, we had our eyes open for such people and selected 4 who still showed some potential, despite getting the short end of the stick initially. These extra matches will also serve the purpose of giving the victors of the matches who then need to go on to face another opponent a chance to rest. For example, say Lee won the first match. He would be at least somewhat exhausted, no doubt, before he fought Gaara. For this reason, once that first match is over, we will then have the extra fight between Sakura and Tenten. Then, whoever wins between Shino and Naruto, we will host a battle between Neji and Kin, before the winner fights Sasuke. Of course, they will all only get the one fight, and there will be a limit of 20 minutes to these exhibition matches, because many lords and other noble figures can only pay to be here to watch the matches for a short time, and will wish to see the main events, especially ones that they bet on. So basically, though you get to legally beat the tar out of one another for our amusement and profit, Zabuza chuckled. We can only host so many battles for so long. No pressure though, right? Does that answer your question, Shikamaru? Minato asked. Shikamaru nodded before frowning and saying, just one more thing. Why did you select that sound girl? She was beaten rather easily by her opponent. Well, to be honest, we simply needed a 4th candidate for this new policy. And she did not lose quite as easily as the other ones that we passed over. She did demonstrate decent skill with Senbon, which is a difficult weapon to use effectively, as well as a genjutsu that would have been effective had she targeted the right opponent. So if that is all, I will tell you the full purpose of these exams. With that, Minato explained that the nations used the matches in the exams as a sort of competition to substitute for war, and reminded everyone that their matches would reflect greatly on the image of their nations. And now, you are all dismissed. I will look forward to seeing you all again in a month. Alright, Sasuke, you are to come with me, Celia said to the boy as the genin all filed out of the exam room. I will finish with that problem of yours, but you will need a few days. Sasuke nodded and headed to another room in the tower with Celia, telling Sakura to meet up with him for their first date in 5 days. Sakura meanwhile was absolutely jubilant. I cannot believe that I'm not only getting to date Sasuke, but I still have a shot at making Chunin, she said with joy. Just make sure you focus on your training, Sakura, Kurenai replied. You may have been given another shot, but it is going to be a long one, so you will have to make sure to work extra hard if you want that promotion. That goes for you too as well, even if you have a better chance, she continued to Kiba and Shino. Indeed, Namikaze-san will not be an easy opponent to defeat, if I can at all, Shino commented, remembering how easily the blonde had beaten his enemy. Shino had only been barely able to perceive the speed he had demonstrated, and knew that Naruto knew many techniques, and had no doubt that he was the one who had taught Hinata his father's Rasengan. But maybe I can at least hold my own long enough to have a hope of being chosen. That puppet guy is going to be a piece of cake, Kiba stated. I bet he has no ability to fight in close quarters, and wants me and Akamaru close in on him. We could still work on a few moves to bag him though. He probably has skills to keep his distance so he can let that puppet do his dirty work. Good to see you thinking for once, Kiba, Sakura told him. Here I thought it would be painful for you to do so. Nah, it hurts more when I'm stupid, you make sure of that. I just hope I can figure out a way past that Gaara's sand if I am lucky enough to face him. Troublesome, Shikamaru said to Felix and Naruto after he had his memory back. Before he could leave the tower and go cloud watching, the two had somehow managed to get him from his team long enough to ambush him and use the pulse imprint jutsu on him. At least we know what's coming. Don't worry, I won't try to change anything you don't want me to. Too troublesome to do that and figure out the consequences. Just one exception. Asuma-sensei lives this time. He glared at them as he said this, leaving no room for argument in his gaze. You don't have to worry about that. I plan on taking care of Haiden myself, Felix said. All the other Akatsuki members had to trade blows with Naruto at some point, even Sasori, because the Baka threw a shuriken at him, to no effect I might add, other than limiting my options further. I am not allowed to fight his fights, you see, and if I try to, the seal we used to come back will kill me instantly, and we revert to the point we turned back from in the first place. All our hard work undone. Troublesome. And even if I remembered after that, it wouldn't do me much good. I was kinda on the ground with a large piece of rock embedded in my chest at that point, shrapnel from a bijou bomb, before time was reversed. He shivered at the memory and clutched at his chest. I was not dead yet, but I had minutes at most. Well, I can at least wail on Hayden a little. Since Naruto never even saw him, it's open season on his immortal ass. Both boys shivered at the thought. Even if Hayden could not die, he would no doubt wish he could after Felix was through with him. I am sorry you don't have the chance to fight Neji, Lee-san, Hinata was telling the spandex-wearing boy as his team left the tower, Neji having finally recovered enough to walk. I cannot hold a grudge over it, Hinata, he replied. That was a most youthful fight indeed, and at least I know that I get a chance to fight you in his place. That should suffice to show myself how far I have come until he and I can have our next bout. Baki-sensei, have you noticed that Gaara has been odd lately? Kankuro asked the man when they were back at the hotel they were staying in for the duration of the exams. Yes, he has been strange since recently, Baki replied thoughtfully. I usually have to try very hard to be sure that he keeps in line and does not jeopardize the mission with his tendencies to kill without a thought for consequences. But now, he did not even try to kill that boy in the preliminaries, or argue with the proctor when he called the match. And that is not all, Sensei, Temari said. During the second exams, he had a team at his mercy, but he let them go after they gave us their scroll, and then agreed to work with another team to get to the tower. I have never known him to act like this. This is confusing. I will try to figure out what has happened, so keep an eye on the boy for a while, and try not to get yourselves killed by him. With that, Baki left and Kankuro turned to Temari and asked, Hey, I was thinking. Oh yeah, how did it feel? Temari asked. Did it hurt your first time? Haha. But seriously, maybe we should just ask Gaara what has been going on to change him like that. Are you out of your mind? He would kill us for prying into his business. I thought one of the strange things we were trying to figure out was his seeming newfound distaste for what he lived for until recently. But he has been making the threat to us, even if not as many times, so how do you know he won't make good on them? Well, the last time he did, in the Forest of Death, after he caught us talking about it and got us panicking with the cork's vibration, I could have sworn I saw a glint of mischief in his eyes, almost as if his recent threats were nothing more than him having fun with us or something along those lines. Oh, and you want to risk our lives over this little hunch? You are nuts, I say. Are you in or out? Fine, we can try asking him, but don't be surprised if I leave you behind when I run. So they cautiously opened the door to Gaara's room and saw a blood-chilling sight. There was Gaara, laying on the bed sleeping. And those who knew what that usually meant did not like what that meant. Sis, Kankuro said as he backed slowly away from the door. Just run, and tried to find Baki-sensei. And with that, they panicked and fled, expecting a possessed Gaara behind them, out for their blood, causing the boy to wake up in irritation. Honestly, scaring them like that was as funny as hell. But he spent his whole life unable to get a decent amount of sleep, so was it really too much to ask for them to let him catch up on it, now that he could? You alright? A concerned Sasuke asked a seemingly nauseous Celia. She had just taken a close look at his cursed seal with her third eye and had recoiled after a minute, panting. Let's just say that even though I am a pacifist by nature and usually hate causing pain, I am actually going to enjoy tearing that foul piece of that snake's mind to pieces, Celia said as she looked at the seal with disgust before closing her extra eye and replacing her headband. Of course, the process will be a little painful to you as well and will take a few days, but it shouldn't be nearly as bad as getting the seal in the first place. I think, she joked with the last part, scaring Sasuke a little as he instinctively covered his neck with a hand. At any rate, we are going to need a second session a week after we are done with this one, after the new seal without the evil mind in it sets in. Once the second session is done, you will be able to access and repress the seal's power at will with luck, and even use the hidden second state that is currently locked, though I recommend you let me make a few modifications to the appearance of that as well. Appearance? Sasuke asked. You know how the seal spreads across your body, like it initially did when you woke up. Sasuke nodded. When the second state is released, it completely envelopes your body and makes you seem a little more demon-like, because it can warp your body a little, or a lot, depending on the one who has the seal. I did see what you would look like in your second state, and let's just say that if Naruto ever saw you like that, you would have to join Kiba's and that Kankuro's club of people he will never stop calling gay. Sasuke's sweat dropped at the thought. I can probably draw an image up for you. My art skills are not too shabby, so you can make some of your own specifications, but first, we remove the part of the seal that will twist your mind. The chakra of the seal will still have a dark, cold shade, but it will be usable as a force for good when I am through. She took Sasuke's hand and drew a knife across the palm, making him wince. Sorry, she said as she drew some designs around the cursed seal with the blood. Your own blood is needed for the first part of this. Now let's get started. What? Arrow sent in. Naruto shouted to Jiraiya, Felix in tow. Will you quit calling me that? The pervert demanded. I will when you stop being a pervert, Naruto replied. Jiraiya, have some of your friends look for Tsunade for us, Felix interrupted before the argument could escalate. We are going to bring her back to Konoha before the invasion. Her fighting abilities and healing prowess will help us defeat the enemy and save us some casualties. And how do you plan to convince her to come back? Jiraiya asked. Believe me, I have been trying for years, every time I saw her, but Naruto convinced her last time, so if we bring her memories back, she should come around without a fuss. Great, how come only her memories get restored and not mine? Because we need to keep you from doing something in particular that even Naruto would call stupid. Hey! Naruto shouted. It's the truth, live with it. Fine, sighed the Toad Sannin. If my most recent sources were accurate, she should be in the outskirts of the village. It was nearly a week later when Sasuke and Sakura could be seen walking through the village, trying to find a decent place to eat. Other than Ichiraku's, he had enough of that place with Naruto. Though the ramen was good, Sakura had hearts in her eyes, and Sasuke thought to himself, I guess that she is still a fangirl at heart at times, though she has gotten better at having her own opinion about things rather than just liking everything I do. The girl had also shown some concern for Sasuke and the problem he had to see Celia about. Sasuke rubbed his still slightly throbbing neck absently. The woman had been right about the process being unpleasant, but it was nothing to the pain of when he had gotten the seal. Near the end, he could have almost sworn he heard Orochimaru's voice screaming in agony in his mind. Stanley, Celia had a smug look on her face at that same point in time. Now it would be a week before the seal had said enough to safely finish modifying. After he had told Sakura that the problem was nothing important, they ran into 3 civilians. Sasuke Uchiha, may we have a moment of your time? The one in the lead asked. Away from your girlfriend's ears. Fine, Sasuke said with a frown. Sorry Sakura, but it will probably mean less trouble down the line if I hear what they have to say now, rather than refuse and have them hound me later, he told her, though he used a silent gesture to try to tell her to listen in on the conversation. She nodded in understanding. Sasuke followed them into an alley, Sakura discreetly following along. We are aware that there is a good chance of you facing the Namikaze boy in the exams, one of the civilians stated. If that is the case, we could make it worth your while to. If this is an attempt to bribe me into throwing the match so you can win a bet, I refuse, Sasuke said. So unless you have something important to tell me. Oh no, we don't want you to lose, the leader replied. There is something else we could pay you to do for us in the match. The moment the man finished making his proposal, Sasuke's face contorted in rage. You had better be joking, he snarled. Because if you are not, I will do more than kill you 3/4 of the way. Sakura came out of hiding then, cracking her knuckles with a death glare at the civilians, who were paralyzed by the killing intent that the 2 shinobi directed at them. Dang, it was bad enough trying to find her the first time around, now I got to do it again. Naruto complained. Oh, stop whining Gaki, she should be around here somewhere, Felix said as he looked for another likely pub. That's what you said in the last 2 small towns we checked. Baki frowned at the new piece of information. Ever since the preliminaries had ended, he had been trying to find the cause of Gaara's drastic change in behavior. In his free time, that was. He had already had that meeting with Kabuto with no hitches, the spy's cover had not been blown yet, so Minato did not have hate tail him this time. But he did still have a few pieces of work that needed to be done, and tomorrow he would return to Suna to give the finalized invasion plans to the Kazekage. But he was able to pick up several things despite this. Kankuro and Temari had already told him that Gaara had met a certain boy that was the son of the Yondaime Hokage just before his behavior had changed. Ever since, Baki had been trying to dig up as much as he could about Naruto, though he was careful not to pry too much. He had noticed the looks that some of the villagers gave the boy, despite his relation to Minato, looks that seemed strangely familiar. But why did they look at him like that? He had tried to subtly get a few answers, though he avoided asking direct questions, but the villagers were tight-lipped about it until he heard one mutter something about a demon brat when Naruto had been mentioned by someone trying to figure out who to bet on in the exams. Those were the same words so associated with Gaara. It was then Baki put together the pieces on Naruto's general age and a certain incident about that many years ago. If his guess was correct, it explained why the two held interest for each other, though it still did not entirely explain how Gaara's behavior had changed in such a short time, unless... Baki shook his head in irritation. This was definitely a complicated business, and he was not sure how to handle it. If Gaara had actually befriended the boy, this could be a problem for the invasion. Okay, you two, do you mind telling me exactly why you put those 3 civilians in the hospital in a shape that was almost as bad as Jiraiya's that time Tsunade caught him peeping on her? Minato asked Sasuke and Sakura, who were standing in front of him not looking the least bit apologetic. Hokage-sama, those 3 approached me this afternoon, Sasuke started. They wanted to bribe me to do them a favor in the exams, so they asked you to throw a match so they could make money off of a bet, All you had to do was say no to them, not beat them bloody. That's not what they wanted from Sasuke-kun, Lord Yondaime, Sakura jumped in. What they asked me for was to kill Naruto for them and make it look like an accident, Sasuke growled, angry at the memory. He knew why the villagers hated Naruto, but that did not excuse what they had wanted from him, not even a little. His blood boiled at the thought that there were many who wanted Naruto dead for something he had no fault in. I see, Minato said, his demeanor getting calmer, though colder at the idea of what had occurred. On second thought, you were justified in losing your temper today, so I will not punish you this time. The council wanted me to pull you from the exams for that stunt, but in light of what you had told me, I think those three will be recovering only to have a session with the Ibiki, or better yet, Enko. If the council complains, tough. Just don't go around beating these people up, Sasuke, Sakura. As much as I detest them, that is not the way to handle it. If any more people approach you to ask the same favor, report it immediately from now on. Don't take matters into your own hands. Don't forget, a lot of people still distrust your clan, Sasuke, and the members of the council in that category have been taking any chance they could to keep you from advancing your shinobi career. Please do not give them any more reasons. It will make things more difficult for me and for you. Losing your temper like that will only escalate matters if it keeps happening. Sasuke grudgingly nodded. Alright, you two are dismissed. Once they were out of his office, Minato sighed and rubbed his temples. This is getting ridiculous. I still have to deal with these stupid villagers who can't tell the difference between a scroll and a kunai that is sealed in it. They have gotten more brazen if they attempted something like this. I am actually tempted to set Kushina loose on those three, a fate I would not usually wish on my worst enemy. Minato considered the possibility of telling her about the incident, and letting her rage at the threat to their son loose on them. Hopefully the day will come when Naruto makes them see him for who he is, before they try something I absolutely cannot forgive. Chapter 16 Final Preparations. Damn it! Tsunade shouted as the annoying blonde threw down another hand that beat hers. He had a straight flush, and she had actually gotten a four of a kind, for Kami's sake. She may have been known as the legendary sucker, but losing to a kid repeatedly, when she was actually getting good hands, it was driving her nuts. Looks like I have enough money for a lot of ramen, Naruto cackled. He and Felix had finally found the slug Sannin, and Naruto could not resist the temptation to squeeze some cash out of her before she had her memories returned to her. Got enough for one last hand? I do, brat, and I am winning all that money back, she declared, and the hands were dealt. She took one look at her hand and smirked. No way, I have a 4 through 8 of hearts, now I have a straight flush. No way I am losing this time, he would need a freaking royal flush, and there is no way the brat is that lucky. And sorry Tsunade, but you really seem to have ticked the gods of luck off at some point, so you need to be taught a lesson. I will call and raise. Call. I need no new cards, Tsunade smirked. Usually that meant a person would either see a bluff or not take chances. Me neither. Alright, I'm all in. Call. Read M and weep. Tsunade laughed as she tossed her hand down. Sure, I'll weep. With joy, Naruto said as he slapped down a royal flush of diamonds. No. Ha ha ha, I win again. Naruto cackled as he counted his winnings. You think you are so hot, you little runt? You are only lucky. I bet if I actually fought you, you would not last so much as 2 seconds. Oh? Care to make a wager on that? I'm listening. I'll bet that if we were to take this outside, I could tap you with my sword, leaving it sheathed until we started, before you could lay so much as a finger on me. If you win, I give you all the money I won today, not just from you, but from those other 4. He pointed in the direction of the guys he and the Sannin had gambled with earlier, all now bankrupt, and weeping anime tears over having met the legendary sucker's polar opposite. I win, you go on a date alone with my companion. This was the plan Naruto and Felix had agreed to. It was the best shot at separating Tsunade from Shizen to avoid questions after the Sannin's memory was back. It would also hopefully give Felix all the chances he needed to use the pulse imprint jutsu without Tsunade resisting, and Felix would not be able to do it by force without catching her so off guard she would not have the chance to hit him. As per the time travel rules, Felix would not be able to get into a fight with the former Kage, because Naruto had tried to fight her in the past when he and the pervert tried to retrieve her. Felix had tried to refuse when Naruto suggested it, saying that though she did not look it, she was older than him by about 2 decades, and besides, he was married. He eventually agreed to it, but on the promise of death for the blonde if he ever met his wife and told her of the incident. Done deal, Gaki, Tsunade said. The chance of winning all that dough was all too tempting, and she was confident that she would win. There was no way a little kid could beat her in such a contest. They stepped out onto the street and faced off. So, you think you can draw your sword and tap me before I touch you, huh? Well, I hate to disappoint you, but I will be laying a finger on you before that happens. In fact, I will use just one finger to teach you a lesson. Bring it. Naruto said, his hand hovering near the hilt of Arashikata, not touching it until the match started. The moment Tsunade charged, Naruto grabbed the hilt and pulled the blade swiftly out. The instant before Tsunade's finger touched Naruto's forehead protector, Arashikata tapped his shoulder. She was shocked to say the least. What? But how did you draw it so fast? Oh, I see, the blade is smaller than the sheath. She cursed her luck for having fallen prey to such a simple trick. A bet's a bet, Naruto grinned. Fine, she sighed. At least this Felix was attractive, and not once had he looked at her cleavage like most idiot males. He also was quite polite to her for the few times they spoke before the bet, and had a way with words. When she had said that she had thought chivalry was dead, he had replied by saying he had yet to see the body. Why the hell did those jerks want you to kill Naruto anyway? Sakura was asking Sasuke over their rice dish meal. Do you think it is because they have a grudge against the Yondaime or something? I don't think that is it, Sasuke said solemnly. He knew why, of course. Sasuke, do you know something? Sakura asked. I actually do, but it is not for me to say, Sasuke sighed. You will have to ask Naruto about that if you wish to know. Sakura looked as though she wanted to argue, but she saw the look in Sasuke's eyes and said, all right, I won't press you, or him, for answers. If he wants me to know, he will tell me himself, I suppose. Let's just not allow Ino to get wind of this. If she does, she will not rest until she finds the secret out, and yells it out to everyone else in Konoha. Sasuke's sweat dropped at the thought of the blonde girl hounding him and Naruto for the gossip fuel, and knew that Sakura was right. They could not allow so much as a hint of this to reach the fangirl's ears. Yeah, that would be bad. Oh, and Sakura. Thanks for respecting his privacy. I'm no Ino. I can keep my nose out of places it does not belong in, as they places are serious enough, and I can tell this is. Shizen was very surprised when Tsunade came back from her date with Felix. The first thing the slug Sannin had said was that it was time for her to stop moping about things she could not change, and that they were going back to Konoha. Shizen was curious as to whether she actually had a crush on Felix, but Tsunade said that the date was merely a means for Felix to have a chance to talk some sense into her, though she initially did not want to hear it. So now, Shizen was busy packing her belongings, and helping with Tsunade's. She was tempted to accidentally leave behind the Sannin's stash of booze, but even Shizen would not escape her mistress's wrath if she did not get her drinks. Even if the medic Nin was suicidal, she would still choose a less painful way to go. You know, I still have not ruled out the possibility of this being an elaborate genjutsu, Tsunade told Felix and Naruto. They were on the road at this point, and Shizen had fallen somewhat far behind, having to carry Tsunade's bags for her, muttering something about how a lady with chakra-enhanced strength should be able to carry her own things. You're just saying that because you want to sound tough, Bachan, Naruto snorted. I don't suppose that you could quit calling me that, you brat. Please, I call Kakashi a pervert and a cyclops, Jiraiya Erosenin, Zabuza a nilbrow, and even old Kurama fuzz at OI. Do you really think you get a break? Naruto chuckled. In addition to giving Tsunade her memories back, Naruto had told her about his breaking the mile-thick ice between him and the Kyuubi, which she had some trouble believing, but accepted for now. Tsunade sighed. Guess some things don't change, even with time travel. One question. How come you don't have a name for that Felix yet? He is a little harder than most people. He has yet to give me something that really bothers him. I tried things like Weedhead, but no dice. Nicknames aside, I suppose we need to prep for that snake trader's invasion. And once we are done with that. She donned a sad and contemplative expression. I think I need to sort out my feelings for Jiraiya this time before he does something stupid and get himself killed again. It took his death last time for me to realize that they were there. Naruto's eyes turned red as he turned control over to Kurama. Yes, you humans do have that problem a lot. You live such short lives, you would think that you would go for things you want, but you spend too much of that time you already have so little of trying to figure out or deny yourself what you want. Honestly, you are a prime example of that stupidity. Then he retreated back into Naruto's mindscape laughing, while Tsunade was glaring at a rapidly paling Naruto. For some odd reason, Felix had gone back to help Shizen with the bags after taking one look at the Sannin's face. You do realize that I was not the one who said that. I had no idea he was going to say it, and that beating me up won't hurt him in the slightest, right? Naruto asked Tsunade under her killing intent. Oh, I know, Tsunade replied, cracking her knuckles. However, I am still ticked and need to take it out on someone, and the words did come from your mouth. Tough luck that you cannot keep your tenant's mouth shut. I really hate you right now, Kurama, Naruto thought, weeping anime tears as Tsunade's fists descended on him. I wouldn't have it any other way, Kit, Kurama chuckled, his words drowned out by his jailer's screaming. Are you prepared, Lady Hinata? Neji asked his cousin as they went into the gentle fist stance. Until the day of the exams, the two were training in repeated spars to try to prepare Hinata for her match with Lee. Neji was striving to teach Hinata all he could that would help her win, and she was doing all she could to learn from her cousin. So far, she almost had the Kaiten down. Of course, she also used her shadow clones to train while they were at it. She was working on a new jutsu in secret, one that would hopefully give her an edge if she could complete it. Trying to tamper with the Rasengan's form, however, was an extremely difficult endeavor, and Naruto would not tell her how to add an element yet, not until they found a way for her to throw it or protect her arm from the backlash of the attack. So she was trying something different. This new technique she was trying to create would not require an element added to the Rasengan, but exceptional control over the chakra she emitted from her tenketsu. Learning the Kaiten was an essential step, and she was also trying to learn the Rasengan one-handed. "I am ready, big brother," she said. Neji wasted no time in rushing his cousin, who immediately forced the chakra out of all her tenketsu and rotated, throwing her defensive shield out. Neji impacted and was flung back, though he recovered in midair and landed on his feet. "Not quite enough power," he said, dusting himself. "Once more!" He ran at his cousin again, and though she was panting she complied. This time the burst was a little larger, and Neji ended up sitting on his butt upon landing. "Better, now we just need to work on maintaining it for a slightly longer period of time." Hinata nodded as she prepared for a few more attempts. "Okay then, here's what you will look like after I make the modifications to the second state," Celia said as she showed Sasuke her artist's rendering of his and her collaborative efforts to make his second state look a little better. He looked it over and nodded. "I still would prefer my own normal appearance any day, but at least I won't have to worry too much about Naruto bursting into laughter when he sees me like that," he said with a shudder at what Naruto's reaction would be if he saw the old one. "By the way, you are a decent artist. It's the Tamashii Kensukumi. It helps with one's attention to detail. Now, once I finish with the modifications, you should be able to activate and deactivate at both stages of the curse mark. The negative side effects at this point should be virtually non-existent, however it could shorten your life by a marginal amount every time you use it, though if you only use it as you need it, you probably won't even lose a week, tops. Maybe a month or two at most even if you are liberal with its use. I am just that good." "Right, let's get started then." Sasuke sat down and cut his hand to give Celia the blood she requested to make her modifications. "One last thing," she said as she started drawing the designs around the curse mark with his blood again. "You should not use the seal or your Mangekyo Sharingan during the exams. The second one is obvious why, though I undid the seal on your eyes for you. The reason we need you to hold off on the seal's use is to keep an enemy in a false sense of security." "What do you mean?" "Let's just say that some shit will be hitting the fan on the day of the exams, and it would not do to tip our enemies off that you have a curse seal you can use with almost absolute impunity. Don't worry, when you and Naruto fight, he will be holding off on using Sage Mode and Kurama's chakra, just to keep things relatively fair. You both should still have enough up your sleeves to make Chunin. Just make sure you save some chakra for when things go down." "Does this have to do with Orochimaru, the event on the day of the exams?" "Yes, though I cannot go into details. Now, time to finish the seal work. I was not expecting to see you again anytime soon, Tsunade." Minato chuckled when the Sannin stood in front of his desk, Naruto, Felix and Shizen behind her. "I wasn't expecting to come back anytime soon, Minato," Tsunade chuckled. "Just a word of advice, you might want to warn that pervert you call your sensei that I am back in town before I catch him in his research again. If I do catch him at it first time I see him in a while, he will be begging for a repeat of that time I almost killed him rather than what I intend to do then." "Duly noted," Minato said with a sweat drop. "So can I assume that you intend to resume your duties as a medic of Konoha?" "Yes, I do." "Good. So can I ask you to take a look at the condition of one of my jonin? He is proctoring the exams, and we have not been able to effectively treat that terminal illness that keeps him coughing all the time. I will see what I can do." "I see," the Kazekage said thoughtfully after Baki had delivered his report. "What you have told me is quite intriguing. What to do about it?" "Keep a close eye on Gaara and the Jinchuriki you believe he has befriended. If Gaara has made a friend that helped him control Shikaku, it could be a good thing in some ways, but if it makes him hesitate in his role in the invasion, we need to make sure that Gaara is committed to his mission and will not falter for the sake of the Namikaze. Killing the boy is out of the question, it has too many risks involved." "I understand, Lord Kazekage," Baki replied with his head bowed. "I will make sure that Gaara plays his part, regardless of anyone he may have befriended." "Good. You are dismissed." "Sasuke, I heard what happened between you and those 3 civilians," Mikoto said as her younger son sat at the dinner table, Itachi leaning against the wall and giving Sasuke a stern look. "I thought that Namikaze-sama was going to keep a lid on that," Sasuke said, surprised. "He totally sucks at lying to Kushina," Mikoto said. "When she heard that 3 civilians had been hospitalized, she and I went for the gossip material. What? We are girls after all. When Minato tried to hide it from her, she saw it immediately and persuaded him to tell her everything. I have never seen her so mad in my life, to be honest, not even when she found out about 7 years ago that Jiraiya used her and Minato's honeymoon as inspiration for a scene in his perverted series, and she beat him worse than Tsunade did that time as a result. But once she found out those civilians tried to have you kill her son, she went on a wild search for her sword, which Minato and Naruto had hidden from her for some reason. But I digress. What the hell were you thinking, attacking those civilians like that? And dragging your girlfriend into it as well? First of all, Mom, Sakura is not my girlfriend, at least not yet. Second of all, I would have had to fight to stop her from helping me. I did not drag her into it. And lastly, I was thinking probably similar thoughts to Naruto's mom's, when she was prepared to murder someone who threatened the life of her son and my friend. And have you considered Naruto's feelings on this? Itachi interjected. Of course I have. I attacked them in the first place because of the insults they had thrown at him, as well as the rocks whenever his parents were not looking, and on top of that they wanted to kill him. That is not what I meant. Do you truly think Naruto would have wanted you to act like that? Attacking the villagers he cares for, despite what they think of him. Have you heard of Obito Uchiha? Of course I have, but what does that have to with? He once said something to a friend of mine, Kakashi Hatake, something the man now tries to live by. That those who break the rules are scum, but those who fail to care for their comrades are lower than scum. Well, if that is the case, why would what I did be considered wrong? Many would think that it wasn't, but Kakashi has come to another personal conclusion, though he does not say it very often. That those who fail to respect the wishes of their comrades are as low as it gets. Sasuke paused at this, the implications of what his brother had said. I respect the fact that you tried to avenge your wrong, but sometimes you have to honor the wishes of those who do not wish to be avenged, Sasuke, or you will ultimately lose sight of who you are, and who the people you want to avenge are, Itachi finished as he left the room. Sasuke just sat there, thinking heavily on the words his brother had told him. I am still not certain that restoring my memories without the consent of Naruto and the others in on this was wise, Itachi, Kakashi said to the Uchiha later that day. I mean, I am glad to have an idea of what is going to happen, but can you really trust me with the knowledge that Obito is alive and our enemy? I actually did not know that detail until I viewed your memories, Itachi replied. You know as well as I do why I went behind their backs on this. I wanted more answers as to how Sasuke fell down his dark path in the other timeline. You do know that someone tried to forcibly restore his memories. I wanted to try to learn what I could about how he had fallen into the darkness, so I could paint his canvas with colors that would help to counter anything dark his old memories might have brought back up. To do that, I had to view the memories of someone who had some insight, but I clearly had to restore them for you first. I had no idea about Obito until then, otherwise, I might have hesitated before I restored them for you. So what do you intend to do about it, now that you know? I am not sure. A part of me refuses to believe that the kid he used to be is completely gone. You are going to have to bury that part of yourself then. Regardless of who he is or isn't inside, it is his actions that must be what we use to judge him with. He has, and is going to threaten the world. Even if he changes, his past crimes simply cannot be ignored, even if his future ones have been erased for the time being. To prevent things from getting to the point of no return again, we need to do what must be done. I know. It will be difficult, but I will harden my heart if the time comes. I will trust you to do that. And I hope that we can keep this between us. I do not want to make Felix and Naruto angry with me yet on this. You have my word on that. Chapter 17 Failures No More. The exam's first match. Where am I? The Yondaime Kazekage groaned as he painfully managed to bring himself to a sitting position, his muscles extremely stiff. The last thing he remembered was beginning the journey to Konoha for the exams and the invasions when his ally, Orochimaru, had ambushed him and his 2 guards. They had not suspected that they would be attacked, otherwise they would have managed to put up a fight, but they had been caught completely off their guard and easily beaten. But that should mean that the Kazekage should be dead. Shouldn't it? So why was he still alive? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of someone panting heavily, finally penetrating the haze of his mind. He turned to see 2 men, one rather small and the other very large, and the smaller one was the one who was panting. He was also perspiring heavily and looked downright exhausted. Who are you 2? The Kazekage managed to moan as he tried to get up, but his body was too stiff for that, and he felt rather weak as well. I would not move too much if I were you, the large man said. You have just recently been killed after all, and some rigor mortis had already started to set in before Zachary was able to tend to you. I see. What of my men? Sorry. The one called Zachary wheezed. The Shikokyo revival jutsu completely drains the user to the point where they can barely even move on their own, and it can only be used once for this reason before a full recovery has been made. If I tried to revive one of your men, it would kill me, and there is no guarantee that it would work effectively. Wait. I will ask again, who are you two? How did you revive me? What were you doing here in the first place? And what is going on as a whole? It is clear that there is much to discuss. Boris, you need to carry us to Suna. I will explain on the way, and what needs to happen, if you want to make that snake pay for his treachery. He will arrive at Konoha in a couple of days posing as you, so that gives you time to send messages to your commanders of the invasion. The day of the exams had finally arrived. Naruto had woken that morning to Akari using the wall walking exercise to get onto the ceiling right above him before letting herself drop, right herself in midair and land with both feet slamming into her older brother's sack, shouting, "Wakey wakey, big brother." Needless to say, Naruto was instantly wide awake, and not happy about it. "Akari, you little brat," he groaned while curled up and clutching his family jewels. "The final exams do not start for several hours, and there was no call to wake me like that." This only earned a cackle from his little 5-year-old sister. "Maybe not, but where is the fun in only doing things that there is call for in life? It's not like you are one to talk, with all the pranks you pull." "Well, yeah, but those only liven things up a little. It's not like I actually cause mortal agony to a person. Not often anyway." Akari just laughed her butt off as Naruto got up, somewhat bow-legged. "Welcome everyone, to the final part of the Chunin exams." Hate shouted as the crowd shouted in approval in the stands. Naruto and all other genin who had managed to advance to the third round stood before him in the center of the arena. Hayade's voice was noticeably louder now, thanks to his treatment in Tsunade's beyond expert medical care. He really owed her quite a bit for that. "Good to see you, Lord Kazekage," Minato said without so much as a hint of anything that might give away what he knew in his tone. "Why thank you, Hokage-sama," the disguised Sannin replied as he took a seat next to Minato. "It has been a delightful trip to see these exams. I was looking forward to them the whole way." "Well, nice to see you young ones ready to enjoy yourselves," Inoki said as he stepped into the Kage's box, followed by his escorts, Akatsuchi and the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, Kuratsusai. "I for one, am eager myself for these exams to get underway. After all, it is not every day you get to see 4 children of Kages participate in these exams." "That is true, Tsuchikage," Minato laughed with Kushina and the ANBU captain with the dog mask behind him chuckling as well. "We even have another Kage with arrangements to come. We need to have a political meeting anyway because we recently took in a high-level missing nin from her country, and she is using the excuse to come to watch the exams. Speak of the devil, here she is now." Indeed, as he spoke, Mei and her 2 guards, one of them entered the box. "Greetings, Minato-sama," she said with a smile. "I must thank you for allowing us to come for the event." "It was no problem at all," Minato said with a nervous laugh. Even though he had wanted to deny the Mizuki's request to attend the exams due to the invasion, he knew that to do so would look suspicious to the traitorous Orochimaru and potentially warn him that the invasion was known to the Hokage. Meanwhile, Hade had just finished explaining the rules of the final exam and asked all but Lee and Hinata to go up to the fighters' watching area. Neji hesitated for a moment before turning to the 2 combatants. "Lee-san, Hinata-sama," he said to his cousin and his teammate as the rest of the exam participants left the arena. Both of them looked at him questioningly. "Once, I called you both failures, and believed that fate would only allow you to go so far on your chosen paths. However, when Hinata defeated me a month ago, me, a so-called genius, I realized that fate is not some omnipotent deity that makes all the choices for us, on what roads we are allowed to take in our lives. I know now that even if we get a short hand dealt to us at birth, it is our own choices on how we play that hand that will take us all down the roads we walk. How we are able to play those hands will have the final say on how far we go. Both of you now. You have the ability, and the will to go far. When you two fight, I want to see just how far." With that, Neji jumped to the fighter's spectator area. Hinata and Lee turned to face each other. "If the 2 of you are now ready," Hate said with a pause, and they both nodded in confirmation. "Begin." Lee wasted no time in rushing Hinata and launching a kick at her head. She blocked the blow with her arm and quickly sidestepped a punch before launching a palm strike that nicked Lee's shoulder. He attempted to retaliate with a flurry of punches, but Hinata dodged the first few shots, and finally ducked and used a sweeping kick that connected with both of Lee's legs. He was able to flip backwards and recover his footing, but in doing so he gave Hinata an opening to rush forward and knock away his blocking arms with one arm and slammed the palm of her other hand right into the spandex-wearing Genin's chest. He was knocked back and he paused to look at Hinata in confusion. "Hinata-san," he said. "That blow. It was not laced with chakra. Why? You could have ended the fight with that. And you are not using your Byakugan either. Are you really so unyouthful as to hold back against me? You should talk," Hinata replied as she entered her gentle fist stance again. I know about those weights you wear, Lee. Until you remove them, I cannot go all out against you. Lee's eyes widened. But, Hinata-san, Guy-sensei told me only to remove them when I or someone close to me is in danger. Lee, go ahead and fight with everything you have. Might Guy shouted to his apprentice from the railings. Lee looked up at his teacher in surprise. But Guy-sensei, it is fine. I will allow it this once. You heard him, Lee, Hinata said. This fight is going to be too important to us for either of us to hold back. And not just us, but for those who know that we are truly strong. It is time for us to show them all, especially Neji, just how far we failures can walk with our determination. It seems that I am the one who is unyouthful, Lee said as he pulled up the leggings of his spandex suit to show the weights he had strapped to his legs. He removed them and tossed them aside, shocking everyone present who did not know how heavy they were when they crashed to the ground, creating rather large craters. Very well then, Hinata-san, I will no longer hold anything back. Just make sure you do not pull any punches either. I would not dream of it. Byakugan! Hinata cried as the veins around her eyes pulsed. With that, Lee charged forward at a speed most could not follow. Is everyone in position? Rashi, the Jinchuriki of Son Goku, the Yambi, asked the IWA commander before him in the forest just outside of Konoha. Almost, Rashi-sama, the woman replied respectfully. Han wanted you to know that there were some problems with a few of our men when we told them that our mission that was kept top secret until now was to help Konoha during this invasion. There is still a grudge against the Hidden Leaf after all, after the last war. The old man sighed, wondering why he had come back to IWA at Anoki's request to lead this mission. Always the same with you humans, the vast majority of you always let your hatred speak in place of your logic, Son Goku snorted within Rashi, which the old man chose to ignore. Tell Han to do what he has to do to defuse the situation. If he has to knock out a few morons, he has my express permission to do so. In fact, I insist. I have more important things to do than hear people moan about the past they cannot change. Hi, Rashi-sama. The woman replied before she shunshined away. Rashi took out a scroll and looked over the battle plans he and his fellow geezer had written out. Anoki could only have a few dozen IWA shinobi participate in this invasion due to most of them hating Konoha from the war, so the strategizing against sound was very important. Fortunately, there were several high-level shinobi that got over their losses, or at least put them aside to follow orders. Rashi had requested Kitsuchi to be his second-in-command leading the S-rank mission, but Anoki had refused, stating he had to leave someone in charge of Awagakure during the exams, and that would be Kitsuchi. Han was Rashi's next choice, despite some protests from the troops about having two Jinchuriki lead them. Han was willing to accept the role. He was a natural choice for the mission because of his strength and his ability for being calm, whatever insults were thrown at him, and his lack of a grudge for Konoha. While Han understandably hated humanity in general because of his treatment at the hands of those who considered Jinchuriki the demons they held at bay, Han was fairly good at keeping his hatred in check. He also had the ability to respect the people who were different from most humans, the ones who got to know a person rather than judge them immediately. Once, the Gobi container had actually met the Yondaime Hokage during the war, and though they were enemies, Han bore no grudge for being beaten by the Yellow Flash, even if it was rather easily and humiliating from what Rashi heard. Of course, now Rashi had to make adjustments to a few formations to account for the fact that there was probably going to be a few IWA troops being taken off of the field, on account of Han possibly having to dish out a few concussions. If that was what it took to keep the situation from escalating, Rashi was prepared to have it done. Commander, we have a messenger hawk from Suna here for you. A sand ninja shouted to the general leader of the Tsunade invasion forces. With a confused frown, the commander followed his underling to where the hawk had settled. He recognized the Kazekage seal, confusing him further, because if the hawk came from Suna, and the Kazekage was in Konoha, how would the Kazekage have sent the message from Suna? But the hawk was recognizable as one from Suna, and the commander even recognized a small, almost unnoticeable scar on the bird's talon, because this same hawk had delivered him messages twice before. The commander took the scroll from the hawk, and unfurled it. His eyes narrowed as he read the Kazekage's message. I see. Let each of the division leaders that there has been a change of plans. The Sand Shinobi nodded and shunshined. The Sand Commander turned his gaze back to the Hidden Leaf, angered that their ally had so deviously deceived them like the letter said. He was quite eager to join the Leaf, and if the contents of the letter were accurate the stone, in making certain that Orochimaru's signal would be him signing his own death warrant. The battle so far between the two former failures was even. Though it was clear that Lee was easily the faster of the two, Hinata was able to trace his movements fairly well. That said, though Lee tagged her with a few solid blows so far, she had been able to defend herself from the worst of it and land a few chakra-laced nicks to Lee's extremities. Lee backed off from another of these strikes, and rushed to one of the arena walls to run along it until he managed to get behind her, and used the wall to kick off at her. Even if she could see behind her, it was still harder to block attacks coming from behind than from the front. Even so, she was able to turn around quickly enough to raise both arms to take the force of the kick he had aimed for her chest. She was thrown back but managed to keep on her feet and sidestep when Lee practically materialized in front of her and attempt to bring his knee into her chin. Her retaliatory attack was a swift kick to the side, which threw him to the side though he also recovered quickly. She pressed her advantage, engaging in a brief exchange of blows that ultimately resulted in Lee ramming his leg in the side of Hinata's head, only for her to vanish in a puff of smoke. Being a shadow clone she had made the moment Lee had been reeling from her previous kick. The real Hinata rushed Lee from the side and managed to land a direct hit to his side, forcing her chakra into his coils. He skidded away and coughed up a small amount of blood. He panted for a second before he looked up to Guy, who nodded. He smiled and gazed at Hinata, who was once again in her gentle fist stance. "I hope you are prepared for what I have in store for you, Hinata-san," he said as he undid the bandages on his arms. "I must warn you, I cannot guarantee your safety if we continue." "I am prepared, Lee-san," Hinata stated. Her eyes widened when she saw an increase in Lee's chakra through her Byakugan. "First gate, gate of opening, open!" Lee thought before he was right in front of her again and kicked her in the chin, knocking her upwards. She floated for a second before he was behind her in the air and wrapped her in his bandages. Within an instant, they were both heading down to the ground while spinning at a high speed. Primary lot. Lee never finished as a cocoon of chakra-coated Hinata, shredding the bandages, and she slapped off of Lee to get the needed momentum for the rotation. Kaiten! The dome of chakra sprung in midair, slamming into Lee and throwing him painfully to the ground where he skidded several times before he stopped with a groan. Hinata righted herself and landed on her feet. Hayashi and Hanabi watched in surprise from the stands, the former wondering when Hinata learned to perform the technique, for he had yet to try teaching it to her. "That really hurts, Hinata-san," Lee said as he struggled to a sitting position. He rose to his feet with effort. "But I am far from finished." Once again, Hinata's eyes were widening in shock as Lee's chakra coils were flooded with another burst of chakra. "Second gate, gate of healing, open!" And now, third gate, gate of life, open! Lee's skin turned bright red and Hinata cautiously prepared herself for whatever Lee had in store. She still barely noticed in time when Lee charged again, faster than ever. "Kaiten!" The defensive sphere once again appeared, but Lee retreated from its power, and rushed forward again when it stopped and kicked Hinata in the gut, causing her to be flung back and slammed into the wall with enough force to crack it. Lee followed up but was forced to back off when Hinata produced a Rasengan and thrust it at his oncoming approach. They faced off once again, Hinata panting and bleeding a bit from the mouth while Lee decided to go all the way and open his two remaining gates. Fourth gate, gate of pain, open! Fifth gate, gate of limit, open! Hinata rose to her feet and watched the display of chakra rush through his coils. The spectators watched in awed silence while Itachi was explaining to the mostly confused Genin watching the fight about the 8 celestial gates, and after asking Guy, that Lee had opened 5 of them. Hinata realized that her chances of catching Lee with the Rasengan were slim at this point, and decided to unveil her new jutsu. A Rasengan appeared in each of her palms, and the spiraling chakra then seemed to disperse and spread over her forearms, to the shock of Naruto and Minato as they watched. "What on earth?" Minato asked, surprised to see his creation altered in such a manner, the other Kage also looking intrigued. "How is she doing that?" An awestruck Naruto queried, prompting Neji to activate his Byakugan to see the basis behind this ability. "I am not sure," Neji said as he stared intently at this new form of the Rasengan's structure. "But from what I can see, she somehow spread the Rasengan's power over her arms while keeping it stable. It also seems as though she is emitting a small amount of chakra from the Tenketsu in the area the Rasengan covers, which must have something to do with how it is stabilized in that form." "I see," Naruto said, looking down at his teammate in approval, realizing that while this new application of the Rasengan was less concentrated on one area, it would allow for a much easier time in defending against enemy attacks, and possibly landing the blows on enemies. Meanwhile, Hayashi and other members of the Hyuga clan were observing through their Byakugans, quite interested in the Jutsu .8 trigrams Rasengan. Hinata said as she entered her stance once more. "Rasengan!" Spiraling fists. Lee stared at the technique for a few moments before he nodded and said, "Let's finish this, Hinata-san." Hinata charged Lee, who disappeared and reappeared behind her with his inhuman speed and threw a punch at the back of her head. She was just fast enough to turn and deflect the blow with her wrist, and there was a cracking noise as the Rasengan did its damage to Lee's fist. He hastily kicked Hinata in the chest to launch her away, though she was able to defend against the worst of the hit by emitting chakra from the spot the instant before impact. Lee clutched his clearly broken right hand for a moment before he resumed his attack. His next kick caught Hinata in the right side, causing her to cough up more blood, but she was still able to slam her hand down on his left leg before the momentum of the blow threw her away, and his tibia snapped from the power of the Rasengan. Hinata staggered when her feet stopped skidding, the Rasengan having gone out in her right arm so she could clutch her side, but it was still going on her left arm. Lee, meanwhile, sank momentarily to his knee. His body was feeling like it was falling apart at this point, with the 5 gates he had opened so far tearing his muscles, and the bones where the Rasengan had struck were almost shattered at this point. He managed to force himself up, though it was clear that he was favoring his left leg, and he leapt a final time at Hinata, in hopes that he could finish this with a final decisive strike before she could land another blow with the new jutsu. But his body gave out on him at that moment, and he fell short, skidding on his front at Hinata's feet. Minato and Naruto meanwhile were thinking hard on the new version of the Rasengan. This Rasengan sacrificed the power of the original jutsu for a more widespread area of attack, or defense. Despite the slight lack of damage to the point of attack, the Rasengan was a better choice for defending against attacks or hitting an opponent in many cases, because with the Rasengan, there was really only one potential angle to use it for offense or defense. Not only that, but the Rasengan was a one-blow jutsu before it was used up. The Rasengan seemed to stick around after each blow until the user decided to release it. It was clearly a higher rank, possibly low S rank jutsu. I declare Hinata Hyuga the winner! Hate shouted to the applause of the crowd. Chapter 18 Continuing Exams. That was very impressive, Hinata, Shizen said to the heiress as she was patching her up. Lee had been taken to get treatment from Tsunade herself, to make sure Hinata had not done permanent damage added to the torn muscles he had given himself when he had opened his gates. I hope I did not hurt Lee too much, Hinata said, feeling a little guilty about the damage she caused. Don't worry, Tsunade is the best medic out there. Lee is in very good hands. Whatever damage you did to him was less than what he did to himself at any rate. I just hope I can patch you up enough for you to have a decent match against Gaara. I hear he is very tough. So what do you all think? Minato asked the other 3 Kage. I definitely think that the Hinata girl has a very good shot at making Chunin, Inoki said thoughtfully. She handled herself well against the boy after he opened 5 gates, no less. Not only that, but she knows several high-ranked jutsu, one of them an original based off of one of her others. That Lee kid I am not so sure of. He definitely has talent and taijutsu ability, but that seems to be it. No ninjutsu or genjutsu, and he seems to be reckless with his own well-being. I agree entirely with Itsutsuki, the disguised Orochimaru concurred. The girl, almost certainly. The boy still has a good chance, though not nearly as good. Mei nodded her agreement with the assessments. Let's watch the second match, and see how these next 2 competitors do. Sakura and Tenten stood in the arena staring each other down. Now remember, Hate began. This extra match can only last a maximum of 20 minutes, and no matter who wins, you will have no matches after this one. So it is best if you 2 go all out from the beginning. Begin! He shouted the last word and activated a timer. Sakura was very fast in pulling out a kunai and throwing it at Tenten, who dodged the weapon, expecting a hidden by genjutsu explosive tag attached to it, but did not get one. Sakura rushed the other girl with a kunai in hand. Get ready to have your ass kicked! The pink head declared as she thrust forward with her weapon. Tenten dodged and unsealed a mace from a scroll. I would say the same to you, but there is not much, if any, ass to kick on you. The genin in the stands froze as the words reached them. She is so dead, a pale Naruto said to the agreement of Sasuke, who was sweat dropping. Tenten swung the mace, but when she hit Sakura, she burst into petals. Genjutsu, Tenten muttered as she looked around for the real Sakura. Her search was halted when she felt a hand grab her lower leg. Earth-style headhunter jutsu, Sakura declared as she yanked Tenten down. Unfortunately, Tenten was having none of it as she brought her mace down at Sakura, forcing her to release her opponent after she was only shin-deep in the earth to avoid the blow. Tenten wasted no time unsealing a few shuriken from another scroll and throwing them at her opponent, giving her a needed opportunity to channel some chakra to her legs and burst out of the ground. Not bad, Pinky, Tenten said, taking out 2 scrolls and unfurling them. Try this on twin rising dragons. Crap, Sakura muttered, remembering this technique against Shikamaru. Earth-style Terra shield. Looks like Sakura has an affinity for earth, Sasuke said interestedly as they saw the slab of earth rise up in between the 2 kunoichi. Yep, she spent a month learning those techniques once she found out her affinity to the element, Kiba replied. Maybe I should train with her a little, Naruto mused, thinking of his own training with the element. That won't work. Tenten shouted as the first of her weapons from her attack unsealed. I have improved this technique. As she said that, she started throwing the weapons at the slab, with exploding tags attached. Each weapon impacted the defense with a lot of force, the explosions cracking it before they blasted through it. Sakura's pained cry could be heard over the blasts. Should have thought of that long ago, Tenten said as she ended the technique and landed. Sakura's unconscious form was smoking a little. Looks like you had better call the match proctor. She was cut off when Sakura came out of the ground about 15 feet behind Tenten with a few of her own exploding tagged kunai, and threw them at Tenten. Only the older girl's reflexes saved her there, allowing her to dodge the worst of the explosive tags, though she still got rather singed. What the how did you do that? Easy, Sakura replied. I just went underground to avoid your assault and made you think you got me with my genjutsu, demonic illusion false surroundings technique. All done under the cover of my shield. Why you? Tenten growled in frustration as she unsealed her mace again and charged. Earth-style Terra shield. Sakura cast again. Not working this time, Tenten declared as she leapt the barrier before Sakura could do anything behind it. She grinned and brought the mace down again. To her shock, Sakura merely dissolved and a bunch of exploding tags shimmered into view. Shit! Tenten shouted as they went off. The explosions dampened to a point where they would not be fatal, but the blast still sent Tenten flying into a wall. The girl slumped, too weak to move at this point. How? Sakura came out of the ground again. Easy, the fake body was not the only thing I did when I used the false surroundings technique. I also kept myself from view and had another image of me set up. I went underground then to avoid your attack as I said I did before. Then while you were still preoccupied throwing things at the fake body, I set up the exploding tags here, using my genjutsu to hide them. Then when you were done, I had the image come out of the ground where the tags were hidden, and while I was still hiding with my genjutsu, I threw my remaining tags attached to kunai at you, while having my image do the same, timing it so it looked like she threw real ones so you would think she was real as well. When you charged, I went back underground to avoid my own trap while I had my image cast the Terra shield, which was also an illusion by the way. Once you attacked my fake, you were in my trap. Hook, line and sinker. The winner is Sakura Haruno. Hate shouted. He checked the timer to see that the match had been just under 10 minutes. Great. Naruto muttered. You might want to pack and flee the village, Itachi-sensei. Why? The Uchiha asked before Tsunade burst onto the balcony. I told you Sakura would win the fight, Gaki, she said with glee. Pay up. Itachi paled rapidly as he realized that Tsunade had beaten Naruto in a bet, and since Tsunade winning a bet was considered an omen on a scale of a Kyuubi attack, and since Naruto was a polar opposite and lost one. He was just about to take Naruto's advice when the blonde started laughing. Oh, you should see your face, he chortled. I told you he would fall for it, Bachan. Now you pay up. Lucky, Tsunade grumbled, handing. I should have tried sabotaging it with bad acting. That would be cheating now, wouldn't it? That was not funny, Itachi muttered, ignoring the sniggering from the genin and their jonin senseis that thought otherwise. That girl with the pink hair was quite impressive, Kuratsuchi said to her grandfather. She totally outwitted the girl with the arsenal. I am in agreement, Inoki said. She thought several steps ahead, luring her opponent into her trap expertly, and she kept her head the entire time, even after having been insulted with the not much to kick comment. She's got one over on Kushina. She would have tried to kill Tenten there and then. Minato chuckled before paling as he felt his wife's killing intent. I said that aloud, didn't I? You do realize that you are just proving his point right now, right? Ao's sweat dropped as everyone else in the Kage box was treated to the show of Kushina throttling Minato. Are both of you prepared to fight? Hate asked the tired Hinata and the inscrutable Gaara. When they nodded, he shouted, Begin! Hinata quickly jumped back to avoid the swift wave of sand from Gaara's gourd. She knew that she would have to close in soon. She was suited to close-range combat, and her opponent was best at fighting from a distance with that sand of his, and Naruto had told her that he likely had the ability to defend against most attacks with it as well. She also knew that she had to finish the fight fast if she wanted to win. Her chakra was rather low after her fight with Lee, though thanks to Shizen, her injuries were more manageable and her reserves were at about a third of their maximum. She rushed the boy, intent on getting close enough to tag him with a Rasengan or a Rasenkin. She ended up assaulted on all sides with several waves of sand. Kaiten! She shouted and her defensive rotation flung the sand away. Before she could continue her rush, she felt her feet being pulled down and realized that the sand beneath her feet had grabbed her and was tugging her into the ground. Thinking fast, she channeled chakra to her feet to loosen its grip and made a shadow clone, which grabbed her arm and managed to pull her free. The clone then proceeded to spin while still holding the original's arm and fling her at Gaara. Gaara sent a few more waves of sand at the incoming Hyuga. She formed a Rasengan in each hand again and converted them into the Rasengan, before using her new jutsu to knock away the incoming attacks. She landed about 10 feet away from Gaara, whose sand shield rose up to defend him from her next attack. She plunged one of her Rasengan fists into the shield, and the sand dispersed from around where her arm was, allowing her to get through the defense. Gaara's eyes widened and he started to back up, but Hinata stayed with him and used her remaining chakra to return the Rasengan on one of her arms back to its original state. Rasengan! She cried as she forced the sphere into the Ichibi container's gut. Yurg! Gaara gritted out as he was thrown back and hit one of the trees in the arena. Hinata fell to her hands and knees panting. No way. Temari said with Baki and Kankuro also looking on in disbelief. Did she really just manage to get a hit off on Gaara? Please let Gaara still be conscious, Kankuro said with his face paling under his war paint. Makeup cough. This is bad, Baki thought in fear. If Gaara just lost, the plan may be jeopardized. Hinata was just starting to rise when a large amount of sand suddenly wrapped around her, restraining her movements. Gaara rose to his feet, wincing as chips of his sand armor fell from his gut where the Rasengan had hit, showing that even with the layer of protection, he had the abdomen part of his shirt torn pretty bad and he was bleeding a small amount from the impact zone. Some internal damage was also evident from a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. I give up, Hinata sighed. I do not have any more chakra to fight at this point, and even if I did, he has me. The victor is Gaara! Hate shouted to the crowd, who were quite entertained by the fight. Gaara released Hinata and she fell to the ground again. He stepped up to her and held his hand down to her, causing his siblings and Baki to once again wonder what the hell had gotten into him lately. You did quite well, he stated as she took his hand and he helped her up. That was the first time anyone has wounded me, in this timeline at least. You should get some rest now. Well, that match was far too short for my tastes, Mei said as Hinata walked back up next to Naruto, who was offering encouragement to her, and Gaara rejoined his siblings. But it more than made up for it with the entertainment value packed all the way through. I agree with that, Inoki said with a chuckle. That Gaara boy of yours Kazekage, he has a solid ability for long-range combat, and would have had most enemies at his mercy before they even got close enough to test those defenses he has shown. The girl had already impressed me in her last match, but this time she also displayed quick thinking when she was caught. Those shadow clones. Such a useful jutsu, eh? He laughed as he thought about the time the jutsu had recently saved him ever since he learned it could be used to defeat the devil reincarnate. You have no idea, Minato chuckled. I would hate to go through another day in office as Hokage without that godsend to help defeat the paperwork I have to deal with. Both Mei and the disguised Kazekage stared at Minato with shocked expressions on their faces. Do you want the scroll, Lady Mizukichi? Ao asked with a sweat drop and she nodded. He fumbled in his robes for a moment, and gave her a scroll he had packed. She unfurled it and unsealed a wooden post that had the words, for when realizing something completely obvious, engraved on it. As she proceeded to bruise her brain by banging her head against it, calling herself an idiot with each impact, Orochimaru buried his face in his hands and wept anime tears. How could I have not thought of that? He mentally demanded to no one in particular. I am supposed to be the genius of the Sannin for crying out loud. If I had just figured that out long ago, I could have done so many of those experiments I had to scrap due to lack of time. So you know about that then? Inoki cackled with glee as he and Minato took in the reactions of the other Kage. Honestly, when I was told that was the key, I had a similar reaction to the Mizukichi, only my desk was what was on hand. Well, good for you for knowing while you are still young. Maybe you won't get any wrinkles or gray hairs for a while yet. Too late for that, Kushina chuckled and she sifted through Minato's hair, which caused him to pale, and frantically unseal a mirror from a scroll and tried to find the culprit hair. I'm just kidding, honey, she laughed to his relief. I don't know whether I want to kiss you two right now or kill you for not letting me in on the secret sooner, Mei said when she finished with her self-inflicted punishment, and pointed at Minato and Inoki. I could do with a kiss, Inoki said with his face reddening and his nose bleeding, earning a punch to the back of his head from his granddaughter. This guy is mine to both kiss and kill, Kushina said with her arms wrapped around Minato from behind. Aren't you, honey? She asked with her voice dripping false sweetness, and her grip tightened marginally with a touch of killing intent. Yes, ma'am. The blonde hastily replied with a pitch in his tone. Well, color me surprised, Akatsuchi laughed. I had no idea that the legendary yellow flash was so whipped. Got a problem with that? Minato growled as he flared some of his own killing intent, showing that he could be pretty damn scary himself. And no, sir. Akatsuchi gulped. If this comedy session is now over, the disguised Kage sighed. The next match should be just about to start. Begin! Hate declared, and Kankuro immediately jumped back as far as he could to get some distance from his opponent, and brought out Crow as he went. Kiba also wasted no time in taking a food pill and giving one to Akamaru. They took on their mutual man-beast clone forms and rushed Kankuro and his puppet. Fawn over fawn! Kiba growled as he and Akamaru took on their drill forms. Kankuro responded with a chuckle and had Crow fire a poison smoke bomb between him and his oncoming attackers. Expecting this to at least buy time for him to protect himself, Kankuro dashed towards the cover of the trees. Kiba thought fast, stopped his attack, and while still in midair threw a kunai with an exploding tag at the smoke ahead of Akamaru. The explosion dispersed the smoke cloud, allowing Akamaru to continue uninterrupted after Kankuro passed Crow. Kankuro hastily used his skills to dodge and attempted to bring Crow between him and his attacker again. Kiba was once again using his drill-like attack to go after Kankuro, resulting in the puppet master dodging again and having Crow fire poison kunai at the dog boy before hastily jumping to the side, dodging the worst of Akamaru's attack but getting the front of his shirt torn when he still got grazed. Kiba stopped his attack again and deflected the poisoned weapons with one of his own kunai before attaching another tag to the one he used and throwing it at the puppet master, who was forced to ignore Crow for a second to avoid the deadly blast. This turned out to be a mistake. A puppet user's main weakness was their inability to focus on themselves and their puppets at the same time, especially the ones with little experience. As a result, whenever a puppeteer was using the puppet, he made himself more vulnerable to attack. This also worked the other way. Whenever the user was busy doing something that did not involve using their puppets, such as dodging, this left said puppets vulnerable. While discussing potential strategies with Akamaru, Kiba and his faithful partner came to this conclusion. End result: while Kankuro was busy avoiding the explosive tag, Akamaru smashed into Crow, blasting the tool into pieces. Wow, Kiba was never that smart while he was in the academy, Naruto said to Sakura as she cheered on her teammate. Or in the previous timeline either, but I can't say that aloud. Yeah, he was an idiot, Sakura agreed. But when we became Team 8, I started beating him a little whenever he did something stupid. Unfortunately, that turned out to be rather often at first. She deadpanned the last part, and Naruto's sweat dropped while Sasuke made mental note to be careful if she ever completely shook off her fangirl persona. Eventually he learned to start thinking before he acted, which was a good thing. You may not have known it from the way he acted in the past, but he actually has a decent head when he bothers to use it. You've got him pretty well trained then, huh? Naruto sniggered and Sakura laughed as well. Yeah, but he hates it when I use that particular T-word about him. But yes, I was able to get him to research puppetry a little even though he hates reading, so he knew from the get-go that the weapons and smoke were probably poisoned, and you can see that he is taking pains to avoid it. Kankuro cursed as he was forced to avoid another set of attacks from his two opponents. If he could only get a free moment, he could attach his chakra strings to a few key pieces of Crow and still use them, but the assault from his opponents was relentless. Thinking as hard as he could under the pressure, he came up with a hasty plan. As the two drills came at him, he decided to wait for the right moment before leaping between them and past them. Their momentum would carry them away from him, and he would be able to have a few moments to get the pieces of Crow he needed to try a continued fight. Now, he thought as he implemented his idea. Unfortunately for him, Kiba had already had this method of dodging shown to him by his sister Hana, and he had a counter. With a shit-eating grin, Kiba stopped his rotation again and threw a blunt kunai to Akamaru, who stopped his spinning as well to catch it. Kankuro then felt the impact of a ninja wire at the moment he was between his opponents, and he realized that said wire was attached to the kunai Kiba had thrown to Akamaru, while Kiba had another kunai attached to the other end. Kankuro was slammed to the ground and Kiba and Akamaru drove their kunai into the ground, pinning the puppeteer down. Kankuro realized that his chances of getting free before they had the chance to use their drilling attack on him were non-existent. Proctor, I withdraw from the match, he said. Winner by surrender, Kiba Inuzuka. Hate shouted and the crowd cheered. Guess you are next, hush Shikamaru? Naruto said to the lazy Naro as they watched a sullen Kankuro gather the pieces of his broken puppet, while Kiba was still doing his victory dance. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed as he watched Temari get into the ring by leaping the railings on her fan. I have to fight another girl, not to mention one of the same girls as last time. You do realize that I have to make Chunin right? While everyone else present just assumed that it was either because he was too scared of his mother to fail, or because Asuma was groaning about being the only Leaf Sensei present who had students not in the third round, Naruto knew the real reason. After they had restored the Nara's memories, his slight smoking addiction he had acquired after Asuma had died last time had returned mentally, and he was still fighting minor withdrawal symptoms. Once he was a Chunin, the old enough to kill, old enough to drink, old enough to smoke would finally legally apply to him, so he was a little more motivated to get the rank this time. That's the spirit, Shikamaru. Naruto laughed, and Shikamaru froze and shivered. Why do I have the bad feeling that I forgot something important that is troublesome for me and will cause me pain? he thought before he was pushed over the railing by the overenthusiastic blonde again. Oh, that's why. Crash. Temari winced in slight sympathy as Shikamaru landed headfirst in the arena, kicking up some dust. Troublesome fights, troublesome girls, troublesome blonde girls, Shikamaru chanted, loud enough for Temari to hear, causing her to develop a tick mark at the last part. And troublesome skull fractures, Shikamaru finished as he rose. The air above the Hokage monument cracked, and 6 figures stepped from the rift onto the head of the Sandaime. 3 of them were wearing Akatsuki cloaks, one of them recognizable as Kisame, while another was rather bulky under his cloak though he was short, and had a mechanical tail. The third of this set had darkish skin and wore a cloth over his mouth. The other 3 had very few features that showed beyond their own hooded cloaks in pure black, though one had a short sword strapped across his back, the hilt in a spot that suggested he was left-handed, while another had a noticeably empty right sleeve. As this group had planned, IWA had involved both of their Jinchuriki in the invasion, which meant that during the chaos would be a perfect chance to take a massive step towards their goals. The cloaked figure with the missing right arm looked towards the arena, and his remaining fist clenched. Soon, Sasuke Uchiha, I will make good on the promise that I made when last we met. Chapter 19 very soon. Was it really too much to hope for someone to make a hole where I needed it? Shikamaru thought as he stepped into place to face Temari, thinking about how he was going to fight this time. I guess that I am just going to catch her another way. Lucky I thought ahead for this fight. His hand was on his weapon pouch as he thought this. Begin! Hate shouted and Shikamaru was quick to dash for the cover of the trees, throwing a few shuriken at Temari as he went. She simply deflected them off of her fan and opened it all the way immediately afterwards. Wind-style sickle weasel technique. She shouted and Shikamaru dove into the cover not a second too soon as the gale blasted after him, stripping the bark from several of the trees as it went. The Nara was still cut up pretty bad, but he escaped the worst of it. Temari smirked before she saw a certain black line speeding towards her. She quickly jumped back several times to avoid it before she drew a line where it would end. True to her calculations, the shadow possession jutsu stopped right at the line. Shikamaru noted that it was a little farther back than it had been the last time, due to the fact it had taken longer to get to this fight than it had last time, so the shadows he used were longer. Sorry, but I know how that jutsu works. All I have to do is stay behind this line and you can't touch me. Shikamaru shrugged and entered his meditative pose. He did have to come up with a new strategy this time, but that did not mean that he had to toss away some of the things he did last time. What sign is that? Kurenai asked Asuma as they watched from their place on the stands. She was then treated to a brief lecture on Shikamaru's intellect from her boyfriend. She was truly shocked when she heard of his inhuman IQ score. At that point, Shikamaru rose and threw some shuriken and kunai at Temari, who deflected them with her fan again before she noticed his shadow coming for her again. She made sure she was behind her safe line before she realized the danger, and jumped further back just in time to avoid the shadow as it passed the line. Clearly he had stalled enough to let the shadows lengthen with the day. She retaliated with another wind burst at him, forcing him to take cover behind the tree, removing his vest and tying it off to a kunai. Come on, Shikamaru, get her! Ino shouted at her teammate from her spot in the stands next to Choji, who was carelessly eating his chips. Temari was gloating that she still had Shikamaru cornered when Kankuro shouted, Temari, above you! Temari looked up in time to see the makeshift parachute made of Shikamaru's vest and a kunai float over the arena, its shadow approaching. Shit! Temari cursed as she dashed to the side and Shikamaru used the shadow of the parachute to extend his range in another attempt to catch her, but he once again failed and the parachute fell to earth, its shadow now useless. Temari smirked at Shikamaru, and she quickly formed a plan to use a standard clone as a distraction so she could finish the fight before the shadows of her opponent got any longer than they already were. Before she could though, she saw the boy raise his arm up with a roundish object in his hands and throw it down behind the tree he was next to. There was a flash of light, for it was indeed a flash bomb he had thrown down, and the shadow of the tree flared forward, ending right next to Temari. She desperately tried to jump away, but it was too late. Shikamaru's shadow came from the trees and she was caught before she had gone 3 feet. Shadow possession jutsu is a success, Shikamaru said as he walked up to Temari, her meeting him halfway. Now then, shall we do this the easy way with you giving up, or? Temari froze as she felt Shikamaru's shadow slowly come up her body in the form of a hand, and rest on her neck as though it was solid. Will I have to deprive you of air for the next minute and render you unconscious? Temari groaned. Fine, Proctor, I give up. Hate raised an arm and shouted, winner by surrender, Shikamaru Nara. Great, now please let that be enough for a promotion, Shikamaru thought, practically begging any deity that was listening. I can't stand going without a smoke for much longer, and if Asuma catches me trying to pilfer his stash again. Shikamaru shuddered at the memory of the one time he had tried that. Asuma could be pretty scary when it came to defending his stash. Odd, Shikaka said. I do not remember teaching Shikamaru the shadow strangulation part of the jutsu. It's too troublesome to figure out. I thought Shikamaru would have quit by now, Choji said as he burped, before he got hit upside the head by Ino, though whether it was because of the lack of faith in their teammate, or the rude burp or a combination, she never said. That was a pretty impressive match, the fake Kazekage mused. He was able to strategize quite efficiently and forced her to where he could get her the easiest with that flash bomb's extension of the tree's shadow. It was also impressive that he was able to outwit my daughter, she is a smart girl. Minato and Kushina stiffened though no one else noticed. You should not call a person not related to you your daughter, Orochimaru, even if you are trying to maintain a charade. Minato thought with irritation. It is insulting to the one who actually raised the child. I agree with the assessment of the Nara boy, Anoki replied. His wits were a great asset in this battle. If he is not made a chunin, I will be seriously questioning the intelligence of everyone else in this village. Good luck, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as the blonde adjusted Arashikata's strap before he headed to the steps. Not to worry, Hinata-chan, I have no intention of losing to Shino, Naruto said with a smirk. He is good and all, but I want to face Sasuke too much to let him beat me. He jumped into the arena while Shino simply took the stairs. I hope you are prepared for a tough battle, Namikaze-san, Shino stated. For I too desire to face Uchiha-san in the next round. This will be a good fight, Anoki said. I am looking forward to seeing exactly what the Yellow Flash's son is capable of. Wasn't he part of the team that convinced Zabuza to join this village? Mei asked interestedly. Yep, that's right, Kushina boasted. He actually managed to single-handedly defeat one of said Nilbrow's water clones, and he has only gotten stronger since then. That is pretty impressive, Mei replied. I too am eager to see what he is capable of. If the strength his teammate Hinata has shown is any indication, Minato said with a smile. We will be in for a treat when he fights Sasuke, for I have no doubt my son will win this round. Oh, so the happy couple are teammates then? Mei asked with a devious chuckle, causing Minato and Kushina to sputter and go a very deep shade of red. A couple? Kushina asked in shock, pounding Minato's back, because he had been taking a refreshing sip of lemonade when Mei had said the statement, and was now choking on it. Of course, are you blind? Mei giggled. Even from here it was plain to see the way the two look at each other. They are completely love-struck. Great, a recovered Minato sighed. How could they have missed it? Looks like one of us is going to be stuck giving him the dreaded talk already. He and Kushina stared intensely at each other before they launched into a few furious rounds of Janken, and the Japanese equivalent of rock, paper, scissors, the first two tying, before Minato won the third round, to Kushina's furious displeasure. Fine, she pouted with her arms crossed, ignoring Kuratsuchi's sniggering. But you get a kari in the next one when the time comes for them. Minato had once again chosen the wrong moment to take a drink of his beverage before he choked again. And next one? He gasped after he had full use of his bronchial tubes again. You don't mean that you're… Gotcha! Kushina cackled while pointing at her embarrassed husband with both of her index fingers, earning chuckles from most present and a relieved sigh from Minato. Although, after last night's fun, who knows, I might be. Minato's face did a very good impression of what Hinata's used to around Naruto, while Inoki was once again pounded on the head by Kuratsuchi for thinking perverted thoughts that were evidenced by the trickle of blood from his oversized nose. Please don't discuss our bedroom activities around others so casually, Kushina, Minato groaned with his face in both of his hands. Not my fault you are so easy to tease, lucky bastard, Inoki muttered. Begin! Naruto drew Arashikata and channeled some wind chakra into the blade before slashing in Shino's direction, discharging the chakra from the blade and sending the chakra slash at the Aburame in the same manner as Felix's thundering gale slice, though not quite as fast or powerful. Gale slash! The blonde shouted as he did this. Shino reacted quickly enough to dodge and sent a wave of his insects at Naruto. Huh, that's an interesting technique, Asuma mused after seeing the gale slash. As he watched Naruto avoid the insects and create two shadow clones, he continued, I'm going to have to ask him where he learned to do that. It would come in handy to be able to still apply my fighting style from a distance like that. Shino ducked a swarm of shuriken from the clones Naruto made and dived to the side when the original closed in during the diversion and attempted to cut him with his ninjato. After Shino finished rolling away from this last attack, he sent two more waves of insects at Naruto, who dived back and sent another gale slash at the leading wave, splitting it. Before he went too far, Shino tossed an exploding kunai at the blonde, which exploded in Naruto's face, only for the blonde to turn out to be a shadow clone. Geez, Shino, what is with your team and exploding tags? The real Naruto demanded as he attacked Shino from behind, impaling the Aburame with his blade, only for him to dissolve into insects, showing him to be a clone. My apologies, but they are most useful, Shino stated from the center of the arena, having taken out the other two clones Naruto had made earlier while they had been occupied with the insect clone, which the insects it was made of were now trying to get on Naruto, who quickly backed up to avoid the swarm. Shino pushed his shades up before he continued, besides, my clan has most of their chakra set aside for our tenants to consume, so we are limited in our jutsu use. The tags that Sakura makes for the team is one way for me to compensate against enemies I can't beat with my insects alone. Can't argue there, Naruto replied, sheathing a Rashikata. Wind-style wind scatter shot, he declared as he formed 3 signs, gathered wind chakra into his left fist and thrust it at the approaching swarm, grabbing the bicep of his left arm with his right hand as he did so, jarring his left arm and stopping its momentum, causing the wind chakra to burst from his fist, widening as it went and scattering the swarm as it came. The wind scatter shot is a very useful B-rank jutsu that was best used for close to mid-range combat, due to it losing power as it widened its area of attack as it went. It was excellent for a heavy blow at point-blank range, though it was also useful for dealing with multiple weaker foes from a slight distance, as Naruto demonstrated against Shino's insects. Naruto turned to the real Shino to see 3 insect clones rushing him, 2 in front, and the third leaping into the air to go above Naruto. The blonde made a single shadow clone hastily. Wind-style wind scatter shot. They both shouted, the clone targeting the insect clone above them, and the original aiming for the 2 in front of him. The wind burst hit all 3 insect clones, scattering the insects, and revealing the exploding tags that had been concealed inside of them. sh. The original Naruto started before the tags detonated at point-blank range. It seems I am the victor, Shino said as the smoke cleared to show Naruto's unconscious and slightly smoking form. His musings were cut short as Naruto burst from the ground in front of Shino, while the Naruto that Shino had seen disappeared in a puff of smoke. Before the Aburame could react, he was run through a non-vital spot by Arashikata. Nope, sorry, Naruto said as Shino coughed up blood. You got me a little there with that blast, but I was fast enough to burrow beneath the ground to escape the worst of it, and cover my tracks with that clone. Works like a freaking charm pretty often too, he thought that last part with a grin as he remembered his victory over Neji last time. I suggest you surrender now, I clearly got the real you with that blood you are. He was cut off as Shino dissolved into insects again, a broken blood capsule falling to the ground. Shit, I fell for it. Naruto cursed as he leapt back again, this time covered with a few insects, though he managed to avoid the bulk of the swarm. Wind-style wind scatter shot. He hit the swarm again, killing the insects in front of him, and the ones that had gotten onto him left his body, unable to consume any more of his staggering reserves. Naruto whipped around to see the real Shino come from the ground and throw 2 more exploding kunai at him. Just in time, Naruto sent a gale slash at the kunai, detonating them both halfway between him and Shino, so either genin was harmed. Proctor, I withdraw, Shino said with a sigh then, shocking everyone present. I am almost out of my insects, and if I use any more, I risk losing the entire hive, and those were my last exploding tags as well. That was my last gambit, and even if I had a few more tries, I doubt I could defeat my opponent. He has hardly been drained at all from my efforts thus far. Hate nodded. Winner by surrender, Naruto Namikaze. The crowd pouted a little then, disappointed with how the fight had ended, but they had to admit it was good while it lasted, and they did now have Naruto vs Sasuke to look forward to, as soon as the final extra exhibition match was finished. Naruto and Shino walked back up the steps, letting the sound kunoichi pass them as they went while Neji leapt into the arena to face her. Well, that was quite entertaining, the fake Kazekage chuckled. Your son Minato was able to effectively counter all of his opponent's efforts throughout the fight, and clearly has a large amount of reserves, for he barely seems winded. That said, the Aburame also made a good showing of himself throughout, using tactics that would have been rather effective against just about any other lesser opponent, and even upon realizing he was beaten, calmly cut his losses, recognizing that the preservation of his hive was more important than showing a final exchange of blows to the judges. Both have earned the rank of Chunin in my eyes. Yes, that was very impressive, Inoki said. And I for one know that is not all your son can do, right? Well, Sasuke should be good enough to show us that, Minato said. I just hope the 2 teammates don't end up killing each other before the match ends. Why? May asked. Do they hate each other or something? No, quite the opposite actually. They are very close friends, best friends in fact. That is why they have such a high level of respect for each other, and will very likely give it their all during the fight. They would not be able to forgive each other if they gave anything but their best in the match. That works just fine for me, Orochimaru thought. Soon, I will see just what my new vessel is capable of. Kukukuku. Kin stood in front of Neji and shivered in fear at the prospect of what Orochimaru would do if she dared to lose. Flashback. Now Kin, I hope you realize just how disappointed I am in you and your teammates. Orochimaru, while disguised as the Sound Team's Jonin sensei, was saying in the hospital room the girl's broken bones were being treated in. However, you are luckier than they are, because you were given another fight to compete in. I hope you know what will happen if you fail me? Kin could not even move in fear of the killing intent she felt from her master. She had been given the job of killing the Hyuga genius in the extra match in hopes of removing a foe capable of killing a few sound ninja when the invasion began. A daunting prospect to be sure, but when she heard what Orochimaru planned to do with Dosu and Zaku, she knew she could not afford to fail. She watched Orochimaru leave and could finally breathe again. Now she knew. She served a complete monster. End flashback. Since that day, the girl lost count of the times she had considered fleeing, but got too scared to actually do so. She knew that Orochimaru would hunt her down if she tried to betray him, and fear for her life was enough to prevent her from doing so. Begin! Kin ran for the trees just like Shikamaru had done when he had fought Temari, throwing a few saban at her foe. This time, she had poisoned them with a mild but fast-acting hallucinogenic that would help to make her genjutsu more effective. Of course, Neji easily weaved between the incoming needles, not even getting a scratch. Kin jumped to one of the thicker branches of a tree, and then immediately jumped to another as her opponent was quick to follow and attempt to strike her with an open palm. The exploding tag she put on the tree trunk to cover her retreat went off then, but Neji was quick enough to avoid the blast by jumping back before resuming his bid for close combat. Kin wasted none of the time she bought in preparing her bells by throwing the samban they were attached to into different tree trunks. Neji got right in the center of these and was about 10 feet away from Kin. The girl smiled and jumped back as she started ringing her bells, confident that her opponent would not be able to reach her or disable the bells before her genjutsu set in. Of course, she forgot one thing. Kaiten! Neji shouted as the dome of rotating chakra sprung out and destroyed every single bell before she could use her genjutsu. Her eyes widened in horror as his absolute defense was used to quickly eliminate the catalyst for her technique. She timed her saban throws to try to catch him just as his rotation stopped, but he simply deflected them with his hands. You are within my range of divination, he said as he got into the stance. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He charged and struck all 64 of Kin's tenketsu he had targeted. Needless to say, she was nowhere near as tough as Naruto had been when he had been hit with the attack, and she went down like a sack of potatoes. Hate, declared Neji the winner. Oh well, I did not expect Kin to win anyway, Orochimaru mused while the other Kage discussed the match. I shall have to have her dealt with during the invasion. Naruto and Sasuke were going down the steps to the arena side by side and Naruto handed Sasuke a food pill. Remember, it's for when the shit hits the fan, don't take it during the fight, the blonde said. Sasuke nodded and they got into the center of the arena. Very soon, Orochimaru thought, the invasion will begin, and I will crush the Hidden Leaf Village and take Sasuke as my next host. Kukukuku. And thanks to Raisin's generous contribution, his eyes opened to show that the whites had turned crimson and the pupils were maroon with golden X's where the iris should be. I cannot fail, not with this power. And once I've added the Sharingan to this power, Naruto and Sasuke stood face to face in the arena. Glad I get to use these now, I've been saving them for this fight, Naruto said as he took out a scroll and unsealed a large number of Hiraishin kunai, gaining the crowd's interest. He can use Hiraishin? Mei asked in surprise and both Minato and Kushina nodded. He's held out on me, Shino thought with mild irritation. Hate nodded to both boys as the crowd held its breath in anticipation. Begin! Chapter 20 The invasion begins. Naruto launched his first Hiraishin kunai at Sasuke, who drew his sword and deflected it with a casual swipe of it and rushed the blonde. Naruto threw 2 more to the sides to give himself more options before drawing Arashikata to block Sasuke's blade, which had lightning chakra running through it. Fortunately, Naruto was already conducting wind chakra through his ninjato, so Sasuke's sword did not cut through. They broke apart and Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo impressing everyone present. This was the match most of the crowd had come to see, a matchup between a prodigy of the famous Uchiha clan and the son of the legendary Yondaime Hokage. The fact that they were teammates only made things all the more interesting for them. Naruto responded to the activation of the Sharingan by creating about 30 shadow clones, really amazing most Jonin who recognized them. Many of those Jonin could not make that many without exhausting themselves, but Naruto was not even winded or breaking a sweat, a testament to just how high his stamina was. Sasuke made 4 of his own shadow clones to try to even the odds slightly, and all of them rushed the small Naruto army. The following mass Kenjutsu battle was a sight to behold, and Hate was seriously considering requesting permission from the Hokage to teach the 2 of them his signature technique, the Crescent Moon Dance. With knowledge of both Kenjutsu and shadow clones, they already had the foundation for the technique. Sasuke was having a small amount of trouble with Naruto's superior numbers in this fight. He or one of his clones would manage to dispel one of Naruto's only for at least 2 more to attack. If it was not for the Sharingan, he would not have lasted very long. The ring of multiple blades clashing sounded out throughout the arena, along with the pops of clones being dispelled. Itachi activated his Sharingan to make sure he would be able to keep up with the fight. Sasuke backed up and had 6 Naruto clones coming at him from all sides, while Naruto was leaping forward and whipping around to face the 2 Sasuke clones that had tried to close in on him from the sides. Chidori stream! Sasuke shouted, and all 6 Naruto clones hit the shock barrier and dispelled. Wind-style wind scattershot. Naruto bellowed and hit both Sasuke clones in front of him, and they dispelled. Both Team 7 members turned to each other to see that only the originals remained, all the clones having been dispelled. Naruto immediately made 50 more. "You've gotta be kidding me," Sasuke said with a sweat drop before he ran to the wall, with the Shadow Clone Army, the original, in the lead. Moving fast, Sasuke ran about a quarter of the way up the wall before leaping off of it, casting hand signs as he sailed above and behind Naruto and his clones. Fire-style giant fireball jutsu. The clones had an "oh" look on their faces as they saw the inferno descend. Sasuke grinned before he saw the kunai that were thrown into the air. Hiraishin ones. All 50 clones in the original Naruto teleported above the fireball to avoid it, and they were all facing Sasuke, who was still in the air, and making familiar hand seals. "Shit," the raven-haired boy said as he made the familiar cross seal and made 3 shadow clones, and they all quickly cast hand signs. Wind-style wind scattershot. All 51 Narutos shouted in unison and launched massive airwaves at Sasuke, thanking Kami that there were potent barrier seals protecting the crowd from attacks that came from the arena. While the distance would normally have kept too much damage from occurring to Sasuke or the bystanders, 51 Narutos at once using the jutsu had the effect of increasing its potency. Fire-style giant fireball jutsu. Sasuke and his clones shouted and blasted their attacks at the incoming gale that put Temari's to shame. The fire and wind attacks met in midair and struggled against one another for a moment before they cancelled each other out, and both combatants landed and their clones dispelled. They ran straight at each other, and Sasuke cast some hand signs, causing his arm to be coated in lightning chakra, and Naruto held a chakra sphere in his hand. Chidori, Rasengan! Both attacks slammed into each other. Naruto and Sasuke struggled against one another for supremacy, either one giving the other any ground. They really are trying to kill each other, aren't they? Minato groaned as he wept anime tears into his hands. Sasuke should not be using such a dangerous jutsu against a comrade, the dog mask wearing Anbu behind Minato groaned. "Lighten up, you two," Kushina said, even though she also looked worried. "They know that they can handle the worst that the other throws at the other. This is the kind of battle they wanted to have for a while now, and if things go south, we have Tsunade back. That's what I am worried about," Minato grumbled. "If Naruto ends up in her care, she will put him in even worse shape than he came in for being a baka." Further conversation was halted when the clashing jutsus went off, exploding with enough force to launch both users back into the walls of the arena. "Ugh, that's gonna hurt in the morning," Naruto groaned as he rose from his wall crater, and Sasuke followed suit. "Quit feeling sorry for yourself, Dobe. I don't have a healing factor like you do," Sasuke grumbled in reply. "Jealous of my greatness, team?" Naruto mocked as he drew his ninjato again. "Hardly." Sasuke rolled his eyes and they dashed at each other again, Sasuke drawing his own blade as he went. They clashed blades for a moment before Naruto snapped a kick into Sasuke's gut, which the Uchiha actually recovered fast from and grabbed Naruto's leg with his free hand and spun to throw the blonde and cast his hand signs. Fire-style dragon flame jutsu. The large dragon-shaped blaze roared forth from Sasuke's mouth and straight at Naruto, who was still in the air. "Thanks, I've wanted to try this out for a while now," Naruto grinned before he thrust Arashikata forward and poured some of his chakra into the seals to activate them. The flaming dragon hit the sword and was absorbed right into it, surprising the crowd and Sasuke. Naruto cast a few signs then. Earth-style swamp of the underworld jutsu. Sasuke froze as he felt his feet sinking into the ground, and he realized he was in trouble when Naruto poured chakra into Arashikata again, and flames gathered into the blade. Remembering how Hinata had escaped Gaara's sand, Sasuke quickly made a Sheo clone and focused chakra to his feet to try loosening the swamp's grip on them, and his clone grabbed him and pulled him loose. Not a moment too soon too, for Naruto swung the ninjato in Sasuke's direction, and his own jutsu was sent right back at him, albeit a little smaller than before. Sasuke's clone wasted no time in throwing the original out of the way before dispelling. The dragon-shaped flame simply sputtered out once it hit the wall. What was that? Mei asked in shock. How did he absorb that attack and turn it on the originator? It's one of the features of that undersized katana, Kushina boasted. It is not only well made with the highest quality chakra conducting materials, but Minato and I both added seals to it that allows it to absorb just about any chakra-based jutsu that comes into contact with the blade, and then use it against the enemy. It still has drawbacks, tough, Minato said. While Arashikata has those seals, they require a lot of chakra to activate due to the diversity of the jutsus that it will be called upon to absorb, more than is usually practical. In fact, it would only take a few uses to completely exhaust the average shinobi. Of course, with Naruto's reserves, it is the perfect weapon for him, though he still tries to simply avoid or block attacks when he can, unless he really wants to use an opponent's jutsu against them, though that is only practical with the more powerful ones, because the sword is not able to keep the chakra within it for very long and the techniques weaken as time passes before the user releases them, because in order for the user to be able to use the jutsus against the originator, we had to leave the seals slightly open so the user could release the jutsus without destroying the seals. As a result, the jutsu's chakra leaks out, and it completely fades after a few minutes if the user waits that long. As far as I know, this is the first time Naruto has used the power. I see, Mei said thoughtfully. Even with the drawbacks, that sword is one that could rival the blades of the 7 ninja swordsmen if it was in the right hands. Meanwhile, the battle became more heated as both combatants once again closed in on each other, and their blades clashed, occasionally throwing a punch or a kick in. The crowd watched in awe at the speed and skill the two were displaying. What the hell were these two doing in the Chunin exams? It felt like they were watching a fight for a Jonin exam rather than Chunin. Naruto took a kick to his side and flipped backwards and cast a few hand signs. Earth-style earth wall. A large rock wall rose up between him and Sasuke, the latter of whom charged, and lightning chakra encased his head again. Chidori! He shouted as he penetrated the wall, only to find that Naruto was not on the other side of it. Frantically looking around, he spotted the blonde above him, holding a Hiraishin kunai, and realized that under the cover of the wall, the blonde had thrown the kunai up and teleported to it, so he was both Sasuke when he broke through the wall. Earth-style rock fist. Naruto shouted as his arm was encased in rock and he punched at Sasuke as he came down. The Uchiha was just barely able to leap back in time to avoid the worst of the blow, though some rocks that were kicked up still nicked him. Darn, almost had you there, Naruto said. You're going to have to do better than that, Sasuke replied. That is probably enough. Orochimaru thought as he gave a meaningful look in the direction of particular Anbu in the stands, who nodded and cast a hand sign. Much more, and the risk of damage to my vessel may get more than I am willing to allow. It has been a very entertaining battle at least. I have chosen my next host well, kukukuku. Naruto and Sasuke were just about to go at it again when a rain of feathers descended. This you're doing, Naruto? Sasuke frowned as he dispelled its influence on him, followed by Naruto and all others who recognized the genjutsu, including Itachi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Hate, Hinata, Shino, Shikamaru, Sakura, Neji, Kiba, though he had to be tipped off by Sakura's quick thinking, and all of Konoha's other jonin, Anbu and a few chunin. All others fell into a slumber. No, I suck at genjutsu, remember? Naruto replied. It must be the snake's signal for the invasion. Sasuke nodded as he and Naruto both took their soldier pills and turned to face a wave of just under 20 sound nin with orders to capture Sasuke. Let's get started then, Sasuke declared as his cursed seal glowed orange and spread its flame-like design across his body. Right. Naruto made 50 shadow clones and they all cast hand seals. The sound ninja immediately stopped their charge and cast some barrier ninjutsu in preparation for what was coming. Wind style. Wind scattershot. Fire style giant fireball jutsu. Sasuke shouted as he added his flames to the mass tempest. With several barrier jutsus from the sound ninja, along with about 20 feet of distance from the Naruto clones, they might have been able to repel the attack before, but once Sasuke had added his fireball to the assault, the incoming inferno was way too much for the sound ninja, and their defenses were overpowered. End result: crispy fried punks. There's already enough aid here in the arena, Naruto shouted to Sasuke as his shadow clones spread out. We need to go help the village. Sasuke nodded. Here, Naruto tossed Sasuke a Hiraishin kunai. If you need help from me, conduct some chakra into that. I made some modifications to the seals so it will allow one I have to respond to the call, and I, or at least a shadow clone or two will come to your aid. Sasuke nodded and both overpowered genin split up. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had attempted to take Minato hostage, but the blonde Hokage used Hiraishin when Orochimaru grabbed him, taking the snake and Kushina with him as they went. The Sound Four had shed their disguises and were about to join in the battle when Sakan and Yukon suddenly found themselves set upon by the Tsuchikage, and Jirobo and Taiyo were attacked by Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. The group never even had the chance to question the betrayal of IWA as Inoki used his dust style to vaporize Sakan, with Yukon being just barely able to escape on time, only to receive a lightning blade through the chest from the dog-masked ANBU captain that had been meant for Kidamaru, allowing the spider-like man to jump into the stands and join forces with other sound ninja. Jirobo was killed painfully when he was hit by Kuratsuchi's lava-style quicklime congealing jutsu, which stuck to him and melted him in an agonizing way, slowly. Taiya was luckier. Her neck got snapped instantly when Akatsuchi punched her with a rock-encased fist. What's going on? Mei demanded with Ao and the other Kiri Jonin getting into defensive positions next to her. Orochimaru planned an invasion of this village, Inoki replied as the ANBU captain went in pursuit of Kidamaru. He tried to get IWA and Suna on his side as well, but both of our nations decided to double-cross him and support Konoha. The rest I can explain later, but for now, I suggest you three stay here and out of the conflict. Inoki then moved to the railing and flew over the battlefield, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi jumping into the thick of the battle. I suggest we follow their advice, Mizukage-sama, Ao said, to the agreement of his fellow Kiri ninja. This is not our fight. Maybe not, Mei mused. What's going on? Hinata asked as she took the food pill that Shikamaru had given her. We are under attack by the Hidden Sound Village it seems, Shikamaru said. Troublesome. We need to stick together, that's our best shot of surviving. And we need to help fight these guys. Look out! Kiba shouted and used his tunneling fang on a sound ninja that tried to attack Hinata from behind with a kunai. Akamaru barked at Shikamaru, who tossed him a spare food pill. A second sound ninja charged Hinata, who jumped back from the outstretched kunai. The other genin were then preoccupied when a group of sound nin came after them, leaving Hinata to deal with her foe on her own. She activated her Byakugan and avoided the blows before she laced her palm with chakra and slapped it right into his chest. The man coughed up a lot of blood before he fell dead, leaving Hinata to stare at his empty eyes, and look in shock at the hand she used to kill her enemy. She had resolved to become stronger, and do what was needed to protect the village and her friends. But nothing could have prepared her for the reality of seeing firsthand the life leave a person's eyes and realize that it was her hand that took that life. Her stupor was so strong that she did not notice another enemy coming at her with a kunai aimed for her neck. Lady Hinata! Neji shouted as he tried to rush to her aid, though he knew he would not be in time. The sound ninja smirked before a blast of sand struck his side, and he was thrown into the wall, the impact snapping his neck, killing him instantly. More sand quickly dispatched the remaining Oto shinobi, and Gaara came up to the genin. Are you alright? He asked to all of them, though mostly to Hinata, who finally managed to come somewhat to her senses. Gaara looked at the body. Was he your first kill? He asked with a hint of sympathy in his voice. Hinata started shedding tears in response. I see, he said. He looked around and saw his siblings and Baki joining the fight in the arena. You are going to have to ignore your feelings on this. There is a battle going on now, and people are going to die, whether you wish it or not. Whether it is your enemies or you and your comrades is up to you. I am going to go help Namikaze-san, he said to the rest of the group. I would take the one who beat my sister's advice and stay in the arena as a group. There are many other jonin here to back you up and you can watch out for each other. With that, Gaara's sand came out of his gourd and he stepped on it, using it as a flying platform to head in the direction the original Naruto went. Are you going to be fine, Hinata? Sakura asked with some concern. I will make it, Sakura, the girl replied. I need to get over this. If I cannot raise my hand against our enemies, more of our comrades will end up dead. I can't let that happen. Enough talking, here comes the next wave. Shikamaru shouted and the genin prepared for another round. Stupid snake! Han shouted as the giant snake summon struck out at him, and he dodged backwards. When the snake's head came back up, Han charged and, using the pressure of the steam his armor generated to enhance the blow, hit the beast with an uppercut that Tsunade could respect. Needless to say, this meant the snake was literally flung a good ways, despite its size. Anyone else? He asked as a group of Oto nin surrounded him. Don't say I didn't warn you, he said as they were engulfed in his steam, causing them all to shriek in agony as their skin was burned badly. Told Rashi I didn't need any support, he chuckled as he hit another Oto nin in the midsection, mercifully holding off on the steam. The 3 IWA nin that were with him developed tick marks at this. No offense, Han said apologetically. It's just that you could be giving backup to less capable members of our team. They were about to respond to this when one was impaled from behind by what appeared to be a scorpion's tail in mechanical form, another was decapitated by a cloaked man with a sword, and the third was torn apart by black tendrils from another cloaked man, this one with red clouds on his cloak. There was a fourth member of this group who was also cloaked like the one with the sword, though it was barely distinguishable that it was a woman under the cloak. Han of the steam armor, the cloaked woman said as the sword wielder and the one with the tail left, leaving the one with the tendrils and the woman to face the Gobi Jinchuriki. I am afraid that you will be coming with us. I don't think so, Han said as he got into a defensive fighting stance. I don't know who you are, but you're messing with the wrong guy. Mizuki slowly slipped out of the Hokage's tower, the forbidden scroll under his arm. And yeah, I know I forgot about him until now, but it makes sense that he would try to steal the scroll for Orochimaru during the invasion, so I hope no one minds. Perfect, he muttered as he landed on the streets. Now I just have to make sure to slip out in the chaos and… Going someplace? A voice asked the traitorous Chunin from behind and leaking killing intent. Mizuki paled and turned around to see the sadistic form of Zabuza Momochi. Looks like I get to have some fun with you. Zabuza laughed. Give it up, Orochimaru, Minato said to the snake as he pulled the Kazekage's face off of his own. We knew of your invasion from the beginning, and your allies have betrayed you. You have lost before you even started. Kukukuku, how little you know, Minato, Orochimaru said as he drew his sword of Kusanagi from his mouth, to Kushina's disgust. Even if the village is still standing when the invasion is over, killing you, the greatest of the Hokage, will reduce the will of fire to nothing as the villagers lose their morale. And what I am after is more than the destruction of the hidden leaf. We know full well what you are after, you snake. Kushina snarled as her chakra chains came out of her body and lashed towards Orochimaru, who dashed to the side and deflected the ones that stayed with him with his blade. And I will tell you now, you are not going to get a hold of Mikoto's son, Kukukuku. It seems that you both need a demonstration of my power, Orochimaru said as his eyes closed. Mirakugan, Minato and Kushina's eyes narrowed as Orochimaru's snapped open, the whites having become crimson, the pupils maroon, and golden X's had taken the place of his slit irises. What? What kind of dojutsu is that? Kushina asked. I am not sure, Minato replied as he took out one of his kunai. But be ready for anything. Sasuke cut down several more shinobi as he ran through the streets of Konoha, before he heard a bone-chilling voice behind him. It has been a little while, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke whipped around to see a cloaked figure sitting casually on a roof, his empty right sleeve flapping in the wind. I know you. Sasuke growled and he drew his sword. Rasengan! Naruto shouted, driving the attack into the top of one of the larger snake's head. The beast was instantly killed as its skull shattered. Another snake tried to retaliate by attacking the blonde from behind, but a coil of sand wrapped around its neck and compressed, decapitating it. I could have gotten that myself, Gaara, Naruto said as he jumped into the mouth of the final snake summons in that area as it struck at him, and he blew its head up by forming a giant Rasengan in the mouth. I did not think you would complain if I were to expedite things a little, Gaara replied. Thanks anyway, Naruto said as they looked around to find another area they could help. Their search was cut short when a cloaked figure with a sword strapped to his back materialized behind Gaara. A shield of sand sprung up, but did nothing to stop the punch the figure threw at the back of Gaara's head. The fist connected with a sickening crunch as the sand armor gave way, and Gaara fell to the ground unconscious. Gaara! Naruto shouted as he dashed for the man who slung Gaara over his shoulder and jumped the wall the snakes partially destroyed. Oh, no you don't! Get back here, you bastard! Naruto bellowed as he followed in pursuit. Be careful, Naruto, Kurama growled. That cloak is the same as the one the man who was after you before war. If they are after the same goal, then you could well be running into a trap. You think I don't know that? I am not letting this one take Gaara. Perfect, just keep following me, QB container, the cloaked man thought with a smirk. With no one else to interfere, I will have no problems claiming 2 of the 4 Jinchuriki. Chapter 21 Unforgivable. Sasuke's decision. Closer, closer. Han muttered as the large black beast with the mask approached while he retreated, faking an injured arm as he went to lure the thing in. Now! He dashed under the creature's wind attacks and slammed a steam-enhanced punch into the mask, shattering it. Kakuzu cursed. That was the second of my hearts you destroyed, you bastard. And do you realize that wind is the hardest element to acquire? Now I have to find a wind user, after I have replaced my water heart. Quit your whining, Kakuzu, the woman with him replied as she extended her arm at Han. And by extended, I mean it literally stretched to an impossible length to try to punch Han, who dodged and brought his fist down on the outstretched appendage, breaking it off with the force of the blow, but the severed part of the arm simply stretched back to the stump and reattached itself. So far, nothing Han had done to the woman had done permanent damage, except to her cloak, which had lost its hood and part of the right sleeve, showing that her hair was a dark yellow color, and her eyes were a solid black. I really hate that power of yours, Han snarled as he rushed her, adding speed to his charge with his steam and ramming a punch to her gut, which literally punched through her. When Han removed his fist, the hole mended itself, filling in. And the folks at home call me a freak. He's right about you being a freaky no Jess, Kakuza deadpanned as he launched more tendrils at Han, who burned them away with his steam. How else could you have survived being my partner for so long? Shut up, Jess replied as one of her elastic legs whipped into Han's gut, knocking him back. In the clearing outside of the village that Minato had taken his wife and opponent, the chains Kushina brought to bear continually whipped at Orochimaru, who dodged before whipping a kick at what seemed to be thin air, but Minato had Hirishin to the spot the instant Orochimaru's foot met it, resulting in him being thrown with the wind knocked out of him, and he lost the Rasengan he had ready to hit the snake with. Damn, that is the third time he has managed to hit me like that. It's like he knows where I am going to be before even I do, even with my Hiratian seals being hidden. But that can't be right, he barely avoided a few hits I tried to get him with, like his dodges were last minute. Minato mused. It's almost as if he knows at some times where I am going to be, but the rest of the time, he has to react to my attacks just like everyone else. Once again, Orochimaru avoided a few of the chain whips Kushina sent at him before he charged her, his sword prepared to run her through, and she drew her own katana to engage in a brief battle of kenjutsu. But all of her attacks were parried as though he knew her attacks before she did. 7 seconds after it started, Kushina's sword went flying and her chains were too slow to prevent Orochimaru's sword from slashing her diagonally across her chest before she was able to jump back to escape further harm. Minato quickly made a few shadow clones and they all Hirishined to different positions around Orochimaru with a Rasengan in hand. The clones were quickly dispatched by snakes Orochimaru summoned instantly from his sleeves and mouth, although one of them managed to strike his left arm at the elbow and tear it off with the Rasengan before the snake managed to dispel that one too. He backed off and deflected more Hiratian kunai the original Minato threw at him with his blade. For a moment, Orochimaru just stood there before a pair of hands came from his mouth. Minato and Kushina looked in both disgust and horror as Orochimaru shed his skin, his left arm good as new. You are not even human anymore, are you? Kushina growled as the wound on her chest closed, thanks to her Uzumaki healing factor. I don't know what you are, kukukuku. You are correct, I am not human. Orochimaru chuckled. I have become more than human, I am a god. Yeah, well, this god is about to set a new precedent for his kind by dying, Kushina growled as she pulled out a kunai with an exploding tag attached and threw it. Orochimaru looked unconcerned and was about to simply dodge when Minato noticed the X's that formed the irises of his eyes flashed momentarily, and the snake changed tactics at that moment, summoning Jutsu Rashomon. He shouted and the gate sprung up between him and the exploding kunai just as Kushina finished her hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. She shouted and over 100 copies of the exploding kunai spread out, but the ones that would have hit Orochimaru were repelled by the gate, while the others flew right on by. If he had tried to just dodge that, he would have gotten hit by at least a few of the tags once they were replicated, Minato pondered. He actually was going to dodge, it looked like, but then his eyes flashed. I almost thought that I imagined it when I saw it, but when he did exactly what he needed to do to avoid damage at the same time I thought I saw that flash. It can't be a coincidence. It's clear now. The reason he seems able to predict attacks at times is because of those eyes, but why not all the time? In any case, those eyes are clearly not from this world, or I would have at least heard of them somewhere before, unless it's a new Kekkei Genkai, but I somehow think that. Now then, let's make things a little more interesting, shall we? Orochimaru asked as he clapped his palms together. Summoning Jutsu Edo Tensei. 2 coffins came from the ground at this, not that jutsu. Minato cursed. The coffins opened and 2 figures stepped from them. The Shodame Hokage and the Nidame Hokage stood before the Yondame Hokage and his wife. Now then, let's get to it, shall we? Orochimaru asked as he slid a kunai with some sort of tags attached to them into the back of each of the former Hokage's heads, taking full control of them. Kushina, I need you to make a shadow clone, Minato said as he himself did so. Confused, Kushina did as Minato asked and his clone grabbed hers and Hirishined them away. Minato, what are you? Kushina started. Listen, I can't let Orochimaru know what I am up to, so I won't explain. You will have to wait for your clone to dispel, Minato explained and Kushina nodded as the 2 prepared to face their undead and immortal opponents. What are you thinking, Minato? Kushina's clone asked as they dashed through the streets avoiding fights as they went. Minato's clone quickly explained his deductions about the dojutsu that Orochimaru was using. I somehow doubt that it was from this world, so it probably came from the Elder Dimension. If that is the case, then Felix ought to know a thing or two about it, we just need to find him and ask him. Then once we dispel, our originals will be able to counter whatever the snake is doing. You are the punk who came after Naruto, Sasuke growled his recognition at the cloaked man. Very good, Sasuke, the cloaked man said and he jumped down to the streets and lowered his hood. Though I have yet to tell you my name, you at least remember my actions. I applaud your fine memory. Oh really? Sasuke smirked. Because you seem to be short a hand for that. The man scowled at this, remembering the loss of his right arm vividly. Funny, he said with sarcasm before calming. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Drek Kuroko. And now that my introduction is out of the way, I believe that it is time for me to get acquainted with the true you. No thanks, Sasuke snarled as the curse mark glowed and fully spread to his body and he entered second state. The real me is right here. And he's not going anywhere. You won't say that once your memories have returned, Drek responded and he dashed forward while Sasuke was still channeling the curse mark's power, and knocked the Hiraishin kunai out of Sasuke's hand before the latter could use it to call for Naruto's aid. None of that now, we can't have anyone interfering with this session now, can we? Sasuke snarled as he jumped back before his enemy could grab his head. The curse mark's power finished setting in. Sasuke's new appearance in second state was pretty much the same as last time, only his lips were no longer a darker shade than the rest of his skin, removing the worst of the drag queen part of the original look, and instead of grotesque webbed hands, the wings that came from his shoulders were more like those of a dragon. Last time, I was barely able to scratch you, without this, Sasuke said, opening his eyes to show Drek the 6-point stars of his Mangekyo Sharingan. But this time, I won't need to waste any of my vision. His eyes reverted to the 3-tomo Sharingan. You will regret saying that, Drek said as his exposed skin went into his black steel form, and he charged Sasuke. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Sasuke shouted and blasted Drek dead-on with the compressed dragon-shaped flames. Drek emerged from the blast, his entire cloak burned off from the waist up, and he was glowing a faint red from the flames heating up the metal he was made of when he used his ability. He threw a punch at Sasuke, who took flight with his wings and dodged, already casting new hand signs. Water-style water bullets. 5 balls of water were launched out of Sasuke's mouth in rapid succession, and Drek smoothly dodged them all. I see. He's trying to weaken my defense by heating and cooling the black steel again, Drek mused as he jumped after Sasuke and kicked him in the cheek to send him into a building headfirst. Only this time, he is using more intense flames to heat me more than before, so the steel will be made a little weaker than he managed before. Not only that, but with the curse seal increasing the potency of his lightning-style attacks, his Chidori would be able to do a lot more damage to me than last time. I have to wrap this up before he gets the chance. Drek ran through the rubble of the building in time to see Sasuke rise and grab the Uchiha's head before the boy could respond. It's over. Pulse-dash. Drek was cut off when Sasuke exploded into water, drenching Drek and causing him to steam as the water evaporated. A water clone, he hissed. I fell for it. He turned to see Sasuke run at Drek with a darkened Chidori in his left arm and thrust it forward. With equals out the time to dodge completely, Drek grabbed the lightning attack and diverted it, getting his hand bloody in the process as the jutsu cut into his palm. He then jumped back as Sasuke followed up with a thrust at Drek's chest with his sword, the tip connecting and sinking in a few centimeters. Drek skidded backwards before he cast a few one-handed signs. Earth-style boulder barrage jutsu. At least 30 large rocks, about twice the size of a human head each, rose from the ground to hover in front of Drek before launching themselves at Sasuke at high speeds. Sasuke jumped back and avoided most of the rocks, cutting a couple in half before one slammed right into his gut, causing him to cough up blood before he was blasted through another house. Drek smirked before 3 sound ninja leapt at Sasuke, intent on capturing him, but Drek attacked them, killing all 3 in seconds. Sasuke is mine to toy with, he said as Sasuke rose shakily. Damn, it looks like I will be needing Mangekyo Sharingan after all, Sasuke cursed as his eyes took on the shape of his enhanced dojutsu. Alright then, Sasuke said, and his left eye bled and he winced. Drek hastily jumped to the side as the black flames of the Amaterasu sprang into being. He dodged it? Sasuke gasped. How could he be that fast? Drek once again charged and Sasuke hurriedly cried, Susanoo. The purple deity sprung into being in time to take the force of the blow Drek had aimed for the raven hair, though the aura ended up cracked from the blow. Shit! Drek cursed as the being loaded its crossbow and he leapt back in time to only get grazed in the side by it. Against most people, this would still be a fatal blow, but the black steel that Drek was made of was able to turn it a little, so only a little flesh was torn from his side. Drek gritted his teeth and avoided another bolt. Now that is done. Zabuza mused as he tossed the trust up and beat into a pulp, Mizuki into a building to be arrested after the invasion. I had better go and help out with the fight. Just as he said that, another building he was next to was leveled as a man with red and a beard was thrown through it, and hit a wall next to Zabuza. You alright? The swordsman asked as the old man got up groaning, after seeing that he was not an enemy. I am getting on in years and got blasted through several buildings at once. What the hell do you think? Rashi asked as he got up with a groan. Well, we meet again, Zabuza. Kisame said as he came through the dust kicked up by the collapsed buildings, followed by Sasori. But why don't you be an old friend and step away from the Jinchuriki for us? If you mean this old man, I don't think so, Kisame, Zabuza growled as he gripped his blade with both hands. I have already let you scumbags have your way with one Jinchuriki, and he was my friend. You will pay for what you did to Yagura. Someone who would befriend a Jinchuriki? Rashi said as he gingerly got up. Well, I suppose I don't mind fighting alongside you if that's the case, especially because I would like to remain a free man. Fine, I got no problems killing you, Kisame said, pointing Samahata at Zabuza. That all you got? Felix demanded his unsatisfactory foe as he launched one of his signature slashes at the Oto Jonin, cutting him in half. Quit hogging the fun already, Felix. Celia demanded as she disposed of an enemy genin with simple taijutsu. Felix! A familiar voice shouted and Minato and Kushina landed next to him. Minato? Felix asked in confusion. I thought you two were fighting Orochimaru. We are just clones. Listen, we need to ask you something. Minato quickly explained about the dojutsu Orochimaru had, and Felix was thoughtfully scratching his chin when the blonde had finished. That sounds like the Mirakugan, or the future sight eyes. Minato's and Kushina's eyes widened at this piece of information. That is indeed a Kekkei Genkai of the Elder Dimension, belonging to the Shinkansha clan, Seer. But now I can't help but wonder how Orochimaru got it. We can work that out later, the question is, how do we beat it? Minato demanded. Well, at any point it is activated, it can instantly give the user a full 10 seconds vision of future events. That is as far as it goes, making it difficult to catch one of the wielders off guard in battle. One of the upsides is that it does not consume much chakra. But it has a weakness. It can only be used every 20 seconds, which means that when it is used, the wielder will see 10 seconds into the future, but those 10 seconds later, he will have to fight blind for the next 10. If you can figure out when he is using it, I advise you to count to 10 before you implement any plans, because that will be the time to strike. Minato nodded in thanks before he and Kushina dispelled. Celia turned to Felix and said, Why don't you check the rest of the battlefield, see where we are needed most? Felix nodded, and his eyes became slit as he entered Sage mode. Let's see. He quickly took in all of the chakras over the village before he frowned. Celia, go that way, Felix said with an edge in his voice that shocked Celia. He normally did not let any anger show in any way, but she noticed that there was something feral in his eyes, a long-buried hatred. Felix, what's wrong? She asked. Nothing, he lied unconvincingly. But there is a Jinchuriki in danger that way, and something that I need to take care of. Now go! Celia hesitated, but Felix outranked her in both this world and their own, so she reluctantly nodded and dashed off. Felix took a different direction as his chakra flared through elemental infinity. I never expected to see you again, Drachmus. He snarled in his mind as he cut his way through several Oto Nin without even looking. This jutsu is getting really old, really fast. Kushina said as she watched the Nidaime Hokage's head regenerate from being cut off by her katana. How do we beat it? I may have an idea that will tip the scales, Minato said, high-rishining to another spot to avoid one of the Shodames with sly attacks. But I am going to need you to occupy these two so I can deal with Orochimaru. You got it, Kushina said, and her eyes turned crimson red with slits and a one-tail cloak enveloped her body. Don't take too long, I hate using this chakra. It burns, she continued as she got down on all fours and leaped at the Shodame, using a chakra chain and her cloak tail to hamper the Nidaime. Minato went straight for Orochimaru. This should be far enough, the cloaked man thought as he tossed Gaara aside and turned to face Naruto, who had made a shadow clone as they had gone, had it stay still while he continued the pursuit and dispel, putting him in sage mode. He already had his trademark Raisin Shuriken formed and he threw it at the figure now that he no longer had to worry about hitting Gaara. The man did not even try to dodge, instead extending his hand and catching the Raisin Shuriken, and it actually stopped. It grinded against his right hand and expanded, but it was forced away and it dissipated. Naruto looked in shock as he watched his attack fail, and saw that the man's right hand had turned into a dragon's clawed one, the scales pure black, though for some reason, there was also a dark gray fur coming out from between the scales of the hand and finger joints. Who? And what are you? Naruto demanded as the hand returned to normal and the man lowered his hood with the other one. He could have been an Uchiha with his dark hair that ran smoothly down to his shoulders and solid black eyes. I suppose it cannot hurt to give you my name, since you will be my prisoner soon, the man said in a thoughtful, yet mocking tone. I am called Drachmus. I have no clan name, and I do not desire one. I am the right-hand man of Lord Raisin. He finished as he flared his killing intent at Naruto, who was almost staggered by the sheer weight of it. It was far worse than anything Orochimaru could have ever come up with. Be careful, Naruto! Kurama shouted with a rare hint of fear, as they watched the man draw his solid black blade left-handed. This man. I can sense a chakra that is on the same level as my own. Naruto could only gulp as he drew a Rashikata. About time we managed to bring this guy down, Kakuzu said over the groaning form of Han, whose armor had been almost completely destroyed. 3 of my hearts, gone. Do you realize how hard it is to find a wind one? It's worth it, isn't it? Jess asked as Kakuzu slung Han over his shoulder. 1 down, 8 to go. And I know for sure that Drachmus will have at least 1 more for us once this is over. He has never yet failed, unlike Drachmus? Celia asked as she leapt onto the scene, surprised to hear that name. If that's what Felix sensed, then it is no wonder he ran off like that. Shit, I have to help him, but I can't just abandon that Jinchuriki. She was thinking as she saw Kakuzu with Han. Well, it seems as though we have an unwanted guest in our midst, Jess said with a small smile. Kakuzu, would you be so kind as to take our prize and go? The priority was his capture after all, and you are down 3 hearts. Humph, Kakuzu said, though he agreed, and he dashed to get out of the village. Hold on a second, Celia shouted as she tried to follow, but Jess's arms stretched to bar her way. Not so fast, you get to play with me first, Jess said. Fine, Celia said as she tossed aside her kimono, showing that she wore an outfit similar to what Ino did, only this outfit was a dark red color. Her now exposed skin, that being her arms, lower legs, and midriff, had a large variety of seals drawn on them. I don't know what that ability she showed is. I don't think it is an old one, otherwise I would have at least heard of it. But I do know that I should not hold back, if for no other reason than to wrap this up quick. A few ninjutsu specialist, huh? Jess said as she watched Celia release 2 seals on her wrists, conjuring twin curved-bladed weapons, the hilts of which were made to be gripped in a manner that put the blades parallel to her arms, and on the outside of them, the tips just going past her elbows. Jess immediately threw an extended punch at Celia, who moved incredibly fast and cut the hand off, only to watch with a frown as the hand reattached itself. Well, that is one of the cheapest things I ever saw, Celia said as she bit her thumb and drew it across the opposite forearm, and a blast of lightning was released from the seal, impaling and shocking Jess. The woman simply laughed as she once again regenerated from the damage, causing Celia to curse. I need to figure out how to beat this, she muttered, dodging several more attacks from her elastic opponent. I have no choice, though this is going to drain my reserves fast in a battle. She grabbed her headband and yanked it off. Sasuke was on his knees, clutching his head and in a cold sweat. Drek stood over him. It had not been easy using the pulse imprint jutsu on Sasuke. The boy had a solid defense with his Susanoo, even coating it in Amaterasu flames at one point to dissuade Drek from attacking. However, the man's opportunity had come when the Susanoo faded, and Sasuke had clutched his eyes in agony, the Mangekyo exerting its toll. With that, Drek had dashed in and gripped the back of the Uchiha's head. Sasuke had struggled, but Drek cast the jutsu before he had gotten loose. Do you see now? Drek asked Sasuke, who was panting. Your so-called friends and family have been manipulating you this whole time, never telling you who you were, never trusting you. And with all the pain they caused you in the last time, how can you trust them now? Unforgivable, Sasuke muttered as he rose again. Yes, it is unforgivable, isn't it? But you can have your vengeance now. Lord Raisin will gladly accept you within his ranks. No, Sasuke said and created a shadow clone, causing Drek's eyes to narrow. That's not what's unforgivable. He turned to Drek and formed a Rasengan, and his clone started weaving his hands over it, and Drek's eyes widened. What I cannot forgive. Sasuke rose the completed jutsu over his head. It was a yellow Rasengan with a spinning spear made of lightning extended from the sphere and pointing right at Drek. Is that you tried to turn me against my comrades? Lightning-style Raisenlance. Chapter 22, A Struggle of Demons. What are you saying? Drek shouted at Sasuke, unable to believe what he was hearing. Do you truly intend to forgive those miserable wretches that made you suffer? They lied to you, kept you from the truth. All to manipulate you into the Sasuke they wanted you to be. Or do you think that what you saw is just a genjutsu? No, Sasuke stated as the seal once again spread to his body, invoking his second state, and his shadow clone disappeared. I know that those are real memories you woke up, otherwise they would not have awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan the first time you tried to force them on me. Sasuke let this sink in before he continued, but regardless of the fact that they hid them from me, I know why they did, and I actually agree with them. They tried to protect me from the pain my brother put me through, and from myself, because I had shown in the past that I could not be trusted to control my hatred. No, they were not manipulating me. You were the one who tried to manipulate me. But what about the villagers? Surely you can't forgive them, not for the discrimination they showed the Uchiha clan, or the life they gave the one you call your friend. Maybe not, Sasuke admitted, causing Drek to relax a little. But Sasuke continued. It is the villagers from the future past that I cannot forgive for that. The villagers in this time do still hate Naruto and the Uchiha, but we are far from the point this time we cannot forgive them. In the past, Naruto has already shown that he could change the way people viewed him. And I intend to change the way the villagers view the Uchiha clan. For that, I will become Hokage if I have to. Whatever it takes, I will restore the honor of my clan in the eyes of the village, the honor that Madara and my father stole from us. I don't get you. Why should a clan like the Uchiha, and a person like yourself care how others view you? The fact that they dare to step on you at all should warrant their destruction. They do not deserve the chance to be redeemed in the eyes of the Uchiha. You're wrong. Whatever the faults of the villagers, they are still considered precious to Itachi, mother. And Naruto. And for me, that alone is reason enough for me to protect this village. No matter how harshly the village treats the clan, we must remember the sacrifices that were made to create this village, and the sacrifices that were made to protect it. And you call yourself an Uchiha? Drake said as he spit at his feet. Fine, I shall oblige your wish to end your pathetic existence. And if the Uchiha themselves refuse to return the hatred they were shown, they will be destroyed as well by my master. Their honor will always be tarnished now. Drake began casting one-handed signs. The honor of the Uchiha will never die this time, not while I am a part of the clan. And Konoha is my home, Sasuke declared and rushed Drake, who abandoned his signs to jump out of the path of the raisin lance that was still in the hands of his foe. Sasuke grinned as the Susanoo once again sprang to life around him. He then threw the raisin lance at Drake, who was in midair. Drake's eyes widened at the fact that Sasuke could throw an elemental Rasengan without knowing Sage Mode, before realizing that it must be the second state curse mark having the same effect for the use of the technique. Desperately, Drake forced a large amount of chakra out of his body to propel himself back towards the ground, out of the path of the raisin lance, and focused his chakra to where he expected Sasuke to hit him with the arrows of his Susanoo. Sasuke merely smirked as the Susanoo fired, not at Drake, but at the raisin lance. The ethereal arrow hit one end of the lightning jutsu, and the raisin lance was knocked on a new course, right back at Drake, who screamed in mortal terror. The raisin lance drilled right through the chakra shield that would have slowed the Susanoo arrow, and struck Drake right in the chest. The man's screams were cut off by a gurgle as the lightning spear impaled him through the chest. He was dead before the technique carried him into the ground, blasting out a deep crater as it went. I still hate the ones who caused my loved ones pain, Sasuke said to the corpse that had been his foe. But I am no longer weak enough to let that hatred rule me. May I never see your face again. With that, Sasuke turned and strode away, massaging his eyes as he went. Both Naruto and Drachmus stared intensely at each other, their blades pointed at the other. Drachmus moved first, rushing forward so fast that Naruto was barely able to get a Rashikata up in time to prevent his head from being cut off. Drachmus then snapped a kick that caught Naruto in the chest, easily cracking a few ribs and launching the boy into a tree hard enough to break all the way through its trunk. Naruto rose somewhat shakily before spitting out some blood and launching a gale slash at Drachmus, who simply cut it in half with a swipe of his sword. Naruto immediately followed up with several Hiraishin kunai, which Drachmus deflected effortlessly, and Naruto made over 100 shadow clones, who put a Rasengan in each of their hands and Hiraishin to the deflected kunai and charged Drachmus from all sides. What followed was a wild sequence of parries, dodges and simply dispelling clones before they could hit him, delivered by Drachmus. Within a minute, Drachmus had beaten almost all of the clones before he saw another Rasen Shuriken thrown at him. He responded by extending his right hand again to catch the jutsu, converting it into its freakish dragon claw form once again. The Rasen Shuriken impacted his hand, but then turned into a clone of Naruto, who grabbed Drachmus's hand and using Sage Mode enhanced strength, he pulled his opponent's arm away from his body, in time for a solid Rasen Shuriken to be thrown at Drachmus. Drachmus was about to use his sword to cut the two-element Rasengan in half, but another shadow clone managed to grab his arm to prevent the man from doing so. Drachmus roared and flung the clones away with brute strength, but it was too late. The solid Rasen Shuriken blasted right into his gut and launched him back, the black sword flying from his hand. The solid Rasen Shuriken exploded 20 feet away from where it originally hit. Gotcha, Naruto panted, and he turned towards where Gaara had been tossed aside. He jumped to the branch the Isebai container lay, and was just about to pick him up, when a solid impact to his face blasted him through another thick tree trunk. Playtime is over, brat, Drachmus snarled from next to Gaara. The front of his cloak had been completely shredded by Naruto's attack, and his chest was bloodied. And just so you don't get any ideas about taking your friend and running, Drachmus cast forehand signs. Hellfire-style damnation prison dome. Naruto struggled to his feet, dispelling a spare clone he had set up to re-enter Sage Mode, and watched in horror as a sphere of flames that were so dark that black would be an inadequate color to call them surrounded Gaara. You can try, Celia said, getting into a battle stance again, though her knees shook slightly. Blast, my chakra is fading fast. If I don't hit those remaining organs soon, I'm done for. Minato dashed once more at Orochimaru, casting hand signs. Lightning-style branching impalement. Several bolts of lightning shot from Minato's body and at Orochimaru, who was able to avoid them all, showing that his eyes were currently still active, and his tongue lashed out and wrapped around Minato's neck, slamming him down into the ground, only for him to go out in a puff of smoke. Another Minato came out of the ground, threw a Hiraishin kunai at the snake and cast his hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The kunai multiplied and all of them sailed at Orochimaru, forcing him to summon another Rashomon gate. Several kunai bounced off, but from the ones that passed the gate, Minato was able to flash behind the snake and rush him with a Rasengan, just as his mental count reached 10. Orochimaru whipped around and stabbed Minato through, and Minato disappeared into smoke again, but not before the real one used the Hiraishin seal on the clone to flash to Orochimaru's side. Luckily, he had timed it perfectly, so the snake was caught off guard when Minato slapped his palm against Orochimaru's chest. The snake then kicked Minato in the side of the head, throwing the blonde to the side. Clearly, you forgot your Rasengan that time, Yondaime, Orochimaru chuckled. Are you running low on gas? Not quite, Orochimaru, Minato said as he wiped some blood off of his head as he rose and held a Hiraishin kunai at the ready to fight blade to blade. Just got a little hasty, kukuku. Orochimaru chuckled as his eyes flashed again. Alright, Minato thought. 1. They rushed each other and for a moment, the kunai and sword clashed before Orochimaru knocked the kunai loose, and ducked a Rasengan, and impaled Minato, who used a substitution with a log that had one of the Hiraishin seals on it, and he flashed again to the log, and tried to strike the snake with a Rasengan. But Orochimaru dodged and lashed Minato with his tongue, and Minato fell to the ground. Orochimaru pointed his sword at Minato. Kukukuku. Do you have any last words, Yondaime? Yes, I do. 9. 10. Now, honored predecessors, before Orochimaru could make sense of this, a spear made of wood impaled him, and he was blasted by a water-style attack. He was sent back for quite a bit before he shed his body, and looked in irritation at his attackers, who were none other than the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages. Kushina jumped next to Minato, who was panting quite a bit. What? A contract seal? Orochimaru realized, as he looked down at his chest, realizing that was why Minato had not used the Rasengan that blow. That's right, Minato said as he rose. The two Kages are no longer bound to you. And that contract seal is advanced enough to keep you from dismissing them as well. You now have more than you can handle stacked against you, kukukuku. You underestimate me, Yondaime, Orochimaru stated as he rose again, his eyes flashing. Uff. Celia said as Jess's arm wrapped around her neck. Her chakra was now completely depleted. Hell, well, it's been fun, but it's all over now, Jess said as she tightened her grip on her opponent's neck. Time to die. Before she could tighten it anymore, there was a solid impact, and a lightning-coated hand forced its way through her chest. What? Jess cried as blood flew from her mouth again, signifying the destruction of her second organ. Sorry, I hope you still have some more time to tango, Kakashi said as Celia was dropped. Darn it. Naruto muttered as he rose with a struggle. He was taking a serious beating from Drachmus, and it did not seem as though it would be letting up any time soon. Naruto, I can safely give you 4 tails now, and a version 2 cloak, Kurama said as he started pumping his chakra into the blonde. Thanks, Kurama, Naruto replied as the cloak enveloped his body. I just hope it's enough. 4-tailed Naruto said, getting down on all fours to fight. Chapter 23: A Broken Friendship. Please let me be in time, Felix prayed to any deity that cared to listen as he continued his desperate sprint towards where he felt the two intense chakras, though it was easy to tell that one outweighed the other. He made a clone and sent it off in the direction of Gaara's chakra. You alright? Kakashi asked Celia as he helped her up. Jess had fled immediately after losing her second organ, not wanting to run the risk of losing her last one. Kakashi had been unable to follow, due to that strange jutsu that allowed her to break the air and flee through the rift. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks to you, Celia said as she managed to get to her feet, and she closed her third eye, though not before she got a glimpse of Kakashi's head, and her normal eyes narrowed momentarily. Someone had used the pulse imprint jutsu on him. Felix was not going to be happy. Listen, we got trouble. One of Iwa's Jinchuriki has been caught by a guy wearing a black cloak that had red clouds on it, Celia continued hurriedly. As much as she wanted to go help Felix, she had to remember the job her superior had given her, and she knew that Felix did not want her caught in the crossfire between him and Drachmus. If she tried to help him, then odds were that she would only get in his way, especially in her exhausted state. She undid one of the seals on her leg, and chakra started to once again flow through her body. It was not nearly as much as her full reserves, but it was better than nothing. Do you have anything with his scent? Kakashi asked as he started weaving hand signs. Summoning jutsu. All of his dog summons appeared, including Pakken. Here, Celia said as she handed Kakashi a piece of Han's armor. Alright, you guys have the scent, lead us to it. Kakashi said to his dogs, and they all obliged. Naruto charged at Drachmus, who stood his ground and swung both of his right arms at the four-tailed boy. Naruto responded by extending one of his arms, grabbing a tree branch, and pulling himself out of the way before dashing at Drachmus from the side. The bestial creature turned and received a blow to the face from one of Naruto's clawed hands. Naruto followed up with several more hits, and Drachmus took a step back with each one. After just over 10 hits, Drachmus grabbed Naruto's arm. That's enough, he said before blasting his two left fists into the boy's torso. There was a sickening crunching noise as Naruto's ribs broke, several pieces piercing his heart and lungs. Blood spewed from the boy's mouth before the blow blasted him through an entire row of trees. Drachmus cracked his neck a few times and stared at the dust he had kicked up before spitting out a little bit of blood from the small amount of damage that Naruto's blows had done. Naruto's ribs slowly set themselves back into place and mended, while the impalement wounds on his heart and lungs also closed. Naruto glared up at Drachmus, wondering what the hell it was going to take to beat the guy. He started looking for any potential weak points Drachmus may have, and for the first time, the blonde noticed that there was a scar from what had been a very deep wound on Drachmus's chest, running diagonally from his left shoulder to his right hip. What could have possibly caused that on a guy this tough, Naruto thought. He decided that it did not matter right now, and the tips of his four tails hovered near his mouth as he started forming a bijou bomb. Are you going to come out, QB, or am I going to have to come get you? Drachmus asked, and got the response of all four of Naruto's tails rushing out of the dust, points first, clearly intent on impaling Drachmus on them. Pathetic, the monster said as he caught the tails, one in each of his four hands. What he did not expect was that Naruto wanted him to do so, and the Jinchuriki capitalized by yanking himself forward with the tails, having already swallowed the bijou bomb, and inflated from it. As a momentary diversion, he extended both hands and smashed them both into the sides of Drachmus's head, really irritating the beast. Before Drachmus could retaliate, Naruto was right in front of him, and opened his mouth wide. Take this, the boy thought with satisfaction as he blasted his enemy point blank with the compressed chakra of the bijou bomb, right in the chest where his solid Raisin Shurikens hit. The resulting blast launched Drachmus back, him releasing Naruto's tails in the process. Naruto landed on all fours, and got ready for his next move. You little brat! Drachmus roared as he rose, his chest bloodier than before, and the beast spat out some more blood, showing that Naruto had managed to do some internal damage with that stunt. Drachmus got down on all sixes again before he noticed that Naruto's left arm seemed to be missing its left claw, and the arm seemed to be flowing into the ground. Just before Drachmus could connect the dots, said claw burst from the ground and smashed into his chin and knocked him upwards. Naruto was quick to follow up by thrusting his tails forward, and they smashed point first into Drachmus, penetrating a few centimeters each as they pushed Drachmus backwards, and their momentum blasted him through a hill. As he was forced through to the other side of the hill, the tails carried him up into the air for about 40 feet, before they reversed direction and slammed him into the ground, the impact creating a large crater. Naruto withdrew the tails. Then and got ready for another round. Drachmus rose from the crater quicker than expected, and Naruto fired another bijou bomb at him. Drachmus dodged and closed in at an outrageous speed. Before Naruto could take evasive actions, he felt one of Drachmus's tails whip him, the spines shredding through his cloak and tearing his flesh, followed by an uppercut from the creature's lower left arm to his chin, almost completely shattering his jawbone. Another strike followed, a kick to the chest, once again doing a serious amount of damage to his ribs and the organs they encased. The momentum of the blow sent Naruto through some more trees, and when he stopped, he waited for his injuries to heal. Unfortunately for him, Drachmus didn't. The monster was right beside Naruto in an instant, picked the boy up with all four hands, and brought him down really fast and thrust his knee upwards, meeting Naruto's spine in a very brutal blow. The resulting snap was heard like a gunshot, though the noise was trumped by the scream that Naruto let out. Drachmus picked the broken boy up again, holding him by the neck. Five-pronged seal! Drachmus shouted as he dug all 5 fingers of one of his arms into Naruto's seal. The boy screamed again, and he fought to stay conscious as Kurama's influence was put under a tight lid, and the cloak receded. Now I have you, Drachmus told his powerless opponent. Shall we go retrieve your friend and get you to our prison for a while? Put him down, Marcus! A familiar voice shouted, and Drachmus turned in time to see Felix rush him from the side and try to impale him with his blade. Drachmus sidestepped, but Felix was able to kick his arm, causing him to drop Naruto, and he caught the boy, dashing away from Drachmus before the beast could recover his wits. Snarling, Drachmus fired a ball of hellfire at Felix, who was able to leap aside and create a few shadow clones to keep the beast busy for at least a few seconds. Felix landed with Naruto and ran through the forest with him, while the clones engaged Drachmus in a quick struggle. Felix. We have to save Gaara, Naruto said weakly. Don't worry, I already did. He is out of that hellfire dome, and one of my clones took him back to the village, Felix replied. Our more immediate concern is Drachmus. He set Naruto down and shouted, 5-pronged seal release. His head dug into Naruto's seal, and Naruto groaned as Kurama was once again in his mind. Phew, I thought we were done for back there, Kurama said. Gotta say, you really are one of the luckiest beings alive, Naruto. I am never going to deny that, Naruto thought back as Kurama's chakra once again speeded up his Uzumaki healing factor. Once his spine had healed, he experimentally moved his legs and sighed with relief. After that blow, he had been worried about ever being able to walk again. How did you get Gaara out of that dome? Naruto asked once he and Felix started their retreat back to Konoha. Hellfire may be the most potent flame in existence, but it has a weakness for its users, Felix explained. It is impossible to light it with chakra, and it only naturally burns in one dimension, where no life can exist. This means that even one such as Drachmus, who can control it with the greatest proficiency, can still only summon it from that dimension. Trying to extinguish it will not work, no one has found a means to do so yet. Sealing them has also proven ineffective, the flames only destroy what you sealed them in. Please tell me that's not what happened to that sword I made you. When a sweat drop from Naruto was his only answer, Felix sighed and continued, but there is a way to get rid of the flames. As I said before, the only method of using them is summoning them from that dimension that they naturally burn in, but the connection is tenuous. If you are skilled enough, it is a simple matter to disrupt the summoner's chakra flow into the flames with your own, and that returns them to where they were summoned from. Naruto said before their path was cut off by Drachmus, who was looking very irritated at this point. Felix, give me the Jinchuriki. Now, Drachmus demanded. Sorry Marcus, I have no intention of letting you get Naruto, Felix said as he pointed his blade at the beast. Marcus? Naruto asked. Wait, you know this guy or something, Felix? I told you not to call me by that name again. Drachmus shouted at Felix. It is a shame. I hoped I would not ever see you again, Marcus, Felix responded, earning a snarl from Drachmus. I am going to kill you for what you did. I doubt you could, Drachmus responded. You don't have the strength to do so, not battle-wise or in your heart. I can tell that there is still some affection for me in your eyes. You are wrong, Marcus, Felix replied. I have gotten strong enough to face you since we last met, and our friendship has been broken long ago. I can never forgive what you did. Then why do you insist on using that name? Admit it, you are unable to let go of our old ties. Naruto, get ready, Felix said. I doubt I can take this guy on alone. Naruto nodded and once again the version 2 cloak enveloped his body. Orochimaru stared at the 4 shinobi before him, before he bit his thumb and cast hand signs. Summoning jutsu. There was a large burst of smoke, and a giant snake came into view. Manda, I could use some assistance. Once this battle is over, I have an entire village full of sacrifices for you to feast on. Orochimaru cackled. Humph, as long as I get my sacrifices, I won't complain, Manda replied. As he lunged for his enemies, Minato launched a Hiraishin kunai right above Manda before flashing to it, and he cast his own hand signs, summoning Jutsu Food Cart Destroyer technique. The blonde shouted and Gamabunta popped into being and his full mass fell on top of Manda, causing the giant snake to give a bellowing hiss of pain and anger. Giant Rasengan! Minato cried and blasted the top of the pinned serpent's head with the large sphere. Manda roared a final time before his skull caved in, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, Orochimaru abandoned his body, showing his true form as a serpent made up of a multitude of white snakes. You really did abandon your humanity, didn't you, Orochimaru? Kushina said with an edge to her voice. You are a pathetic waste of life. Orochimaru cackled and shouted, 8 branches technique. There was an enormous tremor as Orochimaru transformed into a colossal 8-headed serpent. It is no use! Hashirama shouted, weaving a few signs, along with his brother, Infinite Darkness Jutsu. Tobirama shouted. Kushina had described the Mirakugan after Minato had used the contract seal, and Tobirama deduced that if Orochimaru was blind by any means, then the ability would be useless, for the Kekkai Genkai worked by showing the user what would be seen by said user during the prediction period. Needless to say, Orochimaru was not happy about having his eyesight stripped from him, keeping him from knowing what was coming. Wood-style deep forest emergence. Hashirama shouted and the blinded giant serpent was restrained immediately by the interlocking coils of wood and trees that came out of the ground beneath him. Orochimaru was further restrained by Kushina's chakra chains, some of them stabbing into the snake by their tips. "Bunta, oil!" Minato shouted, and the toad obliged Minato, shooting several balls of it from his mouth, until Orochimaru was completely coated despite his immense size, and much of it also soaked into the wood. "Nuh!" Orochimaru screamed from inside the mouth of one of his 8 serpent heads as he realized the intent of his enemies. "This cannot happen to me. I am the immortal Orochimaru. I am a god. I am the one who will receive everything." "Immortality is not for the mortal, at least not in the form you want it," Minato declared. "The true way to gain immortality is by passing the memories of our deeds and our ideals to the younger generation. And that generation is what we shinobi are supposed to protect. It is the job of those from our time to make sacrifices so that the younger generation can have a brighter future. That is a large part of Konoha's will of fire, and you will see our will of fire in a literal sense firsthand." Kushina shouted as she cast several signs. Fire-style dragon flame jutsu. An inferno of flames ran down Kushina's chains to the gargantuan serpent and ignited the oil. Orochimaru screamed in agony as he was completely trapped in the blaze, and the forest Hashirama made also caught on fire, adding kindling to the flames. The screams died down after several minutes of Hashirama adding more wood-style attacks to the fire, and Bunta firing more oil into the inferno. By the time the fire died down, all that was left of Orochimaru was a charred skeleton, which easily crumbled when Bunta smashed it, and they burned the pieces for good measure. Orochimaru was finally dead. "A funeral pyre like that is more of an honor that someone who would threaten our village deserves," Tobirama said to Hashirama, and the latter simply shrugged. The final vestiges of battle around Konoha were dying down. All of the clans were just wrapping up the final part of the Odo forces, aided by the Sand troops as well as the Stone Strike team. Itachi could be seen fighting alongside his mother and several other members of the Uchiha clan. The genin who participated in the exams had stayed in the arena, and were able to avoid any serious injury, with the exception of Temari, who had been saved by Shikamaru during a sticky spot. Haku had prevented a group of sound ninja from carrying out orders to kill the patients in the exam infirmary. Lee and Kin, Zabuza and Rashi were able to hold their own against Kisame and Sasori until Guy, Asuma and Kurenai had arrived, forcing the 2 Akatsuki members into retreat. Kakashi and Celia had returned with Han, who had been returned without a fight by Kakuzu after Kakashi had destroyed his penultimate, and one of my favorite words, it means second to last, heart. But there was still one important detail that was still happening, and that was what a certain Uchiha was heading for, having heard explosions from the general direction and correctly assuming that was where Naruto must be. "I hope you aren't in too deep this time, Naruto," Sasuke muttered. Drachmus was launching a flurry of blows at Felix with all 13 of his limbs, including his wings, and Felix was barely avoiding the worst of it. He was rescued by Naruto, who was able to land a hammer blow, an attack where you clench your 2 fists together and slam them down on your enemy, right in the center of Drachmus's forewings, and knock the beast away from Felix, who took the chance to send a thundering gale slice at Drachmus, who was able to turn to see it coming. He opened his mouth and bit down on the attack, dispersing it, and swiped at a bijou bomb, detonating it before it could hit him directly. Drachmus dashed forward and slammed an elbow to Naruto's gut, once again breaking bones and causing Naruto to spew blood from his mouth. Naruto managed to stand his ground this time, and lashed out with his tails, hitting Drachmus a few times before the creature kneed Naruto in the chin, jumped up after him, grabbed the boy and flipped several times to add force to the throw when he launched Naruto headfirst into the ground, blasting a very deep hole into it. Drachmus turned to meet a charge from Felix, who brought Elemental Infinity down with the intent to kill Drachmus then and there. Drachmus caught the blade between all 4 palms and lashed out with his tails, catching Felix, only for the green head to vanish in smoke. Drachmus turned in time to see the real Felix between 2 clones throw a Raisin Shuriken at him, with a little bit of lightning-style chakra added. Lightning and wind-style charged Raisin Shuriken. Felix shouted as he did so, and one of my biggest disappointments with the original story is that Kishimoto never really explored the other potential variants of an elemental Rasengan, or do more than one element to one. This is one of the things this story is going to rectify. Drachmus was caught off guard and the charged Raisin Shuriken blasted into his chest, where the damage was beginning to add up. After Drachmus recovered from the hit, he had to dodge another one before he was able to dash to Felix again and throw a punch, which though Felix was able to block with Elemental Infinity, he was blasted painfully through a boulder. Drachmus raised his arm to block a retaliatory Thundering Gale slice, getting a slight nick in the process. Felix turned his blade to point to the ground. Realizing the man's intent, Drachmus charged forward to stop him, but got hit in the side by a bijou bomb that Naruto launched. Elemental-style dragon ruler of all elements. Felix cried, stabbing his sword into the ground, and the giant dragon he conjured sprang into being. Drachmus rose from the rubble he had been in after the last bijou bomb hit, and with a growl, opened his mouth, and Felix and Naruto watched in awe as a sphere of energy similar to a bijou bomb formed. Only this one seemed denser somehow. Naruto took a step forward before he fell to his knees, his shroud fading as that happened. The world seemed to be spinning. Damn, why am I so dizzy? The boy asked as he held his head, his heart beating at an alarming rate. I know I am not that far gone with the chakra depletion yet. He got no further as he collapsed, out like a light. Felix's dragon charged Drachmus, who released the chakra orb. The explosion that followed completely obliterated Felix's elemental dragon, and Felix was barely able to raise a wall of earth in time to protect him from the worst of the blast. But he was still hit hard, and he lost his sword. Drachmus was panting heavily as he was finally running low on chakra himself after that blast. He leapt to where Felix lay. And so it ends, old friend, Drachmus said almost sadly, and he raised his claw to finish off Felix, who tried to get up and dodge, but Drachmus held him down with a foot. Then he heard a crackling noise, followed by a shout of, lightning-style raisinlets. Drachmus turned and took the spear of lightning in his already damaged chest. The drilling attack was momentarily stalled before it fully impaled Drachmus through the center of his chest, nicking his heart and one of his lungs. Drachmus staggered back and looked up at his new assailant to see Sasuke Uchiha in his second state, and a purple aura surrounding him, forming into the Susanoo, which had an arrow ready to fire. Blast, Drachmus said, and the air behind him cracked, and he faded into the rift, the Susanoo arrow whizzing through where he had been a second ago. He got away, Sasuke groaned as he wiped away his eye blood. He turned to Felix, who rose and retrieved elemental infinity. Felix, do you have anything to do with why we are in the past? Felix froze before he turned to Sasuke. How we will have to talk about this later. Right now, we have a more immediate concern. He turned his head to the unconscious Naruto. Sasuke immediately understood, and they both dashed to the blonde's side. Is he alright? I mean, he does have a healing factor, doesn't he? Sasuke asked as Felix did some basic diagnostic medical ninjutsu. Felix swore as he saw the problem. Well, unfortunately, it won't be able to replace the blood he lost when we fought that guy. If he does not get a transfusion pronto, he will not make it back to Konoha. What is your blood type? He needs a type B donor, and unlucky for us, I happen to be type A. AB, Sasuke said in a defeated tone, realizing he would not work as a donor, since the A part of his blood would be a poison to Naruto. Is there something else we can dash? Actually, I have a way to fix that, Felix said to Sasuke. I am no Celia, but I can put a seal on you that will keep the A blood from leaving your body while we give Naruto the B. Sasuke nodded and Felix put the seal on his arm before cutting the palm. He then proceeded to cut Naruto's hand and told Sasuke to grip Naruto's hand in a manner that would have their cuts in contact with each other. Once that was done, Felix began using a medical ninjutsu that would allow the Uchiha's blood to flow into Naruto's body, though the procedure was made somewhat more complicated by Naruto's healing factor closing the cut on his hand. Regardless, they managed to get enough blood into Naruto's body to get him out of danger, and he actually woke up a little. Ugh, what hit me? The blonde groaned as he got into a sitting position, ignoring Felix's protests. Quite a bit apparently, Sasuke smirked. We needed to give you a blood transfusion to keep you alive. Huh. When did you get here, Sasuke? Naruto asked. About 15 minutes ago. The invasion is pretty much over at this point. And a few interesting things happened during it as well. Like what? Well, let's just say that you have quite a bit of explaining to do later. Chapter 24, A Discarded Name. What were you after today, Marcus? Felix asked himself as he, Sasuke and Naruto, the latter being carried by the two former, headed back to the village. Why are you working with the Akatsuki, and whoever else is after the Jinchuriki? Flashback. Felix had been 5 years old when an incident had occurred in the Elder Dimension. One of the higher-ranking nobles of the Shikakyo clan had tried to assassinate several members of the ruling council. The attempt had failed, and the man had been put to death, and that should have been the end of it. However, the ruling council had then sent several knights to exterminate the Shikakyo clan in retaliation. The attempt ultimately failed and about a quarter of the clan had survived, including the young Zachary. Needless to say, there had been an uproar against the Elder Dimension's ruling council, and it did not help when they denied ever trying to have the clan destroyed. All of the knights that had been captured testified that they had indeed received orders to destroy the clan. Slowly, a group had been created to overthrow the ruling council, and it gained support from several clans. Secretly, one of the clan heads who offered support to Victor, the leader of the planned coup, was Shoryu, Felix's father. But the ruling council had very strong forces, so much preparation would be required in order to stage a successful coup. One such preparation was the creation of a weapon, one with enough power to defeat any foe. They took a newborn child whose chakra coils were not developed from an orphanage. His mother had died in childbirth, his father having been taken by an illness. This left the child parentless and nameless. They then took chakra that had been stripped from the bodies of several minor demons and sealed until they had a vegetative chakra beast with enough power to rival the strongest of the fragments of the Jibi, and in a process that took a little over a month, fused the mindless chakra creature with the child. This was not the same as sealing. This was a method that actually made the chakra beast and the child one, though the child would only have his appearance changed when using the power. Of course, before the coup could have a chance of succeeding, they needed to make sure the child could mature, so all plans were to put on hold until the child reached the age of at least 10 and had full use of his power. So until then, Will had volunteered to take the boy in for 5 years until he was ready for Victor's training, and gave Felix and his elder by 7 years brother Kyle the responsibility of caring for the child for the first 5 years of his life, and making sure that the boy could live a happy childhood despite the burden he had been given. To that end, Felix had decided that the boy needed a name, and was the one who gave one to the child. So began the life of Marcus. Over the next 5 years, Marcus had developed a brotherly bond with Felix. The two were like brothers to each other, and it was rare to see them apart. But Marcus had been distant with just about everyone else. He was cordial towards Kyle, who had always tried to treat the kid well, and Zachary, who had been a friend with Felix, and most of the rest of the Yoroi clan, but he was almost always distant with everyone else. Despite the fact that his bond with a mindless creature that had been made of the chakras of minor demons was kept a close secret, he knew he was different, and had no interest in befriending most people, since he knew several would want him killed for what he was. The only one who he had trusted completely and unconditionally was Felix. Then 5 years into Marcus's life, Victor and some of his men had come and taken him to their compound to begin the boy's training, and Felix began seeing less and less of Marcus. However, whenever he did see his friend, he noticed that Marcus had started becoming more distant with him as well. Then, 3 years after Marcus's training began, Kyle had stumbled upon Victor having a conversation with one of the coup planners, a genjutsu specialist. He had eavesdropped out of sheer curiosity, and what he heard made his blood run cold. Victor was asking the genjutsu specialist to use his talents to stage another incident of the ruling council committing an atrocity in order to gain more support for the coup. Kyle then snuck into the most private office of Victor and found several files detailing that the Shikakyo clan member that had attempted to assassinate the ruling council members had done so under a genjutsu, and the knights that had been sent to destroy the clan were also under a genjutsu that had been almost undetectable, and they actually believed that they were under orders. It was all a ploy for Victor to justify his bid to seize power. It was after Kyle had made the discovery that he had been discovered by Victor's soldiers, and he had to make a quick escape that cost him his left hand. But he managed to get away with his life and the files. He had then told Will everything about the falsified evidence, and that the ruling council had committed no crime. Upon hearing of Victor's treachery, Will immediately ordered the Yoroi clan to prepare for battle. Despite having just lost a hand, Kyle insisted on fighting as well, and Felix, despite being the young age of 13, was already at the level of half of the clan's adults, and was also allowed on the strike team. That same night, the strongest of the Yoroi clan attacked the primary base of operations of Victor's planned coup. Despite having been expected, the Yoroi clan was not considered one of the Elder Dimension's strongest for nothing, and they defeated all resistance with only a few casualties. What happened next was something Felix would never forget, even if he tried. "It's over, Victor," Will said as he pointed elemental infinity at the wounded coup leader. 4 other members of the clan, including Felix and Kyle, stood behind their clan head. "Surrender now, and I can promise you a fair trial from the ruling council." "Don't give me that," Victor said as he struggled to rise to his feet. "Even if my trial was fair, the Shikakyo clan would call for my head, and my crimes more than given me a death sentence already. Besides, I still have an ace up my sleeve." "Enough!" Will shouted, and he rushed Victor, only for a blur to come between them and deflect Will's sword, knocking it from his hand, and it skidded along the ground, stopping at Felix's feet. Before Will could react, the figure's hand turned into some kind of mutated dragon claw and plunged through his heart. Will was dead within a second. "And Marcus?" Felix asked as he watched his father's corpse hit the ground. Tears flowed from his eyes as he asked, "Marcus, why would you?" "It was my duty," Marcus said simply, wiping his bloody hand on his shirt. "I was created to serve Victor. That is my purpose in life, what I was born for. I am a weapon, a demon, nothing more. That's it. Why would you waste your power to serve that scumbag?" Felix demanded as Victor laughed at the clansmen who were also enraged at the death of their clan head. "Why? Why did you kill father? What the hell is wrong with you?" Felix's fists clenched in rage as his eyes tightly shut as he faced the ground. I thought we were friends." "No, I thought we were brothers. You were just my caretaker." Any bond we might have had before has ended, Marcus said coldly. You bastard! The remaining two clansmen besides Felix and Kyle shouted and they charged Marcus, intent on avenging their fallen leader. Marcus effortlessly killed the first one and knocked the other down. His hand was about to tear the man's throat out. Stop! Felix shouted, rushing Marcus and picking up elemental infinity as he went. The blade immediately sent Sage Chakra into Felix, and his speed shot up, surprising Marcus. Before the boy could dodge, Felix swung upward in a diagonal blow, cutting Marcus from his right hip to his left shoulder. Blood spurted from the deep wound and Drachmus jumped back, clutching his chest where elemental infinity cut it. Felix panted, his face having grown scales, along with the back of his hands, and horns jutted slightly from his forehead, a result of him balancing Sage Chakra imperfectly. You are not the Marcus I once knew, Felix said as he stared at Marcus with his now slit eyes and grit his sharpened teeth. Marcus narrowed his eyes at Felix and said, I see. In that case, I have little use for the name you have given me. Marcus cast a sign, and burning letters of hellfire spelling two words, Marcus and Demon, materialized in the air. A wave of his hand caused all but the D in Demon to dissipate, and that D joined the letters of Marcus as they rearranged themselves. Marcus smirked as the final result came. Drachmus. This will be my new name, Marcus/Drachmus stated. I have no use for Marcus anymore. That naive child is long gone. I have discarded him. Good, now I won't have any more feelings against killing you. Felix shouted and he charged Drachmus, casting a few hand signs as he went. Summoning Jutsu. A large red dragon appeared and the base was broken apart. Unfortunately, Drachmus and Victor had escaped that night. Felix took over as clan head then, as were the laws because Elemental Infinity had chosen him as its new wielder after Will had died. Though any Yushoria could safely hold and use the blade once they mastered all 5 elements, the weapon would only give Sage Chakra to the first person to lay hands on its hilt after its previous master had perished that it deemed worthy. As per the clan laws, whoever that person was would lead the clan. Needless to say, Felix was one of the youngest to have the role at the young age of 13, but thanks to some help from Kyle, he was able to lead the clan fairly well for the first few years. At the age of 16, Felix met Drachmus and Victor again, and with the aid of several other knights, he was able to defeat them, and Victor died with elemental infinity through his heart. Felix took a grim pleasure in killing the one responsible for twisting Marcus's mind. Stripped of his master, Drachmus had vanished, never to be seen again. End flashback. Until today, Felix thought as they reached the village. What caused you to become like this, Marcus? And what are you after now? The invasion had ended and Konoha came out better than it had the last time. There was barely a quarter of the casualties of last time on Konoha's end, thanks to several factors, including the fact that Sand was on the side of Konoha this time, along with some help from IWA, as well as because of the knowledge of the invasion beforehand allowing Konoha to prepare accordingly, and finally because they had Tsunade this time, who helped kill some of the giant snakes alongside Jiraiya, and healed some of the worst injuries on the battlefield. Of course, the hospital was still a little crowded, a fact that was not lost on the sore Naruto, who hated the place already, mainly due to the poor food quality. Fortunately, his healing factor and Kurama's chakra once again helped him recover within a day of admittance into the place, and he was released. Kin had been taken out of the hospital by Ibiki and Enko once she had recovered. She had gone quietly, and was willing to give all the information she had on the Sound Village, and all the bases she knew of. She has no idea how much easier she made things on herself with her cooperation. Due to her compliance and disinterest in working for the Sound Village anymore, Minato was willing to have her released and gave her the option of joining the Leaf after a probation period, and she chose to accept, as long as the village did not screw her over like the Sound Village had done. Temari was also released soon, though not before she had a visit from Shikamaru, when she asked him why he had saved her when she had been cornered by the Odo Jonin who had managed to injure her, and he simply shrugged and said he had felt like it. Gaara was also let out after he had been healed of the concussion Drachmus had given him. When Lee was finally let out under the admonishment to take it easy, Guy had been pleased that the flames of youth could never be kept down for long, and he and Lee had done the unbreakable sunset genjutsu in the hospital waiting room, making the therapy division a very happy group as they started counting the money from the flood of patients. Unfortunately, Kabuto had made his escape during the invasion after his master had been incinerated by his 4 opponents, and no one was able to catch him. Oh well, not everything can go right. The Mizukage had left a few days after the excitement ended, once the political business between Kiri and Konoha had ended. She was not pleased with the fact that Minato had refused to order Zabuza to at least return Kubikuribocho, but Konoha had offered a decent bit of compensation that settled things. Zachary, Boris and the Kazekage had arrived a little after the departure of the Mizukage. The Kazekage was given his memories back by Felix, since the knowledge he had of the future was not sensitive, and Gaara wanted his father to remember what had happened between them during their fight in the future. The Kazekage had met with Minato and Inoki to discuss plans for the future battles with the Akatsuki, and those from the Elder Dimension. The Kazekage then signed treaties with both other Kage to strengthen the alliance. Zachary meanwhile had dismissed the souls of the reincarnated Hokage, allowing them to return to the pure realm. Soon after, the Kazekage took Gaara, Temari and Kankuro back to Suna, while Inoki left with his escort, Han and Rashi going with him, the latter agreeing to stay in Iwa to train in light of the developments involving the Akatsuki. About a week after the invasion, Felix called a meeting between him, Celia, Sasuke, Boris, Naruto, Itachi, and Sasuke to discuss the matter of Sasuke's involvement with the future. Sasuke explained that he had his memories back and knew that Felix was somehow responsible for the second chance they currently had. It was easy to figure out because he had no memory of Felix in the past life, or of Celia, but Celia had come into the picture only recently. Surprisingly, when Celia had shown up, she was dragging Kakashi behind her by his hair. "What are you doing, Celia?" Felix asked. "He is not supposed to be in on this. Is there something you would like to share with the rest of us, Itachi?" Celia asked the Uchiha as she tossed the anime weeping Cyclops into the midst of the group. "My third eye saw the traces of your chakra, so don't bother trying to lie to me." Itachi sighed as he realized that the jig was up, Felix's eyes on him. "Well, I may have used the pulse imprint jutsu on him," he said guiltily. "You what?" Felix shouted before he forced himself to be calm so fast he would seem bipolar. "Great, another complication," he muttered as Naruto sighed in resignation that he was going to have a talk with Kakashi about Obito. "Never mind, we can discuss this later." "And we will discuss this, Itachi." Felix glared at Itachi. "You have betrayed my trust by using that jutsu on someone without my knowledge or permission, so don't think that you will be getting out of this. The information Kakashi had was very sensitive, so I can't ignore that either. So can we move on to the part about why time has turned back on us?" Sasuke asked. Felix apologized and launched into an explanation about how the future had gone to hell very fast after Sasuke had died last time, and Sasuke winced at the memory. Felix then explained how the reset button had been hit, and how Sasuke's memories had been restored. There were a few comments as the explanation went on from Naruto, Celia and Itachi about the parts they played thus far. "I see," Sasuke said before he turned to Naruto. Then, with no warning, he slammed his fist into Naruto's gut, causing the blonde to double over and look up at Sasuke in shock. "Why the hell didn't you restore my mind sooner? Did you really think that I would turn bad again, that I would not take remembering these things well? Naruto, the last thing I did before you turned back time was come between you and your death. Didn't that mean anything?" "Yeah, it did," Naruto said. "And I knew that you were not going to go bad again if you remembered." "Then why?" "Because I thought about it, I really did. But when I remembered what your past life was like, and knowing the pain that you felt after losing comrades myself, I just couldn't bring myself to have that wound reopened in you. That's all." "I see," Sasuke said, and his expression softened a little. "Ahem, now that we have you up to speed," Felix said, bringing attention back to himself. "Now we need to discuss the matter of Itachi's stupidity. Sasuke, if you don't mind leaving, there is a piece of sensitive information that may be brought up that is not for your ears." It was Felix's turn to get slugged in the gut, this time by Naruto. "Hell no, I think we kept the team here in the dark enough already," the blonde said. "Lack of trust is not going to help us here." "Fine," Felix wheezed. "So tell me, Itachi, what possessed you to restore Kakashi's memory?" Itachi resigned himself to explaining his reasons behind his actions, wanting to better understand how Sasuke had fallen the last time and having found out about Obito in the process. Sasuke was surprised to find that detail out. He had never learned that it was not Madara himself manipulating him. At the end, Felix sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "This is the last time I teach someone not from the Elder Dimension that jutsu. I will let it slide this time, due to your reasons for using it, but I won't be so lenient if it ever happens again." "Well, it's not like you can do anything," Naruto sniggered. "Remember, I traded blows with Itachi before time was rewound, so how would you punish the guy if he fought back?" "I would have thought Konoha's #1 prankster would know that there are more subtle ways to make someone suffer miserably, and besides I could always get someone else to do my dirty work." "Good point," Naruto sniggered. "How could this happen?" Raisin shouted at both Drachmus and Jess as he broke a table under his armored fist, causing Jess to wince, and Drachmus to lower his head in supplication. "We had 4 Jinchuriki waiting to be captured, all within our grasp at some point, and yet all slipped through our fingers. Not only that, but Drek had even gotten himself killed. The only thing that went as we hoped was the extermination of Orochimaru." Explain yourselves? Now, wincing, both Jess and Drachmus told of how their attempts to take the Jinchuriki had failed. To say Raisin was not pleased would be an understatement, and he even went so far as to accuse Drachmus of having held back against Felix. Drachmus did not like this and assured his master that he would not have shown Felix any mercy. He had discarded his former name for a reason. Oh well, Raisin said. At least Sasuke has his memories back. Even if he has no intention of joining us now, when the time comes, he should only need a little persuasion. With that, Raisin opened his eyes slowly, and under the shadows of his visor, the Sharingan he had been given by Obito were clearly visible. Sasuke, Kakashi said to the young Uchiha the moment they were alone. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke replied, surprising Kakashi with the sensei part a little. Listen, I want to know, just how did you manage to see the light again? This is about Obito, isn't it? Kakashi blinked. You want to know how you can bring him back, right? Nothing gets by you, does it? Kakashi smiled. Itachi and I met up again after Kabuto brought him back. With a little help from me, he was able to subdue Kabuto and get him to release the Edo Tensei. Before he returned to the afterlife, he was able to give me some final words that started to reach me. A few other things happened after, but it was ultimately him who made me remember what he would have wanted. How you could help Obito. Well, I am sure you know where I am going with this, though I don't know if that's the best idea. Yeah, I do, Kakashi said thoughtfully. Just don't dwell on the idea. It may not even work, and if it doesn't, you need to be prepared to kill Obito if he continues after his fool's dream and tries to drag the rest of the world with him. You don't have to remind me, Kakashi sighed. Chapter 25 Mission to Sound. And you recommended this mission, why? Minato asked Sasuke. Kushina, Sasuke and Naruto were currently standing in the Hokage's office, Sasuke having brought up the subject of going to Odogekure to raid Orochimaru's bases. Because it seems necessary, Hokage-sama, Sasuke replied. Orochimaru had a lot of experiments that I know of going on, and who knows what will happen if they are left unattended. Plus, he has several people that I knew at some point locked up in his labs, and a few not entirely loyal servants, and I have no intention of just leaving them there. And there is the possibility of him returning if we don't take care of a particular problem soon. Wait a minute, what do you mean he could return? Naruto asked. Did you not see Orochimaru in the future, before time was turned back? Sasuke asked. No, but now that you mention it. Naruto said as he remembered that Minato had mentioned that Orochimaru had resurrected him during their brief reunion in the future, but Naruto had pretty much forgotten about that. One of Orochimaru's means of immortality lies within his curse seals, Sasuke said as he rubbed his neck somewhat semi-consciously. He has a bit of his own consciousness within them. Celia got rid of the one in mine, and she is as we speak finishing up Anko's, which is the one I used when I needed to bring Orochimaru back. But there are several other curse marks that are not attended to, and if we leave them as they are, and someone were to simply hold up a piece of flesh with Orochimaru's DNA to the seal and perform a certain jutsu, next thing we know, all of the efforts to get rid of the snake are defenestrated, and another word I like. It means literally to throw out the window. Alright then, Minato said as he looked at some files with intel on Odogekure. And just who are these people you knew? Just out of curiosity, I mean. There are 3 in particular. Suigetsu Hozuki, Yugo, and Karen Uzumaki, Sasuke stated, and Kushina showed some surprise that a member of her clan was still alive. I would also release all other experiments after we have made sure they have no curse mark. Those who do will have to have theirs removed by Celia before we let them go free. Well, there is no way in hell we are leaving an Uzumaki in Oto, and I certainly don't want to have to kill that traitor again, Minato said. Damn right about that, Kushina said. If you did have her left behind, you would never get off the couch at night. Minato's sweat dropped. Alright then, I will have the strike teams assembled. I will send them out tomorrow. I assume you both want to be a part of it? Naruto and Sasuke both nodded. Alright then. Dismissed. Kabuto sighed in relief after he finally made it back to one of Orochimaru's bases. Ever since the failed invasion, he had been hounded by several Konoha ninja, and he had to take some very confusing routes, and use every trick in the book to shake them. He amused himself for a moment with the image of the reactions he was sure a group of Inuzukas would have once the pepper bomb traps he set went off. He entered the base and considered his next move. Since Orochimaru was dead, he would have to be very careful as to what he did from now on. He supposed he could just be a freelance spy, but he did have something to fall back on. It looked like he would have to contact Sasori again, but he would need a good faith sort of payment if he was going to work for him long term. He visited Kimimura's room and looked at the charts. Needless to say, the man was devastated to hear about Orochimaru's demise, and just sunk into depression. Kabuto made sure the machines would keep Kitamaro alive for at least a little longer before he went to send a message to Sasori. After all, The puppet master would want the body to be still alive before he worked on it. Everyone here? Felix asked the next day as the group assembled. The team that had been chosen consisted of 12 members with 3 groups, with Felix being the leader of his own, consisting of Zachary, Boris and Enko, who had her seal finished with some modifications, and was eager to exact a personal poetic revenge against Orochimaru by helping to pick apart the nation he had built by using the power he had given her without the original drawbacks of him messing with her mind. Zabuza was also selected for the mission after his probation period had ended, and his team was Haku, Hana Inuzuka, and Kin, who was given the mission due to her familiarity with Otogekure, and was told to consider it a test of her loyalty. Haku was picked because even though he was officially a genin, Zabuza assured Minato that Haku had the abilities of at least a high chunin. Hana was put on the team to serve as a tracker and a medic for the team. Itachi was the final team leader and would be bringing 2 of his own subordinates, Naruto and Sasuke, along with Shizen, who Naruto requested to be included so she could give immediate medical care to Kimimaro once they reached the base he was held in. Naruto had heard of Kimimaro's story previously from Gaara, and was determined to help him as well. Sasuke said that may be extremely difficult, because from what he heard about the Kagaya, he was very single-mindedly loyal to Orochimaru. Naruto had expressed surprise that Zachary was going to be in on the mission to Sound, which was explained by Boris. Apparently Zachary wanted to punish Kabuto for abusing the dead in the future. Once again, Naruto was a little confused because he had thought that the Elder Dimension Knights were unable to fight those Naruto had fought before. Boris corrected him, saying Felix was unable to do so, because the seal used to rewind time was written in his blood, meaning it could only be used with his permission and he alone was bound by the rules. That said, it was still frowned upon for knights to fight battles in a world of reverse time that the seal owner couldn't, but considering how personal it was to Zachary's clan for people to abuse the dead, Boris was sure the Elder Dimension's ruling council would turn a blind eye to the transgression. With that taken care of, the group headed for enemy territory. Their first destination was to the southern base, where they would find Karen, so they went southeast to Wave Country to get a boat to the island. Sakura and Hinata sighed simultaneously. They were both depressed that their crushes were out on missions without them. Hinata had been told by Naruto that it was a mission into Otogekure, and she had wanted to go with him, but he told her that all the members had already been selected for the mission. She was concerned, but he told her that Oto was in turmoil after the demise of Orochimaru and failed invasion, so there should be little to no serious threat of organized resistance from the Sound Ninja, and besides, it was not a large nation to begin with, and was mainly just scattered bases over the nations. Do you think they will be alright? Hinata asked Sakura, who did not know the details of the mission Sasuke was on, but was aware that it was an A-rank mission. Of course they will be, don't be silly, Sakura replied. I mean, they have some pretty strong companions with them from what I heard, and you know how strong Itachi is. That's true, Itachi-sensei is very powerful. And don't forget, Naruto and Sasuke may still be genin officially, but they are shoo-ins for Chunin once the judges make their final decision. They practically stole the entire show during their fight. They seemed more like Jonin hopefuls than Chunin. If only Orochimaru hadn't interrupted the event, I would have killed to see Sasuke-kun's victory. Hinata spewed the water she was drinking in shock. Don't be ridiculous, she sputtered. Sasuke-kun may be very strong, but Naruto-kun would have beaten him if the fight had continued. Oh yeah? Sakura demanded as the 2 girls glared daggers at each other, and everyone else around them wisely backed off to avoid the dangerously close cat fight. Sasuke-kun would not have been beaten by Naruto. I mean, he had the Sharingan for crying out loud. How do you beat that? The Sharingan may be powerful, but it's not invincible. No Dojutsu is. Hinata retorted, glad none of the elders of her clan were around to hear that and reprimand her for belittling the Byakugan. The argument continued and was heard throughout half the village. A few days later, the boats Naruto's group were traveling and departed from the southern base with Karen in tow. Though she had been a little difficult at first to convince, she was much more reasonable once she had learned that Naruto was an Uzumaki like her. Once she started listening and learned of Orochimaru's demise, she was willing to join the Hidden Leaf. So once the prisoners had been released, none of them having the curse seal fortunately, Karen was accompanying them on the way to their next destination, Yugakure, the location of the eastern base, where they would find Suigetsu, and the Hawk summoning contract, and it was never told how he got that, so I will just assume Orochimaru had acquired it, and had it stored somewhere, which Sasuke decided he would sign again. Of course, it did not take Karen long to develop a crush on Sasuke, like she had done last time. Naruto found this hilarious, while Sasuke was looking at the surface of the water, probably contemplating drowning himself. Once they had docked, Naruto managed to say to Sasuke without the stalker, or Karen hearing him, you better have a plan to stop Karen and Sakura from killing each other over you when we get back, because that would not be pretty. Naruto sniggered as Sasuke paled and cast one more glance at the water before they made their way to the eastern base. Once they were done there, they would go to the northern base to pick up Yugo, before they went back south to the main Odo base for Kimimaro and the snake summoning contract, which Saju also decided to sign again. It should take about 5 days, give or take, to reach that final destination. Somewhere in IWA, in a hidden Akatsuki base, Drachmus looked at the new blade he had forged with a critical eye. He had left his other sword behind when he had escaped from Sasuke, so a new one was needed. Shaking his head, Drachmus conjured his hellfire around the sword and got to work fixing the small error he had seen. Even though his materials were ordinary steel, using hellfire to forge his weapons out of it drastically improved the metal and stained it black, almost the same shade as the natural black steel and about the same strength while holding just as keen an edge. A few hours later, he looked at the sword again and finally nodded as he slipped the sword into its scabbard. "You really do have your work down to an art form," a voice said from behind him. Drachmus turned to see his partner Sasori standing behind him without his Hiriko, because it had been broken during the fight with Rashi, and he was still putting the finishing touches on the new one. He had clearly patiently waiting for Drachmus to finish, which struck the part demon as odd, because he knew his partner's impatience. "How long have you been there?" Drachmus asked as he rose and stretched, wincing slightly as his chest throbbed. He now had 2 scars on his body, the first being the one Felix had given to him while he was 8, the second being the one inflicted by the razor lance that Sasuke had impaled him with, and that one hadn't fully healed. While his demon hide would normally have turned even that attack, the repeated blows to his chest that day had weakened it to the point where it finally gave out to that attack. It was lucky for Drachmus that his enlarged body had only taken superficial wounds to a lung and his heart. "About an hour," Sasori shrugged. "That's unlike you. Normally you get ticked if you have to wait more than a few minutes for something." "True, but as I said, I was fascinated by your craft, and it filled the time to watch." "So what did you want?" "A favor," Sasori said as he pulled a scroll from his sleeve. "I have recently heard of a new subject I can use for one of my prize puppets, and would like to add some of your weapons to it. Do you mind forging these tools for me?" Drachmus took the scroll and looked over the list. It will take a few days to a week to make all these," he said thoughtfully. "But it is fine, I have nothing better to do." "Well, at least you can get us to where we need to be once you are done in a heartbeat. That rift-splitting jutsu is a godsend for saving time." "How long does an educated guess say the tools will take?" Drachmus looked at the list and did some more thorough mental calculations. "My best guess is about 5 days. Chapter 26: Unforeseen Complications. Other than a lot of swearing from Suigetsu when they tried to convince him to join the Leaf until Zabuza promised to train him a little if he did, and Karen punching him through the head when he suggested killing the other test subjects if they had the curse mark to save trouble, thank goodness for him that he can go into a liquid form. The eastern base had few problems given to Naruto's group. Some Oto ninja had attacked them on the way, but they were no match for Naruto's group. Sasuke had found the Hawk summoning contract and added his name to it before using it to summon a few large ones to take the experiments with curse marks back to Konoha for them. With that, they headed back out on the road. Suigetsu had been given a weapon in case he needed to fight, and when Sasuke handed the white-haired boy the blade, Naruto recognized it as the weapon that Drachmus had left behind during the previous fight he had with him. Suigetsu gave a few experimental swings and whistled appreciation when the small sword made a cut in a nearby boulder without even slowing in the swing. After checking the edge for nicks that were not there, he proceeded to bury it to the hilt in the rock, and once again, it sank right in without slowing. With a nod he sheathed it, saying, "It's not as big as I would like, but I can use it. It has quite an edge, and while it seems to be made of ordinary steel, something has been done to it that seriously increased its durability. I hate blades I have to waste time maintaining, but I should not have to sharpen this one too often." "Good for you," Kin said. "And just for the record, a small sword suits you. With that scrawny body, I bet you could not carry a big blade for very long." "What was that?" Suigetsu shouted at her, and Sasuke hid a small smile, remembering the days of the future past when Suigetsu would complain about how tired he was after carrying around Kubikuribocho for long periods of time. Kabuto rose from the medical gurney panting as the blood infused with Orochimaru's DNA spread throughout his body. It had been difficult to get the DNA he needed, since Orochimaru's body had been reduced to ashes, but Kabuto was able to find trace amounts of his former master's DNA as well as the DNA of his most recent host. Kabuto was sweating a little as his body took in the new genetic material. He had been successful, despite the initial complications with recreating the piece of flesh he grafted into his body. It had taken several tries to cultivate a suitable level of cells from the scavenged genetic material over the past few days, but now, once he fully assimilated the genetic material, he would gain all of Orochimaru's former powers, including the Mirakugan. That would hopefully give him enough strength to get him recognized as a member of the Akatsuki, along with the return of Orochimaru's ring. In just a couple more days, Sasori and his partner would arrive to collect him and Kimamaru, starting Kabuto's new life in his quest for his identity. Kakashi stood motionlessly as he stood at the memorial stone, thinking on both the past and the future with his mistakes with Obito and Rin. He looked at Obito's name in particular, thinking it ironic that Obito had his name on the stone but was not dead and now a traitor. I wish I could have saved Rin, he said more to himself than anyone else. But there is no changing the fact that she is gone. But now I know that you are alive and out there somewhere, Obito. And if there is a way to save you, I will find it. Still on with the regrets? A voice said behind him. He turned to see Celia walking towards him. What are you doing here? Kakashi asked. Looking for you, actually. You really need to learn to spend less time here thinking about things you can't change. Anyway, I was wondering if you cared to help me train a little. Ever since you had to save me from that hag, I realized that I am going to have to increase my chakra reserves and my skills if I want to use this extra peeper of mine effectively in combat. I see. Alright, I will be your sparring partner. You can meet me at my usual training grounds at noon. You mean at 2, right? Officially the time will be noon, Kakashi chuckled lightly. Celia nodded and turned to leave, and Kakashi said, I wasn't, by the way. Wasn't what? Thinking about things I couldn't change. I see. So you still plan on trying to help your former friend if you can, is that right? I know that he is too dangerous now to take so lightly, and I have already convinced myself that I may have to kill him, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't stop toying with the hope that he can be saved. Felix feels the same way about someone else who is our enemy, Celia replied. Who is that? A powerful man who once had the name Marcus, Celia said before explaining the friendship Marcus and Felix had once had when they were both growing up, and the reason behind the power Marcus had. And then she told the story of how Marcus had inexplicably come to hate Felix, and ultimately killed his father in cold blood, and changed his name to Drachmus. To this day, no one, not even Felix, knows what caused Marcus's personality to suddenly change. Felix still tortures himself over what he could have done to prevent it, and what he could still do to help the one who had been closest to him. But through it all, he has forced himself to accept the possibility of being forced to kill Marcus one day. He knows that if he were to spare Marcus out of a friendship that no longer exists, he will be condemning Marcus's future victims to die. But still he hopes, a little, that the kid Marcus once was is still in there. What I am trying to say is this: if you see a hope of saving your friend, by all means take it, but do not let him survive should it fail, and do not let him endanger others that you could save. That will not be an easy thing to do. Several times in the future, I am ashamed to say I had many opportunities to end his life, but did not take them. Because every time I tried to land a killing blow, I would always hesitate, and the image of the Obito that I used to know flashed before my eyes. You will have to try, Kakashi, should it come to the point he cannot be persuaded. It may well be that the kindest thing you could do for him is put him out of his misery. Yugo had been somewhat problematic to bring along. He had been worried about leaving his cage due to the risk of potentially hurting his rescuers, but Sasuke had demonstrated that it was a simple matter to calm him down with his Sharingan, and Yugo was also eager when he heard that they intended to rescue Kimamaru as well. What was more problematic was that there were over 20 subjects in the northern base with the curse mark, meaning Sasuke had to wear himself out a little summoning enough hawks to take the subjects back to Konoha. Of course, that was nothing to the work that Celia would have cut out for her. So hey, I wanted to ask you, Naruto said as he handed Sasuke a water canteen. Why is it you want to sign the snake contract again? I mean, you already have hawks now. Snakes are a little better for combat in many cases, unless you need the maneuverability of a hawk, the raven-haired boy replied. So it is practical to have a wide range of options for battle. Not only that, but there is the relationship between hawks and snakes to consider. Don't they hate each other? Yes, they do. Which is why I want to try to get them to cooperate to a certain degree, at least when I have some members of both species summoned at once. I see. You want to try beating the hatred between two species, to prove to yourself that even the most deep-seated hate can be overcome, right? A little lofty when you put it like that. I would settle for having a few members of each species willing to set aside their differences under me. Trying it will be good practice for when I become Hokage. Naruto suddenly started choking on the instant ramen he had brought along. Once he recovered, he said, Hokage? Since when did you want that job? Simple. I hope to be able to mend the rift between my clan and the village. Trying to reconcile a few snakes and hawks ought to be child's play compared to that. Oh, and you don't think I am capable of mending that rift when I take the hat? Because I will tell you now, you won't beat me to that finish line. I know that you are capable of doing what I need to do, but I can't have you doing everything for me, can I? Says the moron who jumped in front of a bijou bomb from the freaking Jubi to save my hide. If anything, I still owe you for that. Please don't remind me of that. Getting hit by that blast hurt like hell. And the whole dying part was not exactly pleasant either. But while we are on the subject of who owes who what, you already paid that debt by saving my clan this time around, only to get right back into your debt when you took that kunai in your gut. Honestly, do you have any idea how bad an experience that was for me? Seeing you save me again like that, when the last time got you killed, it wasn't exactly pleasant for me either. They shared a small laugh at this before Naruto and Sasuke went back to the tent they shared with Itachi for the night. Tomorrow they would arrive at the main base where they would find Shikamaru and hopefully get him to come back to Konoha with them, and they would need a good night's rest. Seriously though, if you really want to be Hokage, you are gonna have to beat me, Naruto had to say. I wouldn't have it any other way. When they got to the tent, they found a mess inside. Someone Karen had gotten into Sasuke's laundry and taken one of his shirts, which had been drenched in sweat earlier that day when Sasuke had done the tiring endeavor of summoning the hawks. She's a complete maniac, Sasuke said in exasperation while Naruto was laughing his ass off at the situation and his friend's misfortune. Weeping anime tears, Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked desperately, "Do you think she'd leave me alone if I stabbed her again?" "I doubt it," Naruto said. "If she is that crazy for you, she would probably forgive you in a heartbeat and write it off as tough love. I wouldn't find it so funny if I were you." "You're actually related to her." Naruto paled when he realized that Sasuke was right. However distantly, he had a fangirl who put the old Sakura and Ino to shame related to him. Ha 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 ha, I believe that they call this the tables having turned. Kurama gasped between fits of laughter. "Shut up, Kurama. Are the tools I requested to add to the Kaguya puppet ready yet?" Sasori asked Drachmus as the latter examined one of the weapons before nodding at the weapon and looking at Sasori with a slight frown. "I told you 5 times already. It will be done by tomorrow, then we can go collect the specimen," Drachmus replied as he set another lump of steel on hellfire. "As it happens, I only have 3 more to make. The wait will be worth it, I can promise that." The next day, Kabuto was having a few problems with the grafting of Orochimaru's DNA. The genetic material was trying to take him over completely, resulting in a bit of an internal struggle that he was winning for now. He hoped he would be able to keep Orochimaru's consciousness at bay until he learned to control his power. His concerns were only added on when one of the seals he had put up outside the base activated an alarm, signaling intruders having crossed one of the boundary lines the seals were a part of. With a frown, he checked one of the security monitors to see that just outside the base, there were 15 people, several of whom he recognized right away. Sasuke, Itachi, Anko, Naruto, and the rest of his group had arrived. Kabuto cursed. He knew he would not stand a chance against several of these ninja, let alone a whole group of them at once. Maybe if he had full control over his former master's power, he could hold his own against a good portion of the group, but that was a big maybe. He decided he would have avoided the group for now, at least until Sasori and his partner got here. "See any traps?" Zabuza asked Itachi and the latter activated his Sharingan. "A few. It seems we have already tripped one that was well hidden that set off an alarm to our presence." Felix entered sage mode and felt around. "I feel several chuckers in there, one of them rather powerful, but of little threat against all of us and retreating. It probably belongs to Kabuto, though there is another malevolent chakra in addition to his, similar to Orochimaru's." He glanced at Naruto, Sasuke and Itachi at this, and they nodded. It seemed that Kabuto had grafted Orochimaru's DNA into himself again. Of course, he is retreating right now, which is good. He knows he can't beat all of us, even with the help of the few remaining sound ninja here. This country really is in turmoil. "All right, in we go then," Naruto declared as he made his clones and they rushed into the entrance. Everyone else soon followed and after that, one clone dispelled, telling Naruto where Shikamaru was, and the blonde beckoned to Yugo. They left the rest of the group to go to the last Kaguya. Kin led the way to the block where other people were kept, shivering all the while. This place was full of memories that were unpleasant to her. She felt a hand on her shoulder, and she jumped before she turned to see Haku. "You alright?" the boy asked her. She nodded nervously. "I'll be fine. This place just gives me the chills, that's all. I never could get used to it living in this place while I was here." Haku nodded and they kept moving. Sasuke went straight for one of the cells and entered a code he remembered from his time here in the future. The door slid open and Kin stared. "How did you know the code to that door?" "Orochimaru kept that sort of thing a tight secret. He only let that freak Kabuto know it." Sasuke shrugged as the prisoner stepped out. "I have my means," he replied carelessly. He checked the prisoner for a curse seal and let him know he was free when he did not find one. He then opened other cell doors one by one, finding only 3 curse mark bearers, and he had them stick around until he could send them back with hawks. "I hope that this is not some sick joke of Orochimaru's," a young man named Shikamaru said to Sasuke once he was set free and shown to lack a curse mark. He looked vaguely familiar to Sasuke, before he realized that he was the last host body the snake had before he tried to take Sasuke's. It's not, Sasuke assured him. You are genuinely free to go. So is your clan. Once we get to their block, then you have my gratitude, but I am not sure where we will go from here, Shikamaru said. Well, this is their decision, but I am certain Konoha would welcome you, Itachi said. That may well work if we all agree to it. Shikamaru sensed two people enter his room, but did not react in the slightest. Nothing mattered to him right now, though he was surprised when he heard the familiar voice ask tentatively, Shikamaru, what are you doing here, Yugo? The Kagaya asked as he sat up, the tags on his face falling free. He ignored Naruto as he looked at his old friend. We are here to take you to another home, Yugo said. Now that Orochimaru is dead, we need to leave. Go yourself, Shikamaru said as he laid back down. Orochimaru was the only reason I had for living. Now that he has fallen, there is no more point to my existence. I am now just a tool with no wielder. Don't give me that crap, Naruto said as he gave a hard look at Shikamaru. You are not some mindless servant or weapon of that bastard, whatever you think. You are a person, one whose loyalty Orochimaru did not deserve. Naruto then found himself ducking a blow from an irritated Shikamaru, who had leapt from his bed, heedless of his illness, and attacked Naruto. Don't you dare insult Orochimaru-sama, Shikamaru said coldly as he threw a few more blows at Naruto, who was barely able to avoid all of them. Shikamaru, please stop. Yugo cried and Shikamaru listened somewhat reluctantly. Just go, he told the two of them as he laid back down. I am worthless now. Even if I were willing to transfer my loyalty to someone lesser than Orochimaru, I no longer am in the condition to be of use to anyone. My existence is pointless now. You're right. With an attitude like that, you are worthless, Naruto said, earning a glare from Shikamaru and a shocked look from Yugo. Giving up like that before you are dead. You don't even know if Tsunade will be able to heal you or not. If you came to Konoha, I would bet she could cure you. I don't care. As I said, without Orochimaru-sama, I have no desire to continue with my existence, Shikamaru stated. You're pathetic, Naruto said coldly, and what would you know? The one person who acknowledged me is now dead, so I may as well cease to exist myself. You're wrong. You have someone else who cares for you, and he is in this room with us right now. He turned to Yugo before looking back at Shikamaru. And I do know how it feels to be ignored by others, and I can understand wanting to do anything for those who care for you, when others shun you. But Orochimaru never cared for you as a person. Beyond your usefulness to him, you meant one thing to him. Nothing. Shut up. Shikamaru bellowed as he shot out of his bed again and charged Naruto in a blind rage, several bones emerging from under his skin. Naruto avoided Shikamaru's first few attacks before one caught him in the gut and threw him against the wall. Shikamaru, don't! Yugo cried, but this time he was ignored as Shikamaru held Naruto up by the throat. I will not tolerate you if you continue to speak ill of Orochimaru-sama. Shikamaru shouted at Naruto, who just glared at Shikamaru. You don't get it. Whatever relationship you had with Orochimaru does not even compare to the friendship you have with Yugo, and yet you let that false bond blind you to the real one. I said shut up. Shikamaru shouted and a sharp bone slid out of his wrist, and he thrust it forward to impale Naruto. When the blonde made no move to defend himself, Shikamaru's sense of honor kicked in and he stopped, the bone blade inches from Naruto's torso. With a snarl, Shikamaru threw Naruto to the side and dashed at the blonde. Fight back, damn you! He shouted, but Naruto only moved to try to avoid Shikamaru's attacks. Fight back! No, Naruto replied as he got clipped in the side of the head and slammed against the wall. For one thing, you are currently ill and not at your best. For another, I have problems raising my hand against someone who has been used his whole life. And finally, I don't think Yugo would be able to handle it if I were to attack you. He cares for you far more than that snake bastard ever did. You just refuse to see how close the two of you are. Never once have I denied being friends with Yugo, Shikamaru snarled. Then why the hell do you intend to abandon him in this world by dying? Naruto demanded as he got up. Shikamaru froze at this. You really think your death will solve your issues? Maybe it would if it was just your life, but it's not. Your life belongs to Yugo. He is willing to do anything for you, and you should be willing to do anything for him. But instead, you wasted your devotion on someone who wouldn't have done a damn thing for you if it did not benefit him in the slightest. Shut up about Oro dash. No, you will listen to me. What did Orochimaru do for you exactly when you fell ill and he found out that you could not be cured? Nothing. He instead directed all of his efforts to trying to take someone else, someone who happens to be my friend. The moment you became useless, you were discarded without a second thought. What kind of father figure does that? Did he even once thank you for your dedication? Meanwhile, You have someone who was concerned for your well-being this entire time, and all you cared about was serving that pathetic excuse for a human being who called himself a god. I'll kill you! Kimimaro screamed and attacked Naruto again, only for a heavy impact to hit him in the side and blast him through the wall. That's enough! Yugo shouted as his hand reverted back to normal. Kimimaro, please, just stop. Panting, Kimimaro got up and stared at Yugo as if seeing him clearly for the first time. Yugo, stay out of this. I can't! Don't you see, Naruto is right. Orochimaru has done nothing but give false promises to those beneath him. He swore to cure my rages, but all he has done was confine me to keep me from doing harm, and use my power for his own ends. He took both of us in, but he cared nothing for us. Somehow the words struck Kimimaro hard when they were said by Yugo, but he still argued. Orochimaru-sama told me he tried, but he was not able to cure you. No, all he did with his research on me was to figure out how to replicate my condition in the form of those cursed seals. Not once had he even tried to do as he promised and cure my rages. This news was almost too much for Kimimaro's mind. He himself had been the one to convince Yugo to allow Orochimaru to experiment on him in hopes of curing him. If what Yugo said was true, then Orochimaru truly had betrayed him, abused his trust in him. Kimimaro, please, just come back to Konoha, and Tsunade may be able to cure you, Yugo said pleadingly. Just leave me here, Kimimaro said as he leaned back against the wall and sat down, his illness sapping his strength now that he lost the will to move. Orochimaru's betrayal was too much to bear for him. If I truly did help Orochimaru trick you, then I really am trash and deserve to die. Like hell we will, Naruto said, and Yugo picked Kimimaro up, slinging one of the Kagaya's arms around his shoulders. I won't leave you behind, not when we can still help you. I swear right now that I'm going to save your life, and help you find a new road. And I won't break that promise, and I never go back on my word. That is my ninja way. Kimimaro looked at Naruto with interest, actually daring to hope at this point. There was something about this boy, something that made Kimimaro want to continue existing. They stepped out of the base into the sunlight. Okay, Naruto said. We should wait for the others to finish their task here. Small world, a chillingly familiar voice said behind the trio. I did not expect to see you again so soon, Kyuubi brat. Chapter 27 Struggle with the Past. That the last of them? Sasuke asked as he counted 4 more curse seals to deal with, making a total of 7 from this base. He was confused as to why 4 prison cells were empty in this last block, when the roster said the block had been full. Yes, that should be all of the prisoners, at least the ones I know of, Kin said. Then again, he was a rather secretive bastard, so he may have a few more secret prison blocks hidden. Wouldn't put it past him, Genyamara piped up. We should check around the base one more time to be sure. Alright, but let's be quick about it, Sasuke said. I don't like leaving Naruto alone too long. He has the tendency to get himself into some deep trouble when he doesn't have someone to keep an eye on him. And Yugo can get pretty scary when his fits happen, so sending Naruto off with him was likely not the best idea. Oh, give him a break, Haku said. I mean, he may get into some troubling situations at times, but have a little faith. I doubt that Yugo could do much damage to Naruto before he calmed down. I mean, it's Naruto we're talking about. And his luck outside of gambling shouldn't be that shitty to get into worse trouble. Why is my luck outside of gambling so shitty? Naruto mentally demanded to Kami. Yugo, take Kimimaro and back away. I will handle these two. Handle both of us? Drachmus chuckled. You were unable to defeat me one-on-one last time, and even when Felix came to help you, you still needed the help of a third person to drive me away the last time. And now this time, you expect to take on me and my partner? Don't be a fool. Drachmus drew his sword and pointed it at Naruto. Drachmus is correct, Sasori said from inside his new Hiriko puppet. You can't beat us. So you with the orange spiky hair, how about you drop my new human puppet, the Kagaya, and leave the Jinchuriki? I have nothing against letting you go, if you cooperate. Yugo, put me down, Kimimaro said. I have no intention of surrendering to this group. You can't fight, Kimimaro. You will kill yourself if you push yourself now, Yugo said. Just try to find some cover so we don't have to fight while watching out for you. He set Kimimaro down, and Kimimaro staggered a little before he shook his head. Sorry, Yugo, but I am not leaving you to fight these guys, he said and forced his body to stand. Good, I have no intention of letting you get away, Sasori said. This trip will be a great boon to us. Not only will we get what we came here for, but also one of the pieces we need to accomplish our goals. Luck is smiling down on us. Kimimaro frowned. I know you are here for me, to make into one of your weapons, but what piece of your goals do you mean? Their organization is after Bija and I'm a Jinchuriki, Naruto said shortly. Kimimaro, can you make a ninjato with your ability? The Kagaya nodded and pulled one from his arm and handed it to Naruto. Well, it's no Arashikata, but it should work. You two take care of the puppet guy if you insist on fighting, and I will try to hold off his partner until our friends realize something is up and come to help us. With that, he launched 2 Hiraishin kunai at Drachmus, who deflected them, and Naruto charged, making several shadow clones as he went, and Drachmus leapt back a good distance, with Naruto following, leaving Sasori to face Kimimaro and Yugo. Listen, Yugo, don't let any of Sasori's attacks hit you, Kimimaro warned. Sasori used to be Orochimaru's partner, so I know that he uses poison. Even the slightest scratch could turn deadly. With no warning, Sasori thrust his tail forward, this new Hiriko model having a black one. Kimimaro put himself between the tail and Yugo, and blocked it with a few of his bones. Sasori pulled the cloth from his puppet's mouth and shot a steel ball from the mouth of the puppet at Kimimaro, who jumped away before noticing a chakra string attached to the ball before it released several kunai, shuriken and saban, all of which changed direction and went straight for Kimimaro, who found himself deflecting every one that came at him somewhat frantically. He deduced that the steel ball was hollow and had several mechanisms that fired the weapons after they were released from storage seals inside the thing in multiple directions, and the chakra string split off inside the ball to attach itself to every one of the weapons. Sasori fired off the left arm of Hiriko at Kimimaro and it went off, all of the wooden projectiles exploding outward, and the Kagaya was forced to enter the first state of his curse seal to deflect all of the ones that came in his direction, while warding off the weapons controlled from the ball. Ha ha ha, die! Yugo shouted as he went berserk and charged Sasori, who thrust his tail at Yugo again, only for it to be knocked aside by Yugo, and Sasori fired poison Sanban at the berserker, who formed a chakra cannon and blasted them all out of the way before his arm formed into an axe, and he smashed the appendage into the Hiriko, shattering it. Sasori jumped out of his ruined puppet before unveiling his true looks and showing mild irritation. Well, it seems that this will be much more difficult than I expected, he said as he pulled out a scroll. But then, it would not do if my next candidate for a puppet was not a challenge, now would it? And your friend also interests me. Perhaps he will make a decent piece of art as well. Kimimaro scowled at the thought of Yugo being made into a puppet. Before he could respond, a familiar figure jumped down next to Sasori as the latter unsealed the Sandame Kazekage. Need some help, Sasori? Kabuto asked. What are you doing, Kabuto? Kimimaro asked before he frowned as he saw that Kabuto's left hand was scaled and clawed, and his left eye had a black ring around it with the iris having turned yellow with a slit pupil. He realized that the bastard must have implanted Orochimaru's DNA into himself. Yes, some assistance would be welcome, Kabuto, Sasori replied as he and the puppet Kazekage got ready to fight. All right then, Mirakugan, Kabuto declared as his left eye took on the crimson scara, and his pupil turned maroon with a golden X-iris. What is that? Yugo asked Kimimaro as he took in the dojutsu, and Kimimaro cursed as he saw it. It's a dojutsu Orochimaru acquired a while ago before he fled the Akatsuki, Kimimaro stated. It allows the holder to see brief flashes of the future, as long as it is something the eye would see during that future. There are times when it can't be used, of course, so I should still be able to land a good hit every now and then. You take care of Sasori for me. With that, Kimimaro rushed Kabuto and Yugo went berserk again to attack Sasori. Interesting, Sasuke said as he looked at a box he had found in the storage room of the base. It had a rather intricate seal on it, keeping it from being opened. He had already found and signed the snake summoning contract, and was now looking at other items of interest. That is something Orochimaru was able to acquire when he last visited Yuzushiogakure to try scavenging a few things, Karen said. Apparently, whatever is in that box is very valuable, for only the blood of at least 3 Uzumakis can open it. Orochimaru expressed some serious regret that it could not be opened, for what was in it was one of the main reasons so many nations teamed up to destroy the Uzumaki clan, because they were afraid of what the contents of the box were capable of. But once he learned that the box couldn't be opened, he pretty much forgot about it. Figures, Sasuke thought with satisfaction, knowing that with Naruto and his family, the story would be different. Genius Orochimaru may have been, but he did have the habit of abandoning projects once they hit a seeming dead end. I bet he did not even think of capturing Naruto and his family to get this box open, he likely just forgot it existed. Well, this may well be a good find. He had no idea just how right he was. Should we get back to the rendezvous? Anko asked. We pretty much got all that we came here for and then some. You're right, Itachi said. Karen, would you mind checking to see if Naruto is at the rendezvous yet? You got it, Karen replied as she activated her mind's eye of the Kagura. Her eyes widened. Guys, I think we may be in trouble. I can sense a few hostile chuckers fighting against Yugo, and someone else I am guessing is Kimimaro. Not only that, but I can sense Naruto against someone with outrageous chakra levels that I can't wrap my head around. Felix entered Sage mode and his eyes widened. Shit, Naruto and Drachmus were so far going toe-to-toe with their Kenjutsu, having taken the fight a short distance away from the other combatants. Drachmus was very skilled and was forcing a stalemate by defeating every one of Naruto's clones that were sent at him, but the original not getting hit. Eventually, however, he was able to backhand a Naruto, and when it did not dispel, he circled and charged the blonde from behind. Naruto formed 2 Raisengans, and Drachmus smirked. Go ahead, those are not powerful enough to hurt me, and you don't have enough time to form clones to add elemental chakra. I win. What Drachmus did not know was that Naruto did have 7 clones hiding in wait, 3 of them gathering sage chakra, with 4 about to Hiraishin. And Naruto had the seals on the back of his hands. Drachmus's eyes widened as Naruto dispelled a clone to enter Sage mode and 4 clones flashed to the original, 2 on each side, and they quickly formed a solid Raisin Shuriken in each of the original's hands. Drachmus was even more shocked when chakra chains that Naruto sent into the ground from the soles of his feet discreetly burst from the ground and restrained him momentarily. He broke free, but momentarily was enough for Naruto to throw the solid Raisin Shurikens, and they both slammed into Drachmus's chest, which he morphed to take the blows. He was thrown back as Naruto ran after him, another clone dispelling to help him go back into Sage mode, and his 4 other clones helping him form 2 more of his Earth and Wind element Raisengans. Before the explosion of the first 2 died entirely, Naruto threw the next 2, and they blasted into Drachmus again, throwing him further back, Naruto still chasing and pressing his advantage. One more round! He shouted as he threw the last 2, and once again, Drachmus was unable to recover fast enough to avoid the attacks. The moment the last 2 Raisin Shurikens left his hands, Naruto formed the familiar seal to create nearly 30 shadow clones, while the 4 that helped him formed the 6 attacks before threw a Hiraishin kunai for each clone present, and they each formed a Raisengan. Drachmus rose as the dust settled, fully transformed at this point, and totally pissed as well. You little dash, he started but stopped when he saw the kunai all around him, and the clones all flashed to his location. The Raisengans all increased in size. Giant Rasen Terengan. The mutual shout came from all the clones as the barrage of giant Raisengans slammed into Drachmus from all sides. Huarghai. Drachmus snarled at each impact. Now he was getting mad. The giant Raisengans were not powerful enough to draw blood from his hide, but he could still bruise a little. While the barrage did its work, the real Naruto rushed forward with a 3-tailed cloak forming and 8 arms helping him make 2 more solid Raisin Shurikens. Just as the Terengan assault ended, Drachmus was face to face with Naruto, who ran both solid Raisin Shurikens into his already battered torso. Naruto growled as his chakra arms extended before the backlash could hit him, carrying Drachmus really far back before the attacks expanded. Drachmus actually screamed in pain as the attacks did their damage. A fatigued Naruto wasted no time in going down on all fours as the version 2 4-tailed cloak fully formed. I will kill you! Drachmus shouted as he rose, the hide on his chest having been torn rather badly after the repeated hits to it. Drachmus then coughed up a little blood, but it was clear that he was still capable of really fighting. After all that, you can still fight? Naruto asked. You are something else. Flattery will get you nowhere, brat, Drachmus said before they leapt at each other. Drachmus swung at Naruto, but the latter extended his tail and wrapped it around a tree and pulled himself out of the way. As Drachmus went by, Naruto smacked the demon in the back of the head as hard as he could by extending his arm. While the blow was horrific against almost all enemies, Drachmus was barely stunned before he whipped around and grabbed the arm and yanked Naruto to him. The 4-tailed boy flew forward, and Drachmus hit him with a double hammer blow, his lower set of hands coming up to hit Naruto's chin, and the upper set slamming down on top of his head at the same time. Naturally, the impact almost shattered the boy's skull, but it held up and Naruto quickly made a bijou bomb and blasted Drachmus at point-blank range. The demon was able to get a knee up between the ball and his damaged torso, blocking the attack as it went off. Naruto was thrown back by the blast, and Drachmus flew at him as he sailed through the air, and slammed his 2 left elbows into Naruto's gut, causing him to choke up blood again and slam into the ground hard enough to leave a large crater. Drachmus was about to follow up his assault, but a lightning-wrapped wind slash came from the trees and cut diagonally into Drachmus's face. This knocked Drachmus back a little, bleeding slightly where the slash had hit, and he glared up at Naruto's savior. Do you never quit, Felix? He demanded. Yugo panted as his legs failed to support his weight. The iron sand of Sasori's puppet was too hard for him to avoid, and he realized that it had been soaked in Sasori's poison, after receiving several cuts. I am truly impressed that you managed to last this long, especially with my specially made venom running through your system, Sasori remarked. I think I will add you to my collection. That was the last thing Yugo heard before he blacked out. Yugo! Kimimaro shouted before he had to dodge another chakra scalpel strike from Kabuto. That Mirakugan was a very annoying thing to go up against, since Kabuto could see everything Kimimaro was going to do and avoid accordingly, while backing off and using defensive Earth-style moves when each 10 seconds was up. Of course, that was not enough to stop a determined Kimimaro when he entered second state and formed his bone spear to pierce through an Earth barrier. Once he did so, he was able to impale a surprised Kabuto and fling him away. But then it was Kimimaro's turn to be surprised when Kabuto got up, the hole in his torso closing at an alarming rate. Growling, Kimimaro charged again, but Kabuto's eye kicked in again and he was able to avoid all of Kimimaro's attacks fairly easily before he summoned a snake from his sleeve, which bit Kimimaro on the arm, only for its fangs to break when Kimimaro created a bone shell. Too late, Kimimaro recognized the diversion and turned to see the iron sand wrap around him, completely encasing him in it. Good work, Kabuto, Sasori said. Now that we captured the Kaguya, we should make sure Drachmus dash. He did not finish because Kimimaro broke free of the sand with brute force and roared before he slashed Kabuto with 2 bone blades. Sasori snarled, but before he could do anything, they were suddenly interrupted by the shout of fire-style blazing explosion sphere jutsu. He looked up in time to see a blood-red-skinned woman with horns and long dark purple hair fire off the jutsu from her mouth and force Sasori back. He groaned as he saw the rest of Naruto's group arrive, minus Felix. Zachary and Boris in particular glared at Kabuto, who once again healed. The woman who used the fire-style attack skin glowed and receded, leaving the skin color normal and the hair shortened to its usual length, to show it was Anko. Kabuto quickly jumped back as Hana and her triplet dogs used the Fang over Fang against him. He was then forced to duck when Boris charged him, shouting, "Third gate, gate of life, open!" Boris' skin turned red and he swung his axe at Kabuto, who had trouble dodging, despite his Mirakugan being active. Meanwhile, Sasori called forth his 100 puppets, backing most of the rest of the group into a wall. Sasuke quickly bit his thumb and made some hand signs before slapping his palm to the ground. Summoning jutsu, there was a loud burst of smoke, and Sasuke was standing on the head of a snake that was almost as large as Manda had been, and looked somewhat similar, only he was a dark green color, and had only 2 horns, as well as a small hood. Huh! How can a kid like you summon Kadra, the newly named boss summon of snakes? The serpent asked as he focused his gaze on the Uchiha on his head. And who can guess where I came up with that name for the snake? I'm not just some kid, my name is Sasuke Uchiha, and we don't have time for this right now, we have a few enemies to take care of, Sasuke said as he blasted 3 of the puppets with the fireball jutsu. Kadra started to laugh and smashed nearly 10 with his tail. Straight to the point, I like that. Alright, I normally demand a price for summoning, but since you impressed me by summoning me at your age, I will give you a freebie this time. Of course, we will have to discuss terms for future summonings after this. Just as long as you don't demand human sacrifices, Sasuke said, and Kadra snorted before he went underground and attempted to eat Sasori by coming up from under him, only for the puppet master to narrowly escape before firing some poison saban at Kadra. But with a natural poison resistance, plus his size, it did not really bother Kadra. Don't worry about that. Most of us never did understand that snob's taste for humans, Kadra said as he pursued Sasori, smashing some more puppets as he went and laughing off the cuts their blades did to him. I think we had better retreat, Sasori, Kabuto said as he got next to the puppet master, and the air behind them cracked. Agreed, Sasori replied, and they hastily backed into the rift that Drachmus had taught Sasori how to make, narrowly avoiding a razor Sasuke threw at them. Damn, that's the 3rd time that move was used to escape from me, Sasuke cursed as he reverted to his normal state. Kadra looked at Sasuke and groaned. Great, just as I was starting to like you, you go and show me a curse mark from that Orochimaru. That bastard summoned more of my kind than I can count as sacrificial shields. I am one of the snakes who refused to work with him for that reason. Don't worry, Orochimaru is dead now, and this curse mark no longer has his mind in it. And I was never one of his servants, he was just after me for my body and forced the seal on me. This explanation seemed to mollify Kadra. Shizen immediately went to Yugo, and Kimimaro collapsed, coughing as his illness reasserted himself, and he too returned to normal as his seal receded. Hana immediately rushed to his aid and used her medical ninjutsu to try to diagnose the issue. Haven't seen anything like this, she muttered after a few minutes. There is a large amount of tissue death in his body, and it seems to be caused by a toxin his marrow is producing for some reason. Perhaps it's a mutation of his Kekkei Genkai with adverse effects? At any rate, it's amazing he is still alive, let alone fighting. Allow me, Zachary said. When Hana looked up at him, he explained, one of my techniques allows me to revive dead cells, so I can heal the damage caused so far by his condition, though I won't be able to cure it. Hana nodded and Zachary's hands glowed with a purple energy as he started to run them over Kimamaru's body. Meanwhile, Shizen was able to remove most of Sasori's poison from Yugo, and he showed some signs of immediate improvement, though Shizen said she would need an antidote to cure the trace amounts left in his system, so she went back into the base to get some of Orochimaru's medical supplies to see if he had what she needed to make one. Damn you, Felix, stop interfering! Drachmus shouted at his former friend, who stood next to Naruto. I still don't understand, Felix said to Drachmus. Why are you doing this? I really thought that we were friends in those days. What could have possibly changed you? You are still playing dumb, huh? Drachmus snarled. That friendship was never real. It was a farce that you and Kyle had gone with, just because your father ordered it. You and your brother were never really my friends. It was a lie. Who told you this? Was it Victor? Naruto just stood there, not knowing what Felix was talking about, but deciding not to butt into this talk. You should have realized by now, Victor was a lying sleazeball. You can't trust anything he ever told you. I didn't believe what he said back then, Drachmus growled. It was what you said that opened my eyes to the lie, he declared as he charged Felix in a rage. That makes no sense. Felix responded and he blocked both of Drachmus's right claws on elemental infinity before jumping back. I never said anything that meant we were not don't. You lie to me, Drachmus shouted as he followed Felix, lashing out with all of his limbs in a blind rage. I heard everything you told Kyle that day. He was interrupted when Naruto, who he had forgotten about, came behind him and used his extended chakra arms to grab all four of Drachmus's arms and halt his charge, giving Felix the chance to rush forward and stab Drachmus through the gut. Drachmus roared before he shook both of his enemies off and leapt into the rift he was quick to open. Felix and Naruto watched him go, and Naruto turned to Felix as he reverted to human form. Do you want to tell me what happened between you two? Naruto asked, panting as the chakra exhaustion hit him full force once Kurama's cloak fully receded. Felix nodded sadly and told Naruto everything he knew about the relationship between him and Drachmus's descent into darkness. I still don't know why he came to hate me with no warning, he finished. And I certainly don't know what he meant by what I said to Kyle, my older brother. This is the first I've heard of it, and I am drawing a blank when I try to remember anything he might have meant. We can figure it out later. Let's get back to the group. When they got back, they saw Zachary was still working on Kimamaru and Shizen was missing, and Karen was quick to explain why. Naruto plopped down against a tree with a sigh, and Sasuke walked up to him. You alright? Yeah, just seriously exhausted, Naruto replied. That Drachmus, he is really tough. I only held my own this time by outwitting him and catching him in a barrage of my strongest attacks, and even then, I would have lost again eventually if it were not for Felix. Well, this should prick you up a bit, Sasuke said, and he gave Naruto a box, which the blonde saw the seal on and raised an eyebrow. What's this? Oh, just a little something that Orochimaru had taken from the home of some of your ancestors, and apparently, Orochimaru thought it was something special. Of course, it's tightly sealed and only the blood of at least 3 Uzumakis can open it, but we have that at home, right? Great, now the trip back will seem longer with something like this to look forward to, Naruto grumbled as he put the case into his pack before nodding off. Chapter 28: A Legendary Seal. So as I said, I won't be demanding human sacrifices from you, because I really don't like the taste of them, Kadra was saying to Sasuke. Plus the clothing they all wear gives me indigestion. Most snakes don't eat humans, at least not often, unless they end a fight that way. Of course, there are some who have that taste, and then there are snakes who will just eat anything, and those seem to be the kinds Orochimaru favored. As for Manda, let's just say I am not sure he ate humans for the taste. The fool had a serious superiority complex, and he probably felt big about eating so many of the species that dominated the globe, though mainly through sheer numbers. Idiot. Okay, so what is it you want for your services? Sasuke asked. Cows work just fine for me. They are more filling and are almost as tasty as the creatures I have to hunt. Plus you humans seem to have quite a few in supply wherever I go. So each time you summon me for a fight, I want 10 cows as compensation, 20 if I get hurt more than I would like. That it? With your size, that would hardly fill you up, Kadra snorted. True, but I don't want to become too lazy to hunt my own food all the time. There's no fun in that. On another note though, I smell the scent of hawks on you, Kadra said with a slight narrowing of his eyes. If you can get a hawk to fight alongside me with no issues, I won't start anything, but I will want the number of cows doubled after such fights. I hate hawks, they are such stuck-up pricks who think they are so hot because they can fly, while we crawl on our bellies on the ground. Sasuke nodded at that. Kadra seemed to be far more civil that the snakes he and Orochimaru had used in the past timeline, and was easier than Sasuke had expected to convince to work with his other summoning species. Of course, he still had to work with Akaitori, the dark red boss summoning for hawks, but he hoped they could work fairly well together. When he had summoned her to carry a few of the more difficult curse-sealed subjects, he had mentioned the snake summoning contract and her eyes had narrowed, but she did not say anything at the time. All right then, I think our partnership will work, so I will just be going for now, Kadra said before he vanished in a puff of smoke. The trip back to Konoha was uneventful enough. Naruto and Shikamaru had gotten along fairly quickly, the latter being a rather polite individual unless he was angered. They also had about 20 members of the man's clan following along, all of them agreeing to join the Hidden Leaf village. Shikamaru was a little miffed when he was told he would have to start off as a genin, since he had no previous official shinobi training, not even by the standards of the Sound Village, but he decided he would just have to prove his skills and earn his promotions. Shikamaru was feeling better than he had in a long while, thanks to the tissue that Zaku had revived in him, though he knew his disease was far from cured. The damage it had done had just been reversed for the time being. Nonetheless, it would be a little while before it weakened him again, and he was able to move under his own steam now. When they arrived in Konoha, all of the people who had been brought from Oto were escorted by Anbu to the Hokage's building, and Itachi went with them to file the mission report. Naruto sighed in relief that he could relax and headed right for his favorite stand. Sasuke just went to his own private training grounds saying he had something to take care of. The rest of the group simply went their separate ways. Naruto was just enjoying his 12th bowl when he heard a scream of HHHHELLLPPP. Naruto turned his head and saw Konohamaru running from around the corner in a panic. "What's up, Konohamaru?" Naruto asked him. "Did you prank my mom in a way that made her seem old or fat again?" "No!" Konohamaru shouted. "You've gotta hide me. I've got FFFFFFFN dash. Konohamaru-kun." A myriad of high-pitched voices came from around the corner Konohamaru had just turned. The boy paled and looked pleadingly at Naruto before mouthing, "Save me." Thinking fast, Naruto grabbed the nearest trash can, which Tsuchi had thankfully emptied earlier, and overturned it on Konohamaru, completely covering him. Sitting on top of the bottom of the can, Naruto saw a group of just over 10 academy girls with hearts in their eyes turn the corner. When their eyes fell on Naruto, he pointed off in a random direction and they immediately charged down the street in that direction. "Thanks," Konohamaru said as Naruto let him out. "Sure thing. Just one question. How did you get fangirls?" "I think it's because of that tree-walking training you had me do, boosting my reserves and control, and the fact that I am now top in my class. And I don't think that my relation to Gigi hurts that rep either." Naruto winced in sympathy. "What you need is a girlfriend who can keep them at bay for you, one who is scary enough to tell them that you are taken and that they need to find someone else dote on." Then he had a sense of foreboding. "Speaking of which, have you seen Hinata-chan? Nararu Yutaku Yun. Shit, gotta go, see ya Konohamaru." Naruto shouted as he downed his last bowl even faster than usual and ran from the pests that Hinata had yet to scare off. "Get a girlfriend, yuck, I'm only 9, Konohamaru said to the fading dust cloud. "Oh, so you think we hawks have superiority complexes, do you?" A dark red female hawk twice the size of the one Sasuke had summoned to fight Danzo demanded to Kadra. Sasuke had recently summoned the both of them to try getting them acquainted before he actually had to rely on their teamwork to win a fight. Obviously, that plan was quickly going downhill, and Akaitori continued, "Well, you snakes have no right to say that, because your kind seems to get a lot of satisfaction out of eating our fledglings before they even have the chance to fly, so don't complain about our attitudes." "So some of my kind are idiots, I never denied that," Kadra retorted. "Some of us eat things to inflate their egos, but I so happen to be among the ones who happen to view eating as a means of surviving, nothing more, nothing less. Except for the rare occasion where my prey actually gives me a challenge, I get no satisfaction from my meals other than a full belly. Whenever you hawks on the other hand seem to enjoy tormenting us whenever you catch us, carrying us through the air and lording over the fact that you have us helpless in your element. At least when I eat hawk fledglings, I get it over with quick. Ha, you ground crawlers should be grateful that you at least get to experience flight before you die. That is the only taste of it you could ever achieve, and besides, we do need to carry our prey to a safe spot before we eat it." Kadra developed a tick mark at this, and Sasuke was meanwhile banging his head into a post, wondering what the hell he had gotten himself into. The only thing snakes could give hatchling hawks is the same fear of death they could get from any other predators before they are eaten. "Just ask my nestmates, but oh wait, you can't because one of you bastards ate them, and I have seen several of my siblings carried off by you overgrown winged rats, unable to escape." We could argue back and forth about the wrongdoings of each of our species all day, but the fact remains that I hold no grudge for your kind simply eating mine. That's just nature. What I do not like is when you hawks see the need to torture us before we are eaten, even if you could kill us on the spot, says the bastard who kills things his size with a painful venom, and by strangulation. True, but those in themselves are part of the killing mechanism. I got no way to change that, and I am not above putting prey and enemies out of their misery the moment I can. You guys on the other hand are more than capable of killing your prey the moment you have them, before flying off with them. But like I said, you seem to feel the need to display the fact that the sky is your domain. Akaitora was about to retort when Sasuke sighed. Alright, that is enough fighting. It's clear that you are not going to just get it out of your systems if I let this continue. I don't expect either of you to let go of your hatred for each other, and your species. But I do want you two to at least cooperate when I summon you both to a fight, though I will try to keep that to a minimum. Both summons looked at him, and Kadra snorted. Fine, just as long as she does not go overboard with the insults, and does not hinder me when I attack an enemy. And the increased price of cows still stands whenever I have to team with her. Ha, just like you snakes, you can't catch your own food unless it comes to you, or it can't flee, Akaitora stated, giving Kadra 3 tick marks. So Sasuke, I will see you later, and hopefully not the belly crawler so much. Birdbrain, Kadra said right before Sasuke dismissed them in large bursts of smoke. Sasuke sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was clear that those two would probably never like each other, but at least he could trust them not to attack each other. Hopefully. He turned to some bushes in the clearing and said, "You can come out now." An Anbu stepped from the bushes and said, "Sorry Uchiha-san, but I got the feeling I should not interrupt their conversation. At any rate, the Hokage requests that your presence at 4 this afternoon." About 3 hours later, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Lee, Tenten, Neji, Sakura, Shino, Kiba and Shikamaru were standing before Minato, Kushina, Itachi, Kurenai, Guy, Asuma and several other jonin. It was clear that they were here to see who had been promoted to Chunin. "I am glad you all made it," Minato said with a smile. "As you have all probably gathered, we are all here to give the promotions to all who have earned them after the showings we had the fortune to see." So without further ado, he cleared his throat. "Hinata Hyuga, during your 2 matches, you have shown mastery of one of your clan's main abilities, the Kaiten, as well as an A-rank jutsu of my own making, and shadow clones to boot. On top of that, you have actually adapted the Rasengan into a jutsu of your own style, and seem to have managed it within a short time frame, an impressive feat, even with clones to speed the process up. You have also shown quick thinking and were able to escape Gaara's unique abilities after being caught the first time, so I am happy to announce that you have advanced to the rank of Chunin." He nodded to Kushina, who handed Hinata her vest. "Way to go," Naruto said to her with a thumbs up, and she blushed a little while she slipped her vest on. "Next we have Lee Rock. You have shown great aptitude for taijutsu, which you have mastered to a level of a low jonin, and you also impressed the judges by opening 5 gates. Unfortunately, that was all that was seen from you during your match, and they also noted that you had a reckless disregard for your own safety. I am sorry, but the judges have not deemed you ready for the rank of Chunin." Lee hung his head in disappointment, but Guy immediately said, "Do not worry, Lee. I have no doubt you will get the rank next time, and if you do not, I will run 500 laps around the village on my hands and Tenten on my feet." "Please don't," Tenten muttered, not wanting to assist Guy with another of his insane workouts. "Yash!" Lee shouted. "Thank you for your encouragement, Guy-sensei. And if you cannot do that, I will dash." Moving on. Minato wisely interjected before it could get to the unbreakable genjutsu point. "Sakura Haruno, during your match, you have shown an aptitude for defensive earth-style jutsu, as well as genjutsu for diversions. You were also able to expertly maneuver your opponent into a trap with said abilities, and finish the fight with the exploding tags that the judges were impressed to hear you made yourself. Congratulations, you have earned you promotion." Kushina gave her the vest, and Sasuke nodded to Sakura, who was beaming. "Tenten, you impressed the judges in by making your own exploding tags as well, not to mention the storage seals on those scrolls. The sheer amount that they could hold impressed them. Using that twin rising dragon's jutsu in combination with your tags has shown that you can issue a great deal of devastation from a distance, and you also have an aptitude with the weapons you unsealed for close quarters, indicating you can hold your own in all ranges of combat. You also stopped your attack when you thought you had defeated Sakura, though it was not finished, showing that you cared more about not doing serious harm to a comrade than passing the exam. So I am pleased to give you the rank of Chunin." 3 girls already and no guys promoted yet, Shikamaru muttered as Tenten slipped the vest on, smiling at the thumbs up from Guy. Troublesome. Hinata, Sakura and Tenten all developed tick marks at the Naruto's supposed sexism. "Kiba Inuzuka, you have belied the reports on your academic ability, and shown the use of strategy against an opponent you took the time to research before fighting, though I hear that was something you were bullied into by a teammate." You have also given a good showing of your clan's abilities, and the method you used to capture Kankuro was good counter against one of the most often used ways to dodge one of your collaborative attacks. So you are also promoted. Oh yeah! Kiba shouted and proceeded to scar everyone with a victory dance that was almost as disturbing as the sunset genjutsu, and Akamaru whined and put his paws on his nose in shame at his master's antics. Moving on, Minato said with a sweat drop. Shikamaru and Nara, you have also given a good showing of your clan's jutsu, up to a point where you demonstrated an ability you were supposedly not taught yet, showing that you figured out how to use it yourself. Yes, keep thinking that please, I need a smoke, Shikamaru thought desperately. In addition, you also showed what was arguably the best strategy against your opponent, and were able to capture her with relative ease. So you are now a Chunin, I congratulate you. Great, can I go now? Shikamaru asked once he had his vest, causing sweat drops all around. Yes you may, but it's good etiquette to dash. Minato started before he saw that there was just a cloud of dust where Shikamaru was. Wait to see who else among your comrades gets promoted, Minato finished dully. Guess he couldn't wait any longer for a cigarette, Naruto mentally sniggered. At least he's getting exercise now. Shino Abirame, you were also a good tactician in your fight with Naruto, using your clan's insects as well as exploding tags that your teammate made for you. The tactic with hiding the tags in insect clones and the one where you hid a blood capsule in another to fool Naruto so you could surprise him were both clever tactics that would have been effective against most opponents. It was bad luck on your part that you were matched up with Naruto, which is possibly the only reason you lost, but even then, you impressed the judges when you recognized that you were outmatched and retreated, showing the ability to calmly cut losses. You're promoted, good work. Neji Hyuga, from what could be seen of your match, you showed the ability to use two of your clan's most famous techniques, the Kaiten and the 64 palms. Many are aware that these are not taught to the cadet branch of your clan, which means that you reverse engineered them yourself. You also used the Kaiten in a good manner, allowing you to quickly defeat the setup your opponent prepared. Unfortunately, the match was too short to give the judges an accurate read on your abilities beyond that, so they were unable to conclude you were ready for the rank. Don't beat yourself up, Neji-san, Hinata consoled her cousin. You did do well, you will be a Chunin for sure next time. Naruto Namikaze, Minato said with a wide smile at his son, who smiled back. During both of your matches, you showed an aptitude for wind-style attacks, and used them effectively in most cases. You also impressed the judges with the amount of shadow clones you could make, and I know that you can make many more than that. You also have the impressive feat of knowing Earth-style jutsu instead of just wind-style, something more often seen in Jonin hopefuls than Chunin. Your Kenjutsu was also high level, and you know both of my trademark jutsu, the Hiraishin and Rasengan. Your tactical ability was also shown to be decent during both fights. In fact, the judges had only 2 reasons to deny you a promotion, and one of them has nothing against your ability. What 2 reasons are those, Dad? Naruto asked in confusion. The first was because you were willing to use the Rasengan against a comrade, and your teammate no less. Naruto's sweat dropped. However, considering the respect you two had for each other and desire to show your best against each other, they were willing to overlook that. The other reason was because they felt a little cheated. After all, you two were by far the strongest of your age group. You see, they never saw who would win between you two, due to a certain interruption. They were tempted to deny you both the rank so they would have a chance to see the treat they were denied. However, they decided that would be unfair, so I am pleased to announce that you are a Chunin. Well done, Naruto. Alright. Naruto gleefully declared as his mother came forward with the vest and promised him ramen to celebrate later. Finally, Sasuke Uchiha. You were also able to use 2 elements, fire and lightning to great effect, as well as the Chidori, though the judges were again mildly displeased that you risked Naruto's life with it. Your Kenjutsu was also at a high level, and you already have a high Sharingan level as well. You also know how to use shadow clones, though not on the same tier as Naruto there, but then, who can match his numbers? I am sure Mikoto will be happy to hear that you are ready for the rank of Chunin. Sasuke smirked as Kushina placed the vest in his arms. So then, congratulations to all of you who were promoted, and good luck to those who still have some work to do. You are all dismissed. Oh, and Sakura, Hinata and Neji, Tsunade would like to see you as soon as possible. She has shown interest in training several people for medical jutsu and would like you to be part of the program due to your good chakra control. We need more medic ninja for the village if we want to have one for each team, so think it over. So what's the diagnosis, Lady Tsunade? Shizen asked as said Sannin came out of the room Kimimaro was being examined in. Celia nodded to Tsunade and went in to fix his seal. Well, just like the records we pilfered from my former comrade said, there is not much to go on with this, and his unique skeletal structure hampers any attempt to understand his illness, Tsunade replied. He has been healed of the damage for now, but as you and Hana guessed, It seems as though his own Kikei Genkai has mutated and his marrow now produces a deadly toxin that slowly kills him from the inside out. It's an illness that even I can do nothing to cure, not with such a lack of previous knowledge. That is not to say that we are leaving him out to dry, however. Though I can't cure him, I have looked at the toxin being released into his bloodstream. As I said, it is very deadly, but also very slow acting. And I figured out a formula to break it down before it does its damage. I am going to issue him some pills with these ingredients. If he takes them once a week, the toxin will be nullified before it does any harm. But won't his need for the drugs hinder him in the field? Don't worry, they won't be addictive, and even if they were, I get the sense he is a disciplined young man. That said, even if he loses them in the field, the toxin is slow acting as I said and won't do serious damage even if he goes without his medicine for a month or so. The reason his condition was so critical was because it ran unchecked for about a year, maybe 2. I see. So once Celia is done with today's work on his seal, we shall discharge him, and I will get to work making the medicine. Okay, time to see what we have in this old thing, Kushina said as she, Naruto and Karen all applied their blood to the seal on the box. The seal glowed and receded. Kushina opened it and pulled out a scroll. Now let's see what this is, she muttered and unfurled it to reveal a somewhat complex seal, and her eyes went wide. This, what? What is it? Naruto asked in an annoying tone, and Minato chuckled. This is the Uzumaki clan's regeneration seal, Kushina said. I thought it was just a legend. What does it do? Minato asked as he looked it over with interest. Simply put, you apply it to something, either with a set amount of chakra with the time it stays on said item being determined by the amount of chakra, or you can give a steady stream to it to keep up with the demands. Then, any damage done to the object it is applied to, even it is something that would normally kill even in Uzumaki, is healed, as long as the seal is applied. You could even regenerate a whole head if you put enough chakra into it, though the more complex the part being regenerated, not to mention the bigger, the more of a drain to the chakra, and it uses quite a bit. In fact, I think that if I tried to use it to regenerate a head, it would cost me about half of my reserves if I'm reading this right, due to the size of a head and the brain's complexity. I believe it was mainly used to regenerate vital organs so they could be removed and used for life-saving transplants. Maybe Tsunade should learn it, Minato said. It has potential in the field of healing. Good thing she is descended from Mito then, because our Uzumaki healing factor and life force is a requirement to use this seal, Kushina said. That's part of the reason our clan was wiped out, so it could not be used for a purpose that the other nations were afraid of, though the rumors I heard were vague and what it could be used for that would scare them so much escapes me. Naruto thought for a second, before a light bulb went off over his head. Could it be used to replicate dojutsu, as well as vital organs? He asked. What? Karen asked while Kushina looked thoughtful. You know, if you applied it to an Uchiha or a Hyuga, then removed their eyes, they would regenerate those eyes, right? And both the removed and regenerated set would have the bloodline, wouldn't they? That would explain it, Kushina said. I would bet that Kumo, Iwa and Kiri did not like the idea of a sudden increase of Sharingan and Byakugan users, so that would make this seal one of the deciding factors of their attack. Of course, I doubt that either the Uchiha or the Hyuga would share their powers so willingly, and I don't like the idea of either dojutsu falling into so many potential wrong hand either. So I agree, we shelve the idea of replicating dojutsu with it except in special circumstances, Minato said. I think we should use it to replicate 2 pairs of Sharingan first though, Naruto said, confusing Minato and Kushina before he explained. Chapter 29. A couple of teams. So what's this about? Sasuke asked about a week later as he and Itachi entered the Konoha hospital and saw Tsunade, Kushina and Naruto waiting for them. You two are aware of the weakness of Mangekyo Sharingan, am I right? Tsunade asked, and both somewhat confused Uchiha nodded slowly as they wondered what they were getting at. Well, Naruto here figured out a way for you both to have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto, if you would demonstrate. The blonde nodded and cast a few hand signs. Regeneration seal. He slapped his right hand onto the back of his left, and a seal materialized. Then Naruto took out a kunai and cut off the final digit of the pinky of his left hand, wincing slightly and causing Itachi and Sasuke to both raise their eyebrows, though they knew that Naruto would not do such a thing unless he knew what he was doing, and they watched intrigued as Naruto's pinky returned to normal in a second. I knew you had a healing factor, but that seal must have improved it, Itachi said as said seal faded, but Naruto shook his head. It would have had the same effect if anyone had it applied to them, he said. You see, if this seal is applied to something before anything happens to that something, then the seal memorizes the current state of it, and when something happens to alter that state, the seal returns it to that state. So my pinky was returned to normal without the need for my healing factor, and as you can see, the severed portion is still right here. He held up the piece of his finger before continuing. One of the drawbacks is the amount of chakra that is required. If there is not enough chakra placed into the seal, it will fade before its job is done, though it is also possible to flow some into it continuously as long as the caster has their hand on it, and the more complex the item being regenerated, and the more mass there is to it, the higher the requirements. This is what was in the box you recovered when we raided Orochimaru's bases, and it can only be used by an Uzumaki because of our life forces. I spent the past week trying to master it, and let me tell you, it's one of the toughest seals you will ever find. Even with my clan's natural aptitude, I still had to spam my clones to get it down. So am I correct in assuming that the reason we were called here was to use it on our eyes prior to removing them and then transplanting the removed eyes, giving me and Sasuke the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi asked, and Sasuke looked thoughtful. That's the size of it, yes, Tsunade said. Are the two of you up for it? I most certainly am, Sasuke said. I have no intention of going blind anytime soon, nor do I want to see Itachi do so either. It does seem like a good solution to the problem, Itachi said. Let's try it. Alright, you three, Zabuza said to Haku, Kin and Genimaru as they all gathered in one of the training grounds. I know full well that this is a pain for all three of you since you are Chunin level at least, with the possible exception of Kin. Said Kunoichi twitched. But starting today, I will be your Jonin instructor, and believe me, I will work you to the bone until you are Chunin and out of my hair. So let's introduce ourselves. I am Zabuza Momochi, formerly one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. I like to make quick, clean kills in battle, and I hate people who drag out their fights deliberately, unless it is to get your foes to flee rather than have to kill them. As for my dreams for the future, I hope to avenge the death of an old friend, and see Haku's clan restored. Now you go, Haku. My name is Hakuyuki. I like seeing the looks on the faces of guys who hit on me when they realize I'm not a girl. Genimaru's sweat dropped and remembered making the same mistake after being let out of his cell. He would never live that down. I dislike killing, though I am capable of doing so if it is needed. My dreams for the future are to restore my clan and aid Zabuza-sama in his own endeavors. I believe you go next, Kin Tsuchi. I like to show off my abilities, though I suppose that is one of my downfalls since that gives my enemies a chance to come up with counters. I also like to drink tea when I need to unwind. I dislike weaklings who neglect their shinobi training for whatever reason. I suppose my dreams for the future are to become a strong kunoichi, and I would not mind helping one of my teammates with one of their goals. Both she and Haku blushed a little after her admission of the crush she had ever since he had kept the Oto Nin sent to kill her during the invasion from doing their job. Genimaru sniggered. Seems like you have a soft spot as well, eh? He said, earning a glare from Kin. Alright, my name is Genimaru. I like to fight a lot, though I do not kill needlessly. I just like the thrill of battle, and I am also fond of a lot of different foods. I have recently come to hate enclosed spaces, for obvious reasons. My dreams for the future. Well, I never really thought of that. I prefer to live in the present. Good. Now, Kin and Genimaru, I would like to test a little something before we start training, Zabuza said before he took out 2 sheets of paper. These are specially treated slips that will help us know your chakra natures if you conduct your chakra through them. He gave them a description of what the papers would do for each element. Obviously, we don't need you to do this, Haku, he said before he gave the other 2 their slips, and they focused their chakra as instructed. Kin's paper crumpled and Genimaru showed that his paper had split neatly in 2, a lightning and a wind user. I'm not surprised in Kin's case, she does have a penchant for pinpoint strikes with her saban and lightning complements that well. Genimaru on the other hand has a rare type. In fact, I believe the only other 2 in this village are Naruto, and another jonin by the name of Asuma, and I suppose Haku, but he has not really developed that. I could not teach him much in that department. Zabuza rubbed his chin. I suppose you two will have to train together to work on that, and I will see if I can find some decent jutsu scrolls for you both. Tell me, Genimaru, how do you fight? I generally prefer to use taijutsu, Genimaru stated. My clan has a Kekkei Genkai that naturally boosts our physical strength without the need to empower our limbs with chakra, though we can do that too if we need the extra might. I am strong enough to do serious damage to an enemy up close and personal, and even tear an enemy apart if I hit hard enough. Not bad. I suppose a wind nature will be good for you. You could become a very deadly force to face in the front lines once we work on your style and add your nature to it. As for Kin, I will have to find some scrolls for you as well. What I can teach you all more hands-on is stealth and tracking skills, and if you advance far enough, I can teach Kin and Genimaru some water-style jutsu that will complement their other abilities. When I am through with you 3, there will be no freaking way you will fail the next Chunin exams, unless there is a preliminary round and you face each other. Even though our team is currently on probation, the Hokage has seen fit to officially form it, Kimimaro said to Karen, Yugo, and Sujetsu in another training ground. Because of my rank as one of Orochimaru's elite before I agreed to join the Leaf, I am given the rank of a low Jonin and have been made your instructor until you are all Chunin. Great, so meanwhile my abilities are wasted on a bunch of stupid D ranks, and we can't do C ranks until our team is let off probation, Sujetsu said darkly. And to top it off, we can't take the next Chunin exams because of that probation. This will be boring as hell for the next year. His ramblings were cut off when Karen punched through his head, splashing water everywhere. Yeah, well, suck it up, she shouted as a muttering Sujetsu reformed his head. You lived in a tank for the past couple of years, this won't kill you. At any rate, Kimimaro said unfazed. We will skip introductions since we are already acquainted with one another, so we will begin training immediately. First, he pulled out 3 slips of the chakra testing paper and one to Karen and one to Yugo, keeping the last one. Let's find out our natures. There is no need to do Sujetsu, since he is clearly water. With that, the 3 conducted their chakra into the slips. Karen's paper was soaked, Yugo's crumpled and Kimimaro's burned. So Karen, I want you to do some training with Sujetsu in your water style. Both Karen and Sujetsu protested violently to this, and continued to argue until Kimimaro finally threatened to lock them both in an airtight room with Yugo without being around to calm him down. And he made this threat while having his same usual calm demeanor, which added some terror to it. A few days later in Konoha's hospital, a blindfolded Sasuke was currently bored out of his mind. The procedure had gone perfectly, with Naruto and Kushina using the regeneration seal, and as expected, both sets of eyes had retained their Kekkai Genkais, making the means of unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan able to work for both of them. But he and Itachi both had to wait for a couple more days before they could be released from the hospital before their eyes were fully adjusted. Luckily for him, Sakura was working that day in the hospital, though she did not know the details of what had been done with his eyes, and Itachi had the tact to move to another room so Sasuke and Sakura could catch up, and Sasuke could ask Sakura something in private. After a little while of talking about the past few days, Sasuke finally asked tentatively, so, Sakura, you know the night about a week from now? The anniversary of Konoha's founding? Well, yeah, it is usually celebrated in a grand fashion, and this year the Hokage poured some money from the village treasury into a festival to lift the village's spirits after the recent invasion, Sakura replied. Why do you ask? Well, Hinata visited earlier, and she was in a good mood because she and Naruto made plans to spend that day together, and I was wondering, did you maybe want to do the same thing and make our relationship official? Sasuke finished with a slight blush. Kami, why was this so hard? He was a freaking shinobi for crying out loud. Of course I would, Sasuke. In fact, I was actually going to ask you the same thing if you didn't ask before you were released. Oh, but if we really are going to get our relationship out there, you will have to get approval from Mom and Dad. Great, Sasuke moaned. Mabuki and Kazashi were known to care for the village, and Sasuke knew that they were among the people who were still wary of the Uchiha clan because of the near coup attempt. Thank Kami that turned out better than last time, but there was still tension. If you're worried about how they will view you, there is no need. They know you were not in on the coup and they respect Itachi for protecting the village from his own clan, so they aren't completely prejudiced. Kami, I sure hope not. Ah, come on Hinata, what do I need a kimono for? Naruto whined while the girl dragged Naruto along by his ear a few days later. Because, Naruto-kun, my father expects you to be presentable when you come pick me up for the date, and he told me that he has his katana ready if you have the nerve to show up in the jumpsuit you usually wear, Hinata replied. What's wrong with orange? Nothing, you have good reason to be fond of it, but this is a formal occasion, so if you want to wear orange, you will have to be subtle about it, because I am not cleaning up the mess if father kills you. He may have already given our relationship his blessing, but we don't want it to be ruined now, do we? You know, you are scary whenever you perceive a threat to our relationship, Naruto pouted. You too, huh? A familiar voice asked, and Naruto managed to turn his head enough to see an anime to weeping Kakashi being dragged to the same building by his hair by Celia. Naruto asked in surprise. No way, you two are actually dating? Yes, believe it or not, I have decided this fool has been quite lonely over the past few years and has had to fill that void with the smut he reads, Celia said. So yes, I am providing female companionship for him. Oh man, this is rich, Naruto sniggered. We've got ourselves the Cyclops and the Triclops on a date, hee. His laughter was cut short when Celia flared enough killing intent to make most Jonin crap themselves. I said that aloud, didn't I? He would have been killed then and there if Hinata had not been with him. So you are the Sasuke Uchiha that our daughter has been so infatuated with, is that right? Kazashi asked at the Harano residence to a newly discharged Sasuke, who nodded a little nervously. Sakura was sitting next to her boyfriend-to-be, trying to radiate encouragement to counter the parental intent, derived from killing intent, coming from Kazashi and Mabuki, the latter of whom was busy making a smoothie with a variety of fruits and vegetables. Yes, that is me, Sasuke said with a small gulp. It is a pleasure to finally meet you both, Kizashi-sama and Mabuki-sama. Good grief, why was he so scared of two simple people when he was capable of killing Kage-level shinobi and had the greatest form of the Sharingan at his disposal? Somehow these two made him wish he was trying to stare down a pissed-off Kadra right now instead. Alright then, listen up, Kizashi said. My wife and I are willing to give you a chance, and our daughter has already told us that you have treated her well during the times you have gotten together in your non-dates. However, Mabuki said as she put all the ingredients but a single carrot stick in the blender. If you do so much as one thing that hurts Sakura in either a physical or a mental way, we will exact a penalty on you. With that, she took the carrot stick she had left for that moment, made sure Sasuke could see it, and put it right in the blender before turning it on. And my parents did the same thing with my older sister's now husband when they first started dating. I wonder where they got the idea from. That's a good threat. Sasuke went very pale when he saw what was implied with the threat that was somehow subtle and blunt at the same time before he nodded and made a mental note to never tell them about his actions towards her from the future. He honestly couldn't blame them if they tried to kill him if they ever found out. Drachmus gazed down at his underling, who knelt in supplication, concealed by his black cloak. Remember, she will only be valuable leverage for us if you capture her alive, Drachmus said. The QB brat will not trade himself for a corpse. I understand, Drachmus-sama, the man replied. Good, now go, Drachmus said, and his servant nodded before the air cracked and the man stepped into the rift with a nod. Drachmus would go himself, but if that meddling Felix went into his accursed sage mode for any reason, then Drachmus's chakra was far too easy for the fool to identify. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.